Thank you for having me on, Jesse.
It's
My
great
name is
to have
Greg.
you.
So today we're playing, as he said, Detective City of Angels.
Mm-hmm.
I got here and there were these there was this little ducks on the table, and there was the box, and there was this scotch sitting on the table with these two glasses. And because there was all this extra paraphernalia that I thought, oh, well, this is just what Jesse's been doing. And I saw the scotch and the glasses, and I'm like, what is it like? Would you have like the senator over, and you were having some
No, it's just
like
setting the ambiance.
pouring out and I'm like, what's happening? If you're making
We're traveling
some
back to the
back
1940s.
deals, but yes, that does make sense now. But there was some extra paraphernalia. So so Jesse, you
This isn't the first time I've had
yes,
Detective
well, I was
City
going to
of
say
Angels.
this is typical Jesse, which is to buy the game, sell the game, play it, not to play it, buy it again, play it once, sell it, and then buy it a third time, and then maybe not play it. I don't know. There's always a lot of weirdness going on here. So Jesse had this game. You kickstarted it.
I bought it in the first Kickstarter. That's right.
And then you got it. You played one game.
I mean, you can see from this why I would buy it.
Oh, obviously.
Detectives, 1940s noir. We
Sure,
both
on the
love.
behind you there, you can see Gumshoe on the shelf behind Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, we both.
And then, of course, the Chronicles of Crime and Detective. Which
We
is
love this
discussion.
setting. We love this genre,
Sure,
and we love this kind of.
Sure, I mean, who doesn't want to solve crimes, and and especially in the Chronicles of Crime Noir is one of our favorites, so I could see why.
And it got rave reviews. Like a lot of people during the Kickstarter said it was really something special.
On the car before this, Jesse's like, well, you said you read some reviews on it. I'm like, well, you already played it. You're
Right.
watching,
Okay.
rating
Good.
reviews
All right,
for
so
things.
this is a good. Let me explain. First of all, you were the one who nudged me to buy this again because after I bought it and I got rid of it, Greg was like, oh, "I really want to play
It's an
that."
absurd thing.
And
that
you
you
said
play
that a couple times.
If you play a game one time and then you sell it, obviously it wasn't intriguing enough for you.
Okay, so let me explain what makes
Okay, let's
this
hear it.
difficult to evaluate.
Okay.
This is one of these games that has a normal mode, which is 1v all. It's actually not one versus all. It's like anyone could win. So it's one person plays, runs the game, and is the chisel. This is the normal way of playing. And then everyone else is competing to try to solve the
It's
game
actually just a complete
first.
competitive game. It's not one versus all. But
That's right.
there is
That's
there's one. It's asymmetrical in that there's one player playing.
Right.
If I get it correctly, I don't actually know how to play this.
You
I've never
do get it
played
correctly,
it.
except the designers say, well, the person who's playing the chisel, who's behind the scenes, it's a little bit like Descent. They can win the game, but the designer's kind of like, don't try too hard to win the game. So you kind of have to do dual roles. You're trying to win the game, but
They
you
say
don't
the
want
same
to.
thing about Descent. They'll be like,
That's
this
what I
is,
said,
this is
Descent.
reviewing stuff. But then Descent, they're like, don't try too hard to murder the players.
So
Like
that's
what?
part of
So
the problem.
that just means don't play. I mean, this seems very odd to me.
But you can win as the chisel. But you're sort of like, if you win, you will have made it not fun for the rest of the group. Okay, so there's
So
that.
instead, just take the unfun part onto yourself.
Well, we're going to have a full discussion about this one day, about the fact that you and I have different tolerances for that. Like, I'm fine running the game. So that does not bother me at all. The idea that I would run it and not try to win it doesn't bother me at all. Okay, so I tried playing that. I tried playing it with our friends, Rebecca and Chad. We played a game of this. And it was okay. We played the introductory game, so it felt a little easy.
Okay.
But it was a weird, like I had mixed feelings about it. I think they had an okay time with it, but you sort of have to play them off against each other. Like you're giving some information to one person, and then you can block people from getting the information. So
Yeah,
I
I've
felt
heard a
really
little bit
weird about blocking one of them out. And so that rubbed me the wrong way. And then the thing is, when I looked at the fully co-op version, which is what we're going to play today, it felt like they're basically like throw 80% of the mechanics of the game out the window. You never use them.
Huh.
And so like 75% of the gaminess of the game goes out the window, and then you use like a narrative storybook instead of most of the mechanics. So instead
Really?
of having the person decide when to show you the truth, when to not, we're using the casebook. So after that, out of the lukewarm...
We're gonna play this game that you weren't,
here's my
weren't
point.
happy enough with to play a second game.
Correct.
And we're throwing 80% of the mechanics out.
Correct.
Sarah,
So
what do you
at
think
that
about
point
this?
when I sold it,
All right,
when
this
I
tab
sold,
is right there.
when I
Off
sold it, I was like, this is not going to work. The co-op version doesn't look compelling, and at that point, I don't think there were many or any reviews of it. Now, since then, they did a second Kickstarter, and then they went to retail. I've read now a couple of reviews from some blogs. I think the last one I read was from coopgestalt.com. They had a review of it, of their like top 10 detective games, and this was like number 2, the sleuth mode.
Okay.
Right. So I've read now a couple people saying they love the sleuth mode, and so that reinvigorated me to think, well, maybe I was too harsh on it. So we're going to give the sleuth mode a try and see if it's any good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little. I mean, I don't know. I haven't played the game, so I have to say though, we had spoken recently on our Seventh Continent review about how some people like to just kind of go through that game and not play it. They just they don't play the game part of it. They just kind of go around and unlock and open up and see what happens, kind of thing. And we had kind of discussed how that's unsatisfying. That it's like our obligatory poker mention here. You should take a drink, Jesse. Now that you can take a drink when we say something that we always say.
Huh? Oh, is that how it works?
Well, that's the whole thing. Like, take a drink. We mentioned something. So I always mention poker.
That is delicious.
And so it takes the teeth out of it, and so it kind of makes it no longer. So I'm wondering if it will be the case here.
That's a good segue. That's a perfect. The last thing to say before we play it is that this game is a little bit of Sherlock Holmes consulting detective kind of solution thing, in that there is a mechanic where like you only have 12 days to do it, and if you don't do it by 12, then you just reset it and give yourself 3 more and 3 more, and then your final score is supposed to be less. So it's also, there's a very weird thing here where, so I'll just explain this before we get started because it's weird. So there's this thing where if you're playing, we're playing co-op, we have a choice. We can either play with like 1 detective or 2 detectives. And in the case of 2 detectives, we basically get double the time to solve it.
Okay.
So it's not like adjusted for that. It's basically very loosely, the gaminess of it is loose. So we're going to have to use our normal way of playing.
Little warning bells are going off.
Flags are going
Everything you say, like it's like if we were on a date right now, like if I was on like a blind date with this game, they'd be like, yeah, well, I mean, I just got out of jail, so I mean, I got to get things. I'd be like, bing, 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 bing,
now there are some interesting mechanics here, and we're gonna. It's important for us to play this because we love these detective games. Now we've played so many of them, and it's fascinating to see how they all differ. And this one has its own different things.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth. No skin off my back to be able to try it. I didn't buy the game multiple times.
So the first thing we have to decide is what case we're going to play.
I do want to mention, like, amazingly, we've on, I don't know, 20 minutes or something on this thing so far. I don't know how much will get cut out of it, but like we haven't mentioned any books or movies or anything. This is pretty good. This is a pretty good record.
Maybe for the review, there's lots of film noir and stuff like that, movies and books to talk about. Okay, so look, here are the list of things in the base game. They're rated by difficulty. Sure. I definitely think we skip the greens, but we either play a yellow or go straight to the hardest one.
Yeah, it's dealer's choice.
Well, it seems to me, since we are filming this in December, maybe we play Bloody Christmas.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Bloody Christmas is the case we're going to play. And it is a small box for what it's worth. So look at the art on this game. Like, everything is beautiful, you'll see. But here's the case we're playing.
What, can I read the thing?
Oh, sorry.
You'd better watch out. You'd better not cry. Okay, well, that's... That was maybe a little more.
Okay, so we open up this case, and we throw out half the stuff in here that we're not going to play with because we're playing on a.
Is this like I mean, I don't know how to play this. Is this like like the level of Chronicles of Crime where you just 5 minutes of explanation, or is it like a little more in depth?
It's pretty quick. So we don't use these. These are conversation things that you would play with the chisel.
You can hand that to me.
But we do. Huh?
Well, I was just going to try to
put it...
Okay.
And we don't use these cards, or we put them aside, but we do need these. Okay, mystery card we keep and put aside. Location, so look, so we put these cards out at these various locations.
See, I almost got Sarah to jump on my lap, which she's never done before.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
If you could put the rest of these out on there, face down, obviously.
Interesting. And what are these are...
These are people or things that we're going to discover.
But do we have to go in order, or is that...
No, no.
Am I getting ahead of
They'll,
ourselves?
it'll tell us when to reveal them. Okay, so...
The case of Will Sarah jump on my lap has been not been resolved.
All right, city boards on the table. The day marker starts on 12. Where's our day marker? Here's our day marker on 12. Our final guess is starting here. So we're having 12 days, and then we have to make our accusation of who we think we did it. Mm-hmm. Here, look on the back of that. Put that here so they can see this. Mm-hmm. This is going to be our note sheet. So eventually we're going to have to find the suspect, the weapon, and the motive. We've got a list of possible motives. Okay.
That sounds strangely familiar. I watched Clue the other day again.
Yeah.
It's a great movie.
It's very coolish. Yeah. Okay, so look, this is just where you can keep notes. So here are the possible things, people. They could be suspects. And then we'll write suspects here that as we get introduced to them, and this could be their notes, like when this person saw, when we asked them about this.
I see.
So we get to ask people about things.
That seems like an interesting way to organize it.
It's quite cool.
Put this on the top.
Now, we're playing Bloody Christmas, so we get the Bloody Christmas sleuth card. This is the card for when you play this mode.
Today's the
7th? Mm-hmm.
This is like the only time I've known the date because I just turned on my birthday.
So you wouldn't play this in the competitive version, but for sleuth mode, we'll play this. Mm-hmm. And we're going to read an introduction, I guess. Before we look at that, we should read the introduction. Okay. And if we had our tablet going, we would have it. It could read it for us, but we're going to
actually
do this ourselves. Okay. So we did our detectives, the 3 stress markers, which are here, which start this side up. That's going to be a sort of penalty.
Okay.
Okay, and now we're going to read.
Are you going to explain to me how to play first, or are we going to do
I think first we read this.
Okay.
Then I'll explain it. Okay, Bloody Christmas. So we remove those.
What kind of psychopath are you? You're folding this thing?
I gotta play the game. Okay, here we go. Read it. So this is the briefing. In the competitive version, all the players would get to see this, and then the chisel would see the whole solution. Okay.
Never in my 20 years of policing have I ever witnessed anything like this. In the middle of the night, around 2:30 a.m., the one and only Damien Christmas, better known as the Shrink Up to the Stars, walked into the Glendale station, his hands and clothes covered in blood. Flip case card B and place Christmas standee at 36.
Okay, so Damien Christmas we've been introduced to. He's B, and he is.
Wow, that's harder to...
Is there another sign?
Oh, here.
Yeah.
It's like a mini game. Jesse, I almost derailed you like 10 times. Did you really... You pushed through.
Well, that's the skill you learn when you hang out with Greg.
It's not
does
like
it tell us where to put him?
36.
36, okay. Is this a Legend of...
This is like a Legends of anything, but like 36 is nowhere near. Well, here's 40, 38, 35, 37.
36, Glendale. It's in a police station. He came in... The Blues are police stations.
The guy was dripping with the stuff. He said 4 words to the night desk clerk. There's been a murder. And then he clamped his pristine pearly whites shut. Flip case card A.
That's over there.
Murder has been committed somewhere. Okay.
Hasn't uttered a sound since. He's sitting in the holding tank looking like the smuggest prick you've ever laid eyes on.
I guess we've got an extreme
adult rating.
Uh-huh.
What I wouldn't give to wipe that grin off his face with a nice slab of pavement. Thing is, his record's as squeaky clean as a nunnery. Not so much as a parking ticket to his name. A model citizen. He had a small notebook in his pocket with 3 names written on it. Flip place card C. His office is located at Normandy and Beverly, 31.
So is there a way to mark that somehow?
I think we're going to need our own cubes to do that.
We don't put these hats on here?
Nope.
I'm just going to put it here so when you come back over.
And the rich SOB actually owns 2 houses. One in the Annandale Golf Club and one by the Santa Monica Golf Club. That's all we know, which is a damn lot of nothing.
So we also need 60 and 31.
60.
and 7.
And 30, 31 I did, and 7 is over there. Okay, that's places he owns. Okay.
So his office is at Norman Newton Bailey. That's 31.
Okay.
Right? That's offices. And
Uh-huh.
then these two are golf clubs.
Okay. Go.
Golf clubs.
Uh-huh.
So
That's
you
it. Huh?
picked gold.
I knew you were going to complain about the color. I knew it. I just
You're
knew
like, I'd
it.
love to be able to see these
I
things.
knew it. I
But
knew,
like,
I knew they were going
now silver, that's
same
almost as
thing?
bad. You need
Oh
like a
my
contrasting
God.
color. What are you,
Alright,
crazy?
okay.
You're like, let me put
Go on. Go get them. Go get your colors.
my colors.
Go get it. Go get it.
You can see. It's insanity. You're like, I knew you were going to say this because it's perfect common sense,
Uh-huh.
but I'm still going to choose to select the color that mingles in completely well with.
No. Sometimes it's better to let you find the problem and identify it. That way, it doesn't happen 3 times. Like if I fixed it.
Get in that interrogation room and get me some answers right now.
Whoa, who's saying
I
that?
don't know.
Oh, that's
This is
us
our
being.
guy.
That's it.
This
Okay.
is our
Okay.
cop. He's going to demand our badge and our gun.
Okay.
Something
What?
fell, but whatever. No, it's okay. Okay. Once you've identified the victim, you must then identify the guilty suspect, the murder weapon, and the suspect's motive.
Oh, so we don't even know the victim yet.
Okay.
And
Oh,
then
it
this is
gives
just
us
a
a little
reminder.
reminder
That's
about
right.
Special rules. You cannot use your solve token until the victim has been identified.
Uh-huh.
Damien Christmas is so calm under pressure that you cannot gain leverage over him.
Okay.
Which is that a
I'll
mechanic?
explain
word?
that. Yeah, I'll explain.
It is in this sleuth mode.
Yes.
Excuse me. If you correctly challenge him, the chisel will show you the most useful response, but you will not receive leverage over him.
Okay.
The same is not true in the other direction. If you incorrectly challenge, because I don't know, this means nothing to me. So.
Okay. All right, but you've laid out the story. We can refer to this when we need to.
Okay, Vicky Crimson, John Maxwell, and Carter Collins.
Those are the names
Those are
on
the
his
names
list.
on this list, on his Christmas list.
Mm-hmm.
The 3 names written on one of the pages found on Damien Christmas when he turned himself in. Okay.
Okay, so for the co-op sleuth mode, we get
wait,
one
hold
of these
on,
cards.
Let me just like
Uh-huh.
real fast. Okay, so far we've got Damien Christmas comes into the police station. He's covered in blood, right? And I mean,
He says there's
he
been a
says
murder.
there's been a murder. Okay.
Yeah, you want
Is that
to
what
put
it
this
says?
near you?
Yeah. So he says there's been a murder. Okay. Then he stops talking. He doesn't say anything else. So he's like, it's like
He's
set-
smug.
it's
He's like happy.
yeah,
He's like,
yeah.
go ahead, prove I did
Yeah.
something.
So he comes in. It's like kind of like 7. He's like detectives.
Yeah, it's a little bit like 7.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And they're like, he's all bloody. So, and we have to figure out what, but he's got on him a notebook which has 3 names, which seems a little odd unless he wants us to know.
He sort of wants to be caught.
He's cocky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, normally we would put this wherever the murder happened, but
Okay.
we don't know where that is,
Okay.
assuming there is one. Okay, so let's go over how to play.
You can't put these in your mouth. Play with them all day.
Okay, let's go over how to play. We have a certain number of days. Then we have to identify the suspect, the victim,
And then I have 12 days.
the not the victim normally. Normally we know the victim. This game, suspect, weapon, and motive. And there are only a couple motives which are listed somewhere in the.
Wait, we don't have to do the suspect. We're
It
doing,
told us we have to find the suspect before we can even try to solve it. But there's also a list of motives. So there are some common motives. They're probably on the back of that book. Of that book. I'm not sure why they're not.
hold on. Victim, suspect. Yeah, so it is 4 things. Yeah, okay. So I thought you said 3 before, but
It is 3. It's just
4 in this
unofficially victim. Okay, so there's our motive list. Okay, so we're gonna have to identify the
Okay.
motive. Okay, all right. So turn back to the thing.
On
while
your
it's-
turn. Okay, so
while
you're
it's
going to
running in. Okay,
Well, it's forever going to open this because you folded it like a psychopath.
so we're gonna start out by putting our detectives in a police precinct somewhere, and on our turn we'll do, at least in the co-op mode, we'll have got 4 actions. We can do these 4 things. We can move, question, search location, and search suspect. When you move, you can move to. Can you see these? We've got areas here. So here's like one area, one
2,
neighborhood.
3,
Okay.
4. Is that a 5th one? 5. So there's
Yes.
5 total areas. Is that
Right.
correct?
So on a turn, you can move anywhere within your area, including the
And you have to do
borders.
this in order.
No, you can do any combination. You can do
Okay.
them multiple times. So
And so you have 4 actions.
You have
basically.
4 actions.
So
You
when
can be
move
on-
for 1. Okay,
Right.
got it. Okay.
So you could move here for 1, and then now you're in both areas. For your you could do a second move and move here, and then a third move and move here. Got it? So you move anywhere within your
So if
area.
I was here,
Uh-huh.
I could not move to here.
Correct.
I have to move to the border first.
Exactly right. Okay, that's move.
Okay.
Okay, question a suspect at your location. Okay, so if there's a suspect that is
One
at
of
a
these standees.
specific location, that's right. So if you were here, you could say, I'm going to move for 1, and then I'm going to question him for 2. Okay? So you're going to question a suspect. Now that's where this comes in.
Damien Christmas, you ask him about the list, say.
Exactly right. So that's C. So you could ask Damien Christmas about C. We'd look up location 416.
Sorry.
Now, the search location and search suspect, I'm going to put this aside for a second and just do this. Search location, search suspect have their own stuff. So if we could search Damien Christmas, we'd look up 1027, or we could search in 31, we would look up this. With those, you just look up and read the thing. There's no lying, there's no deceit, there's just that one thing you look up.
Okay.
Okay, so search suspect, search location, we just look at the right number.
Okay.
Okay,
But
that's
with
it.
the front side, it's different.
With the front side, it's a little bit different.
Wait,
when
can I
you-
just real fast?
yeah,
I'm sorry. When
uh-huh.
you said, so we get 4 actions, 12 turns. We have 48 total actions.
Right,
game.
except the game, it doesn't officially end here. I'll explain
That's what you
how.
said about
Yeah,
getting
I'll explain a little bit different, and I'm going to end these things. Okay, so these are very straightforward. The questioning suspect is a little different because people can deceive you. So here's how it works. When you question someone, the first thing you have to ask yourself is, do you have leverage over them? These are these ways you can sort of get an advantage or a disadvantage.
Okay.
So when we have leverage, we put these things on them. So that would mean I have leverage on that guy.
Okay.
You put your red if you have leverage on him.
Okay.
So the first thing you say is, if you have leverage, then you can make a choice. Before you question them, you can choose to use your leverage.
And then you would spend that.
You'd spend that,
Okay.
and then you'd look up the answer. So let's say we wanted to ask him about that list, 416. So before we look up 416, we decide if we want to spend leverage. If you don't have it, which we don't in the beginning,
so-
you don't
so-
get a choice.
So there's only ever going to be 2 entries then for the sleuth. There's going to be leverage and non-leverage.
Yes, basically right, but it's not. It doesn't work quite that way.
Okay.
You always first read what they say, and then you have a choice whether you believe them or not. You're doing a little bet there. So if you use leverage, you just look up the first one, and then you look up the second one, and that's it.
Okay.
So leverage basically automatically gets you the second answer.
Okay. So if you use your leverage, you read the first part and the second part.
That's right. You read the
If you
first, then you read
don't-
the second, and the second is always guaranteed to be like the truth.
In the sleuth mode.
That's right.
Okay. So if you don't spend the leverage, you just read the first paragraph and that's it.
If you don't spend the leverage, you read the first paragraph, and then you have a decision to make.
Okay.
Your decision is, do you challenge what they've told you
Okay.
as a lie or a misdirection or not?
Okay.
And that's like a bet. So you could either say, okay, that's fine. I just want to read that first one.
Okay.
Let's say we don't use this because we don't have it. So we look it up, we see what he says, and then we make a decision. Do we want to challenge him or not? If we challenge him, then we look up the second number, which it will tell us when we look up this one. We challenge him, we look it up, and that's going to either tell us you were right to challenge him,
Or you're
or you were wrong, he was telling the truth. If you're right and you challenged him, then you get leverage on him.
okay.
Because you challenged him, you caught him out.
Okay.
If you're wrong and he was telling you the truth, you flip one of these stress tokens. When we get to 3 flipped, then they reset, and we have 1 less day to solve the case. So that's the risk when we challenge
Okay.
someone that we shouldn't. And that's essentially the entire game. The only little thing is, after each game, this moves here,
Routed.
right? This gives us 12 days. But as I showed you, this can move up if
Do
we
we strictly
challenge.
have to go my turn, your turn, or can we intermingle?
So the game is very flaky about this part. Like, we could just play with 1 detective.
Okay.
We could play with 2. You get double the turns if you play with 2. So obviously it's not like a balanced
Seems
thing.
weird.
Yeah. So we're
Really, there's no extra there's no.
variant with multiple detectives. Oh no, that's the one where it's not. They say this one's not even tested.
It's weird to be on the
Sleuth mode with more than 1 player. If you want to play with more than 1 player, choose someone to go first, go active, and then they're saying like let the other person read the stuff. So
Okay.
it doesn't really matter though. And as I said, it's so weird because you get twice the days, which is bizarre. But I thought we would just play this with 2. That way we could split up and go to different places just for the fun of it.
Okay. So where do we start with?
Well, okay, so normally you would start at a police precinct of your choice.
Okay, and that's the blues. So
That's the
is
blues.
there just one in
Okay,
each?
so,
No, there's 2 here.
So in the normal game, there's white spaces, which are the normal spaces, blue spaces, which are the police, and orange spaces, which are the mob joints. In the competitive game, there's a reason why you would go to some places that can get money from these places, and you can see evidence in the
Maxis.
blues.
Chateau Marmont.
So, I mean,
Grauman's
someone
Chinese
might
theater.
want to go talk to him. One of us might want to go. Is this? Oh, this is me. I'm
Yeah.
her. Okay. I think I wouldn't mind checking out. You're laughing because you swapped it.
Because you get he put one figure out like this, and I'm like, what's going on with this? Do we each get one of these? And you're like, yeah, you don't really need one. And then so finally, I'm like, what? Don't we both get one? He goes, okay, and he hands me the bag. So I'm like, fine, I'm taking his
Well,
character.
I should ask you. Do you want to play with 2 characters or
I
just
don't know.
one?
It's set up for 2. Let's just play 2. This time.
Okay. So how about I go and check out this place?
So that was your penalties. I took your person.
Okay.
What place? Why that place?
I have to start at a police precinct.
Oh, so you're gonna
If
check
I'm-
out here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
So
there.
then one of us should probably start with him. right?
Seems like that would make sense.
But I mean, like, it says he's not talking, but I mean, does that mean it's a waste of time to ask him about the list?
Probably.
But it says he's so calm under pressure you cannot gain leverage over him. If you correctly challenge him, the visual will show you the most useful response, but you will not receive leverage over him. So, I mean, it sounds like you can talk to him. It says he's not talking, so is it a waste of time to do that? But it seems like it's. I mean, is that completely
I
stupid?
don't know. I'm not sure. You could. There's only
I mean,
one
I guess
way
we
to
should
find
try
out.
it. Yeah, I guess we should.
Um,
I mean, it seems a little crazy to not at least ask him. Although this story tends to make me believe that we did ask him. We did already talk to
I
him.
mean, it might be good to get a good feel for the game. Why don't you go first and talk to him?
Okay.
So you obviously
Yeah,
have
I'm
to be
really
in his
yawning, I'm sorry.
location when you talk to a suspect. You have to go to where they are. So he's at the police
Yeah, I can
precinct.
start. I mean, that's another compelling reason is that I'm actually there, right?
Okay, so what are you gonna do? You're gonna do your first action.
So it did say. I'm sorry, just to reiterate. I take my turn and then you take.
Yeah,
your
that's
turn.
right. You do
so
your
you're gonna
4.
want me to go first.
Uh huh.
Okay. So I'm going to talk to him.
You're gonna question.
What do you think? I mean, I'm thinking.
So you have to. Let me just
Yeah.
reiterate. You can ask him about an object,
Or himself.
or you can search him.
Oh. Okay. Well, I mean.
I
know,
guess you can
there's one
ask
of
him
two
about
things.
himself.
We-
Look,
yeah,
there
I
is
see-
a,
I
you
said
can.
that,
Yeah.
So there's 3 questions essentially
Uh-huh.
that I can ask him right now, or I can search him, right?
Yep.
Okay. If he's not going to tell us anything,
Mm-hmm.
then searching him might be a good idea. But this is what's weird because like the story will lead you to believe that we've already searched him. That's why we found his notebook.
No, he walked in. We might not be the people who found his notebook. We got called over there.
So, if it were me, knowing he's tight-lipped and probably isn't going to tell me anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm going to have to try anyway, right, to talk to him. I mean, it makes sense story-wise and also game
I
mechanically.
don't know. Maybe it's like our Chronicles of Crime. Normally we like to have some evidence to brace them with before we start talking
That's
to him.
true.
So maybe you want to have some
Well, but
evidence to show him.
but since I'm in this space with him, wouldn't it make sense to maybe search him at least? Maybe if we, if the cops didn't find the other guys didn't.
There was one interesting thing. Like, what did our book say about? Like, was there some mystery? Like here, like what did this say?
Christmas's Annandale residence.
Oh, those are his residences. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
but
mean,
what's this? Christmas Santa Monica residence? Question mark. Oh, 7, not a question mark. 7.
Yeah. So essentially, we have his
Well,
office
maybe you don't want to talk to him yet.
and 2 things. Well, that's interesting. But if he tells us something, we find something on him, then the opposite is true, that we could brace someone in another location, right? I mean,
Should we look at this map first before we've got Chinatown?
oh yeah, I was. Remember, I read some of the things, the Chinese city and stuff.
Oh yeah.
So, I'm actually going to maybe change my mind now. So let's just discuss our general strategy here.
Okay.
If we take the clue that they're telling us he's tight-lipped, then maybe it is better to gather other information before we talk to him, right? So maybe we each start in one of these areas. This is a game mechanic, and I know we'll talk about this later, but like, would you like to have twice as many turns to solve this? Well, then take 2 characters. like each of you have a character. It seems kind of crazy to me.
Oh, so I should say this. by the time this gets to the end, if you haven't, you make a guess. If you're wrong, it pops you up 3 days and says try again. Pops you up and says try again for 3 more days, and then it just tells you, you know, if it took you 20 days, then you're not as good. So it's not.
Okay.
You're,
All right.
you're like on the honor system.
All right, so I'm going to start over here.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay, so maybe I'll go to 60. Or do you want to go first?
No, you go first.
Okay.
So,
I'm
you're
gonna
moving
move
for 1 to go to 60. Okay. And then what are you going to do?
So 60, I can search it.
You can search 60. That's the only thing you can do there, really, is to search it.
Oh, because there's no one there.
There's no one there to talk to. That's
Okay,
right.
then let's do 60, which is 364. Do you want to read it? You want me
Yes,
to read
I'll read it when you go and you. 364, you say?
364, yes.
The place is spotless, eerily so. However, a newspaper crumpled up in the trash can manages to catch your eye. Look at D, card D. So this is a newspaper in the trash can. And what is 60? What's
It's
it?
one of his residences. It's Christmas's Annandale residence. They did mention that they're all near golf courses.
Okay.
Maybe that means something.
Okay.
Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Vicky Crimson out of town with a new beau. Okay, so Vicky Crimson got a new boyfriend.
She's on our list.
She's on the list, so that could be a jealousy motive, right? He's mad. Effie Parent. Hollywood starlet Vicky Crimson is out of town celebrating with her new contract with Fox Studios.
11. Okay, so maybe we should put a marker on 11.
Should I take a cube that says 11 and looks exactly like the board 11?
Do we want a different color for this? Like, do we want different colors for different things? No.
No, we should try to just
Okay.
make one that matches the board so we can't see it.
Okay.
You're straight to business today. You are not getting diverged at all.
Well, it
And
takes
who's that
focus.
tall drink of water on her arm? It's none other than Lincoln Carbaggio, L.A. General's newest chief psychiatrist. 54. Well, it's a good thing you started over there because, that's right there.
Okay.
So he's a psychiatrist.
Okay.
Okay, so the plot is thickening.
So she's but
Okay, newspaper article. Sorry, do you want to say something?
no, go ahead.
An article clipped from the LA Times found at Damien Christmas's Annandale residence.
Okay, 6. So, but we don't know what relation Vicky Crimson is to him, right? It's not his wife.
Well, if it was his wife, it was presumed. Well, if she's a starlet, it could be. I mean, it could be they could have
But
said
not that we know of.
kept their name. I mean, back in this time period, it was very common. It's still commonplace, but it was especially so back then to always take the husband's name.
Yeah.
Although if she was a starlet, it's very likely that
This
she
guy's rich. Do we know what this guy's job is?
No, we didn't talk to him at all.
Well, okay.
His record is squeaky clean as a nunnery, though. Not so much as a parking ticket.
He looks like a business guy.
He owns a number of houses, so he's obviously well to do, and they're all by golf clubs.
All right,
Okay.
what are you doing next?
Okay, so there's nothing else for me to do there,
No, there isn't.
right? I literally, there's no other action I can take, right? Okay, so essentially, you could do these, but it seems like if we were going to go with the strategy of getting some information before we start talking to him, right? If we have to brace him over something, right? That's the term in this game? Yes? Okay.
No, it's not in the game. That's our term we normally use when we confront people with information.
What's it called in the game when you...
Oh, you're just questioning them about something.
When you...
You question them about... Oh,
when
you challenge them.
Challenging, okay. All right. So perhaps I should go... since you can do these, maybe I'll go do this.
Maybe we should use a different color when we've been to a place.
Yeah, I just thought of that.
Yeah, but you didn't say it.
I didn't say it. I did think of it, though.
Doesn't count. All right, here we go. You've been
Let's
to
pause the
60.
video and I'll say it.
Okay.
Okay. Look at how great these cubes are, though.
These cubes, everyone
So
should invest
useful.
in these.
Unbelievable.
Give these as a good
I might
good
even
Christmas gift.
take some of these home with me. Okay, so, for the strategy in terms of if we're going to challenge him, gathering more information might be a good idea. So maybe I'll go down here to Central A
Yeah, go for it.
and do that. Allow you to do
You won't
those.
have time to do the
I won't have
OA,
time to
but
do
you'll
it, correct.
do. Yeah.
There's no banking actions or anything.
Nope.
Okay, so there's nothing else really to do. So go to the border and then go here. Well, actually, wouldn't it make more sense for me? Oh, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. I could go to the border and just stay, that would net me an action, but I guess that's okay. I'll stop there.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to move to 11.
You want me to move you?
Yes, please.
You're going to go to Fox
Then I'm gonna
Studios.
search 11, which is 997.
I read that one.
997, yeah. Fox Studios. And I'll replace it with a blue.
So, this is we're a little spoiled from Chronicles
Chronicles
of
of
Crime.
Crime. Well, this is a game that could benefit. There's no reason they don't have an app. They can't have an app for this.
You bang on the door to Vicky Crimson's trailer. The door. Oh, this is her trailer.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. We knew that already, didn't we?
Did we?
Yeah, oh, I just uncovered that information here, right?
Oh, 11 is the one you just
Sexy,
opened
yeah.
up. Uh-huh,
Is
that's
that
right.
what you
That's
meant?
right.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter now. The door flies open. I'll have your job, you little. She abruptly stops when you flash your badge. Oh, how can I help you, detective? Look at L and place Crimson Standee at 11.
Oh, look at that.
Vicky Crimson, actress,
Okay, so
sultry
first of all, she's
and
not
seductive.
dead, and she is.
She knows
Both
how
of
to
those
use her
things.
looks to get exactly what she wants.
Yeah, she looks pretty good. I gotta say, Vicky Crimson.
Jesse loves
huh?
to alienate our listeners. Okay, so
I don't think I'm alienating anyone.
she drops this.
Can I just note to the audience what you're seeing here? There's a great moment. Jesse is revealing how he normally acts. Greg is pretending that he wouldn't be talking about that way that girl looks. So you choose what path you want. Do you want the path of pretending that she's not good looking?
Well, being respectful is different than joking around.
Being respectful on camera, but in real life.
Well, I wouldn't be. You and I can talk about something like on our plays or whatever, or we're hanging out in general. I mean, but I would be more respectful to someone in person or something.
That's true.
Okay.
She's beautiful. Let's face it. I mean,
She's.
do you think she's beautiful, Greg?
I don't think that. I don't think she's too hard on the eyes. You gotta say it in the detective term.
What is the
She's not
normal
so
thing
hard.
one would do with the girlfriend asks you like if she's pretty? You're like, I suppose. I guess some people might.
I could see why people might find her
I
attractive.
can see why some people. Not me though. Not me.
Okay, so look at L and place Crimson Standee at 11. Vicky Crimson is suspect number 4.
Okay, so right in our on our pad that she's suspect for.
You may ask her one free question.
Ooh.
So,
Oh yeah, that's the normal rule. When you discover someone, you can ask them
Oh,
a
is that
question.
right?
Yeah, a free
I have a
question.
pen thing, yeah. Okay, so she's suspect
Number 4. And I'm going to ask her a question.
Okay, I got news for you.
Yeah?
Using my incredible powers of deduction,
Uh-huh.
I'm guessing these are 1, 2, 3, 4. It's very possible that Damien Christmas found the body and is writing down who he thinks it might be. So think of it this way. This is, by the way, if you're just joining us for the first time ever.
Why would he be so smug and not want to tell us, though?
I'll answer that question after I finish my thought.
Okay.
So you don't get one free question with me, Jesse. So normally Jesse and I find the most
There's
enjoyment
not
out of it.
time for. You only have time for the free
There was
question.
a time for free questions. No, but what we find enjoyable about these kind of games, like Chronicles of Crime, etc., widgets to play through recently, is to stop often and discuss the motives and things, and that we get a lot more out of it if we do it that way. So, so in this case, if you were Damien Christmas, you would, and you were like, well, I don't want the cops to think I did it. This is 1940s. Maybe they're, maybe.
He's covered in blood, right?
Yeah, maybe you find this body,
Uh-huh.
and you're like, well, they're not going to believe me. Maybe they'll rough me up for confession or whatever. They hit you with a phone book or whatever. It reminds me of LA Confidential, where he's like, no one is suspect is guilty. Would you be willing to beat a confession out of him or whatever? Do you like LA Confidential?
Oh, yeah.
It's a great movie. Edit that
James
in.
Ellroy.
Edit that in somewhere.
It'll be edited in.
So that's a joke. So, you could see where he wouldn't want to do that, right? So what is maybe potentially he says, look, one of these people killed this person. I'm gonna write down the 3 names, put it in my pocket, go to the police station, not say anything. They'll find this list and then they'll do my job for me.
I guess there has to. I would think there would have to be
It's
some
a
other
theory.
reason why he would check himself into jail, like maybe as protection. He doesn't want to get killed.
Well, that's possible too. I mean, I'm going on like
uh-huh.
4 small pieces of information, right?
All right, so I'm going to ask her first question. I think I should probably ask her about Damien Christmas. I'm either going to ask her about Damien
Oh, right, 'cause
Christmas
you have to pick what you're gonna say.
or about that list.
So if you ask her about the list, you're basically saying
Uh-huh.
why would he put you on this list?
Right. I think that's right. But
Or that might give you an ability.
she might be like, yeah, I guess you could say.
Well, but what nice thing about that is it might give you information on one of these other people.
It's true.
We might be able to know where to find one of them, right?
It's true, but I feel like the first thing we would
What
say
was
if
the
we
name
were
of the- I
if we
already
were
forgot
real
the name of
cops,
the-
we would
what was the name
say
of the boyfriend?
what boyfriend? Oh, in the
Lincoln
newspaper, yeah, he
Caravaggio.
was
Okay, well, he's not on
the
the list.
psychiatrist.
Mhm.
I think I mean, I could ask. Don't forget, we could always ask them about themselves. But I want to ask her about Damien Christmas. I want the
Really? Not the list?
relationship. I want the relationship between the two of them.
Okay.
Is that all right with you?
Make the wrong decision. What is that?
So suspect 4, that's what she is. About B, 596. 596.
Last
We don't have leverage, so we can't spend leverage against her. It's a free question, which just means that we're not using up one of my things for it.
Oh, because you can ask as you can go back and ask her different things later and
Mm-hmm.
stuff. So that's why getting leverage makes sense. Okay. All right, that's kind of neat. 596. Whenever I need anything, he was always there for me. To challenge turned to 172.
Okay, so now she's given us her direct answer, and now if we want to challenge her, we can. But
Well,
if we're wrong, we lose a stress,
I mean, it's a
which
complete
we don't
crapshoot.
want. Yeah, I don't want to challenge her about this. I think this is what we talk about in the way sort of our norms of playing these games, and I feel like we have no reason to challenge her.
Correct.
So
Yeah, I mean, it's a complete crapshoot.
let's not challenge her. If we get some information, we'll push her.
Yeah,
But
I
you
mean,
could
it's-
see where if you were just playing this game to explore everything, you might just
you would
challenge
just- but it's-
everything.
Yeah, that would be. Then you would just
That
be.
seems like-
Then you could just read a book instead.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing.
So let's.
So, but right now we have no reason to challenge it. I mean, there's no way that that's the full story.
I think you're right.
I mean, like, she's on this list for some reason, right? Like,
But I don't want to make her mad at me. I'd rather keep her on my good side.
This is that's like a bad society thing. Like you get like the good looking people get a pass. The rest of us get like get the shaft. We gotta
It's
like
true.
like hi, I bought this item and I have my receipt and it's broken. Can I just swap it for one that's like not broken? No. And then somebody else is like, I'm a beautiful
Or
woman. Here's
was
a-
I speeding?
Yes, exactly. Oh, was it?
This looks a bit like Lauren Bacall, maybe.
Well, maybe that might be intentional. But I mean, like, given that we know that like there's more to this story. There's no way.
But I
that
want
she's
some
not-
information before I start confronting her about saying she's lying about this guy.
But we can't go re-ask her this question, right?
We can absolutely go re-ask her and re-challenge
But
her.
we're just using our time.
The only thing you can't do is you can't challenge twice. Once you've seen both answers, you can't do it again.
There's only
just-
2 pieces of information.
That's right.
Okay.
That's
right. But in the
Unless
other
there's
vote, is
some, there could be some special rules in
Okay.
the book.
there more?
So I
I'm
could
not-
ask her about something else now. I could ask her about the list. I mean, it would make sense. Like while I'm talking to
I
her.
thought that was a better idea to begin
Well,
with.
let's do that. That was just my friend. All right. So my next one, I'm going to question her about her list. Ooh, I could search her.
Oh, I see. You
I
put 'em
could
on that
search
like
her. Could search her.
Well, here come the jokes now. Okay, you're obviously gonna do that just for no other reason than to.
I don't feel like I've got good reason to search her, but I might be.
Can
back.
people get mad if you search them? Is that a thing in the game?
These are just basic rules.
I'm asking
It's
you, like,
possible. There's no built-in rule for what happens, but
Okay.
anything could be in that book.
In your experience, is that
Only played it once, but no, I'm guessing that there's not going to be. But they could disappear. They could run away. The book could tell us to move them somewhere.
okay? Do you want to ask them? What do you want to do? You want to?
I want
search
to
her or
ask.
her?
No, I want to ask her about the list now.
Okay, what's
so
numbers up?
I'm asking suspect 4 about C781. Does seem like this would be a good
Yeah, I'm like flipping
thing to have
through
an
like
happen.
every.
Now notice, look, mystery 1. There's a card that we will be instructed to turn over at some point.
Where did you see that?
This came in the box,
Oh, I see.
so
Okay.
that's probably gonna.
That's probably the corpse.
Could be the corpse, yeah.
Yeah, because it said you can't go for.
No, these could be corpse too.
Well, that's true. 781.
Mhm.
I only see the name of one famous person on this list. That's me, by the way. I'm the famous one. Who are these other 2 nobodies?
Wow.
Who are these other 2 nobodies? I guess that's what it is. Who are these other 2 nobodies?
All right, she's a bit stuck up.
To challenge turn to 140.
Oh my God. maybe she is going to know someone else on this list. Okay, I'm going to challenge her. I think she might be lying about not knowing these people.
She was obviously lying about the first part of it. Why else would he?
Don't you think we should challenge her? Like, you sure you don't know
There's
these
no
lists?
reason to not challenge her on either of these. It seems like. I mean, like, I'm already assuming that's awful. 'Cause
But
I'm
we
assuming-
lose the stress if we're wrong.
I'm just saying, like, it's hard to see a situation when you wouldn't challenge them. That's the problem.
Well, because there's a cost to being wrong. We have
I know,
to
but I'm
pretend
saying
that
it's
there's a
hard.
cost.
I get
Yes.
there's a cost. I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is it's hard to, like, so far. Why would you believe everybody at face value? So far, this woman has given us nothing. These are the only 2 or 3
Well, there
things.
might be times when we have information that so we know they're lying. Right now, we're not.
If you
so,
know they're lying, you already know probably what they're going to say.
Well, yeah, maybe.
So far, it seems like there's no
how do you
reason-
think we play it? Should we play it where we don't challenge someone if we don't have
No, I'm
reason
just
to
telling
believe
you
it?
that.
I know,
like,
I know. I hear
not
what you're
know-
saying.
You have played.
I
You
hear
have
what
the
you're
benefit
saying.
of having played this game.
I know,
before.
but I don't not like this. But I'm saying I think maybe would make sense for us to set a standard for ourselves. Do we want to not challenge
So-
people if we don't have information that they're lying?
I don't. That's the problem. Is that I don't know.
Yeah.
Will we ever
I
get a
don't
point
know.
where we
I
have
don't know.
information that we're lying,
I
or
don't
is this a complete crapshoot
I don't know.
to ask her?
I kind of like. It's kind of fun to think about not challenging people until we have reason
Well,
to
will we
challenge
ever
them.
not have reason? So it does seem like we have. I mean, she's on a list with 2 other people. I mean,
There has to be
it's
some
like where
connection.
there's smoke, there's fire.
There has to be some
There has
connection.
to be a connection.
Yeah.
Now, if she doesn't know, if there's no connection, and we lose this, and that's the truth, well, that's a valuable piece of information. Am I right?
Yes, I agree.
So I actually think that in this case, it's hard to. I mean, again, it just these 2 situations now. It's hard to see why you.
All right, let's challenge her.
Okay, so that
So
was
remember, if
781.
we're right, we're going to get leverage over her.
and if we're wrong, then we
Then we'll
lose
lose
the
the stress. 781.
To challenge turn to 140.
Okay, here we go.
Now we'll see if this is.
So we're saying, I don't believe you, lady.
Are you questioning whether I'm famous or whether I know who those men are? Crimson is clearly unhappy with your line of questionings. I told you the truth already. I have no clue who these nobodies are. Gain of stress. Okay, so, I mean,
I mean, that's useful information.
that is well. That was the point, right? So if that's the truth, now we can accept that the game is telling us that that's the truth.
Correct.
She doesn't know them, and
She
that
really
has
doesn't know them.
value. Otherwise, it probably wasn't worth doing that. But now we know that that's a very valuable piece of information. She doesn't know who these people are.
Right.
Okay, so
So I moved. I got a free question.
yeah, actually ask a question.
We searched the location.
No,
Why is this down there then?
I don't know. I don't think you searched it. No.
We
Oh, you did.
look
You
up,
knocked
yeah.
on the. You knocked on the door.
I
right?
knocked on the door.
Hold on. What was the
I
searching thing?
moved. Yeah, it was there.
You knocked on the door.
I
That's what
knocked
led
on
her
the
to come out.
door. Then she gave us a free question. Then I used a question. So I actually only have 1 action left. I could question her about
Oh,
something,
you move question search. Yeah.
or I could move to that
I
location.
mean, do you want to? I mean,
I'm not going to ask her about our newspaper.
you could ask her about that, and she might tell you what she knows about her boyfriend. But I mean, it doesn't seem. You asked her about this murder. I mean, she's gonna say no. She's
Yeah,
gonna
she
say
has
what
no
murder,
idea.
and then we're gonna be left with do we brace her?
I think
again?
I just moved to 7.
I agree.
All right, if you could move me to 7.
Okay,
All
that's
right.
it. Move the day
Day
down.
2.
That's it.
That's it.
Wow, this is actually very simple.
Yeah, rules are.
Rules are a breeze in this one anyway. I'm guessing it's much more complicated
Just-
when they have the chisel and whatnot.
It's not that much more complicated. The only thing the chisel does is it decides what answer to give people,
They, that it.
and then the people decide whether you gave them the good one or the bad one.
Okay. So are we starting with me again?
Yep. So reset. We're
Okay, I'm gonna search L.A. General,
okay.
which I'm guessing is gonna result in me finding this.
I'll take the
person.
sleuth book. If you look up and tell me what number to look up.
54. 44.
44. The orderly you speak with appears to be Stone. Yeah, I know Caravaggio. He'd steal drugs from the pharmacy for that famous movie lady. What's her name? Becky Sampson or Linda Mason or something like that. She does more
Wait, he seems stoned or stone?
stoned.
Oh, okay.
She does more drugs than me, if you can believe it. Look at F.
So this guy is at the hospital?
40.
Vixie Crimson is a drug addict. Okay.
So 44 was the hospital. How did we LA General. Oh, that was where
That's where-
the psychiatrist
Yeah.
that she's dating And
Who
so
was this
he
we
gets her
just
drugs.
Went up and talked to some random stoner.
We just found an orderly, gave him
Orderly?
some money.
Okay, well that makes sense.
And that was information about Caravaggio, who we don't have a card for.
Yeah, I kind of expected that he would pop out here.
Mhm,
But what does
yeah.
it say? You can. Does it?
We
you
have to
can't- you
find
can't
him. We don't
challenge
know
or
where he
anything.
is. No, sorry, there's no challenge. In
That's
any
how you
of the
work.
searches, there's never a challenge. But we did get information that she's a drug addict. So that would be, this is a perfect example of, it would have been better to have this before I talked to her, so I could challenge her, so I could ask her about being a drug addict.
Yeah, I wish you could kind of bank a couple of actions.
Yeah.
I'm really loving that banking actions,
Mhm.
and that's been in a
All
couple
right.
of 2 games.
What are you doing next?
So let's just discuss this for a moment. So she's getting her drugs from the psychiatrist, Caravaggio, right? The tall drink of water, right? So I was saying, well, he's not her drug dealer,
Correct.
right? But could he be a blackmailer? Could he have gotten this information about Vicky Crimson? And
It's fascinating that she
You're
doesn't
gone.
know any connections between them.
well, so she
She's
says.
not dead. No, so she's admitted the truth. She's when we see that second
Yeah,
thing,
right.
we know
There's
the
no- she doesn't
truth.
know, okay, but these could be other people that are being supplied drugs.
Well, that would be a great thing to look for. Like if those people are getting drugs from this guy, that would be very interesting. It's quite possible that the murdered person is the drug dealer, Caravaggio, the psychiatrist.
That's good. Well, there's only it's like a movie where there's like 3 characters. Who could the killer be? Well, probably the one person. Yeah. Okay, so at this point, I mean, none of these. There's nobody. There's only 2 people to question. So maybe it's time to come here and then go and talk to him.
So you search.
Do you think
this
that we went about
location.
this wrong? That we should have gone and talked to him first?
No, I think this is interesting.
Okay, so if I go
Because
1,
now when you
2,
talk to him, you can
that's-
ask him about this.
that's
You
true.
could ask him about her, where
Yeah,
you couldn't
that's
do
true.
that
Okay.
before.
So 1, 2, right, and then I could go. Wait, and I'll search that for my last.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm doing that.
You searched. You moved, and now your last action. You're searching.
Search,
Okay.
So it's 30. Wait, was it 31? Let me just make sure. Because
Yeah, it was 31.
31, yeah.
All right, you want to look? Tell me what number to look up.
1058. Didn't it give us a list of the? Oh, at the bottom. 31. Yeah.
1058 says. You toss Damien's offices looking for any shred of evidence that might point you in the right direction. All you come up with a magazine on his desk with a handwritten note tucked inside. Look at H. The handwritten note in Damien's magazine.
So if this were the other one, you would look at this secretly and put it back.
That's right. In the competitive version, you would look at that secretly. The person who's seen it.
Is that your secret way of secretly looking at things? That's your. I like that.
And only one person would see it, and then sometimes they would keep that evidence, and someone would have to go
would
get
you be
it.
able to put something there?
That's right. You put something there that said this
you-
person saw it.
Los Angeles' newest chief psychiatrist. Lincoln Caravaggio becomes the new chief psychiatrist at LA General 54. Narrowly edges out Damien Christmas and Albert Rubenstein for the highly respected position. Very interesting. Lincoln 345 San Pedro's Boulevard. That's the note.
Yeah.
So that's Lincoln's address. So can we go to 345 San Pedro?
Who's Lincoln?
That's Lincoln Caravaggio becomes
Oh.
the new chief psychiatrist.
Okay.
I think you're right. That's going to be the dead
Yeah.
body. Okay, article from the American Journal of Psychiatry. Handwritten note tucked in with the article reads Lincoln 345 San Pedro Boulevard 91.
91.
Somewhere around here. Here.
Okay.
Found at Damien Christmas's office 31.
Okay. So that
Okay,
may be the
so-
dead body.
That looks interesting. Okay,
Okay, that's your 4?
I'm done.
I think I'm going to go
You
here.
gotta put a blue here, please.
Oh, you
Or maybe hand me a few of those. Or something. Maybe not. I'll keep a couple on my side.
You want some reds too?
Those are not red, but that's pink. I have pink on my side.
Oh, these are red, but they're not the ones you've been using. Okay, so I'm going to move here for 1, and then move here for 2.
Wait. Did you look here? 7?
Surely that's... Oh, no, I didn't look there yet. Okay, good. Sorry. Thanks. Search location 7. Here, take this.
I switched the colors.
Location 7 is 264. 264.
It's terrifying how clean. This is the second time we've seen it. It's terrifying how clean Damien's house is, which makes a strange statue laying in the middle of the kitchen floor stick out like a sore thumb. Look at Jay. I think we're finding some kind of murder weapon. It's a setup, I tell you, a setup.
It's the bust of Saint Christina the Astonishing.
Is this
A
some kind of
bust
bust?
of
Yes,
a
Miss Graham.
praying woman, heavy yet small enough to be carried. An inscription is carved into the base: Saint Christina the Astonishing. And it tells us where we found it. Okay.
Well, that's a
I
potential
mean, I don't
murder.
see any blood on it, but it's small enough to keep in your pocket and hit someone over the head
Oh,
with.
look, it's got the Shining carpet. Look,
Uh-huh.
that's the carpet from The Shining. It looks like.
Is it, or is it
It looks
just a
very
little bit
similar. It's not the same, but it's okay.
Okay,
Okay,
so
that's one to search.
okay, now I'm going to move over to the Stag and Bull, which is a mob hangout, and then I'm going to move over to 91.
That's it.
And now I get
Oh,
to
move,
look
search, look. Yeah.
at 91.
Okay. Let's
So
have a-
91 is 100. Number 100.
The door to Caravaggio's house is open.
Uh-huh.
As soon as you step inside, you see his body, the face and messy pulp of flesh and bone.
Whoa.
Laying next to him in the foyer is a truncheon covered in blood.
Oh.
Place the crime scene marker at 91.
Okay, so we found the crime scene.
Look at the mystery card 1,
Oh, that's what we thought.
K.
Also K, huh?
Replace case card A with mystery card 1.
I see. So the information
can
about
ask
the
about it,
murder is now
should take
there's
this
his
out.
body. Okay. The body was found lying just inside its front door. His skull has been caved in, and his face is a bloody and barely recognizable mess. Wow, someone just pulverized his face. And then K was the
Do we
truncheon.
know it's him, though?
That's a
it's-
good
if
point.
it's
That's a
unrecognizable?
good point. And now look at this. It's got something written on it.
Wait, can you see it? I know you have more trouble.
Crimson Island.
Terminal Island.
Terminal Island? Huh. Terminal Island Federal Prison.
Yeah,
look.
Officer guard with carry. Okay, so let's.
What's Officer Guard carry? Where do you see that?
The kind of weapon an officer or
uh-huh.
guard would carry. The end is coated with, in dried blood, the words Terminal Island 88. Okay, well, it told us.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Are stenciled on the side, and because you like the idea of that.
Yeah, no, I like us finding it
I
rather
agree
than
with
it telling us.
We'll put that next to the Shining thing. Can you straighten that?
Okay.
My OCD is like better straighten that. Okay, so
And
we
that's
can't
my 4 actions.
ask
We're
many
here,
questions.
by the way. Sorry, that got knocked off. So now it's day 10, and you're going to reset.
Okay, and I would continue to go.
All right, shall we talk about this for a second? So we found the body, but as you point out, this
We don't have
is before DNA. His face is all smashed in. We're not
Yeah.
sure it's him.
Okay, so far the motive, we have 2 developing motives, right? She's getting drugs from him.
Mm-hmm.
It could be that she doesn't want anybody to know that. Like,
You don't kill your drug dealer.
I'm just saying, like, in this time period,
Mm-hmm.
right? You could see where like you didn't want secrets to get out. She might. I'm just saying it's a motive. I'm not telling it's a good
Okay.
good motive.
Uh-huh.
I'm just trying to. I like to take a
Uh-huh.
list of the possibilities. He has a motive of wanting that job, right?
Oh,
that's-
wait, what? No, he's not. He's not up for running for that job. Who? Some other people were.
Narrowly edges out Damien Christmas and Albert Rubenstein
Oh
for the
my
highly
god!
respected
I
position.
completely missed that.
Okay, so there's 2 people that wanted that job.
Okay.
Too bad this isn't a competitive game. So now we have 2 people that are trying to get. We're getting the same job. So he's got, a
He
couple
does
of
have a
things.
motive now. He does have a motive now.
But how is it connected to this Terminal Island thing? So my
Yeah, good
wondering is
question.
if Carter Collins and John Maxwell are going to be somebody at this. This.
It's intriguing.
Okay, so I think so. I've done this. I'm all the way up here, so it could be worthwhile to go talk to. I don't know how much information you get about this and how much is it a crapshoot. Like, and we're going to get more information about these things, and I'm going to be able to say, "Hey, Damien Christmas, what's this?" Or is it better just to keep gathering information?
No, I think it's time to talk to him. We can ask him about this guy, this woman, the truncheon, the job.
I mean,
There's plenty to ask
we
him
can't.
about now.
It's always me going first. Is that the case, or do
I
we
don't
decide?
think it really matters.
'Cause,
But
I mean,
yes,
I'd
we're
rather-
supposed to alternate.
Yeah, I'd rather you go down here first, and take your complete turn. Is that I don't know. Is that Is
You want me to tell you what the game says? But it's so
what
so
does it say?
fuzzy. I mean, the game has us alternating turns
okay, so forever doesn't matter.
forever.
Even though we start a new round.
I believe. Yes, although again, it's so
Vague.
not important. At the end of the day, play proceeds clockwise with the player to the left becoming the active player. Pass the sleuth card. Oh, wait a second. Maybe.
So have we eaten through more days than we think? Is
I
that
wonder. It says,
Mm-hmm.
when questions are asked, the player to the right will consult the active player. She's
Mm-hmm.
given the sleuth card. Questions are asked, the player to the right will consult the card. At the end of the day, play proceeds clockwise with the player to the left becoming the active player. So yes.
So there is a penalty for taking two people.
So maybe you do still get the same number of days.
Yeah, seems that way.
Okay, so we did, you and I went, and we're here.
Mm-hmm.
So it's you and I went, and we're here.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yikes.
We have chewed up a lot of time.
Well, that changes things, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, I don't know how much information you can go gather up, right?
So it's still your turn.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to go to him and talk to him. Judging that we now have elapsed 4 of our days, right? 30% of our time has moved.
Wow, okay.
I mean, I'm just not quite sure. Okay, so I'm going to move to him.
I'm glad we looked that up.
I mean, so now at this point, I mean, it still seems compelling to ask him this. What's the most compelling thing? To ask him about the list, to ask him about her.
Is he going to talk at all? That's the real question.
I mean, I could ask him about this. I mean, asking about the victim is probably.
You could ask him about the thing in his room. You could ask him about the victim.
I mean, all of it seems compelling. It just this is the so far in this game, I felt like
Anything could be.
I don't have any reason to do anything over anything else, right? I'm gonna ask him about the
This
girl.
seems very compelling.
Well, I would love it if you would have been able to go there
I
first.
will. Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's talk to Vicky Crimson, or let's talk to
About-
him about Vicky Crimson.
Who's
Right?
not going to want to talk about her?
I mean, let's hope that we come up with something there.
Okay, so you got to tell me what you want to.
Well, you have the thing. So this is Damien Christmas, and we want to ask him about L, which is 354. 354, where are you?
3.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Okay, do you have
So
leverage
this
on
is
him?
Mystery 1.
Uh-huh.
What is that? Does that mean this thing?
Yes, but it said to replace it. It's kind of
Yeah.
weird.
So I mean, I
It
think
told us to replace
yeah,
it.
we definitely would ask about this though
Yeah.
instead. Okay.
But
So
it's weird why it told us to put it on the A slot if it's not A. Okay, I haven't looked it up. I haven't read it yet.
well, I can ask him multiple questions.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask him about Vicky Crimson. L.
Okay, so tell me again the number.
354.
354. And you don't have leverage to use, so you don't have to make
You
a
can't get
decision.
any leverage on him anyway. So
Oh, yeah. Vicky told me that she had found Lincoln's body at his house. 91. She was high when she found him. Did you know that she has a drug problem?
yes.
Look at F.
I already looked at that.
Which we already... So he is talking,
Mm-hmm.
and he says she found his body.
Read it again, please.
Vicky told me that she had found Lincoln's body at his house, 91.
Okay.
She was high when she found him. Did you know she has a drug problem?
Okay. So if
And then we can challenge it.
if he's telling the truth, okay, she found the body. That means, well, I mean, he's essentially saying that he knows that the guy is dead because she found the body,
Right.
right? But it's convenient for her to be high and find the body, right? Like, oh, you could maybe more easily suggest it to her to go there and look at the body, right? Like if you were the person.
Now, this is film noir, 1940s. It wouldn't be crazy for her to like convince him, you take the fall, I'll hook up with you when you get out of jail, take the fall for me. Like, is he...
Well, he's very well to do. I mean, like, he owns several houses. He's obviously quite wealthy. Does he really need to take the murder rap for this starlet?
That's a good point.
I mean, I
A
don't think he
rich
needs to do
person's
that.
not going to take a fall.
But he also lost his job he lost in the competition for that job for the
Right.
psychiatrist, which seems weird also, by the way.
Yes.
Right? Like he's very, very wealthy, and now he wants to work at a general hospital as a
It is
psychiatrist.
weird. Like maybe he's mobbed up.
I
Why
mean,
does
he's
he have
gotta
so much
be.
money?
How else would I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Why does he have so much money?
Like I don't think like you've got multiple houses if you're a psychiatrist at a general practitioner.
Yeah.
Like maybe if well, it didn't say he was a. Oh, this is to the stars. What was it? It was something like this.
Chief psychiatrist.
This is the news
That's
article.
the job he lost. But why would he have this guy's address? Why would he have? I think you should ask him why he's got this guy's address.
What do you mean? How?
Like this guy, that's his handwritten. He wrote down this guy's address.
Okay, I'm going to
Like
tell you
why
exactly
does
why.
he have that? Why is
Because if he's going to say what his story was, is that she called him
Mhm.
and said, "I found this body. It's at this address. Come see it." He goes
Okay.
to the thing, right? We can't challenge him on that, really, because it makes sense, and we don't need to ask him about it because of that, right?
we can still challenge him? We just don't get leverage on him.
No, I'm
I'm-
just saying
you're
we
saying
can't
we
challenge
don't
because
have-
like because
yeah.
the story checks out. It would be
Uh-huh.
foolish to challenge him. We have. It's like saying, "Well, I think this is what happened, so I'm gonna do. I'm gonna." Right? It's like it's.
Or another way to look at it is like we might think he was the murderer. He's got the address, but now he's told us why he has it. It's reasonable
So the
that
ol-
she really did tell him that.
Okay. So, to me, like, I guess I want to know who the other people are on the list.
All right, you want to ask him about his list?
I mean, I guess I don't mind standing here talking to him a bunch.
okay.
416. Is that okay?
Yeah. 416. They are my favorite patients. John regularly drinks at McCreary's Pub, 43.
Hold
Vicky-
on a second. Should I be writing? I mean, how am I keeping track of this information?
Well, it's a good point. that
Sorry, I asked him
we
two
kind of
questions.
have to write this down because we
Okay.
don't get cards for this. So John
43 is the pub for John Maxwell.
McCreary or John Maxwell, yes.
Okay.
Vicky is always living wild at the Riviera Club, number 76. So Vicky likes to hang out at 76, which is
These are my cues. You have your own whole supply over there. You're taking my supply? You had to reach all the way over here to take my supply?
76.
Let's see, these are here.
Oh, that's a mobbed up club.
Okay.
And Carter loves the dim sum in Chinatown,
Did I-
52.
Did I move to him this turn?
I don't remember. Yeah,
I
you
think I
probably did.
Yeah, okay.
So 52 in Chinatown is where Carter hangs out. There's 51. I just saw Chinatown somewhere.
Riviera was. Hold on.
Riviera is her. She likes to go there.
Who does?
The Vicky.
Oh, so we might have found her there.
Well, she's in her thing.
I'm just telling you, she.
Oh
might have
yeah,
also
when we
found
go
her.
there, we might find her there too.
Okay, Riviera was where we can also find Vicky.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like a lot of ways to open up the same information.
It's possible. It's possible.
what was the
where
last
was
one?
Chinatown? 52. Oh, 52 in Chinatown. Chinatown is where Carter loves to eat. So these are his patients. Okay,
These are his favorite patients.
his
so
favorite patients.
that's what we got out of letter C.
So it does, like, as an investigation, it would make sense if, like, 3 patients, they're drug addicts, one of them killed him.
Why? I mean, why does he have a? I mean, I don't like. Let me ask you a question right now.
Mhm.
Do you have a piece of paper on you that says Greg Olheiser?
No.
Favorite people to game with? You don't have like a piece of paper that's my name. Why does this guy walking around with a piece of
Well,
paper with
that's
his
a
three
good
names on it?
question.
I think I should search him for my last action.
Could you have challenged that? What number was that? 354?
I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
I'm just saying, do you want to question
Who-
him about
who's
that? That's the list.
who's
that's,
carrying around-
Well, if you don't think it makes sense, then he's carrying around.
who's
Maybe you
carrying around
question
a
him
list
about
of their
it.
favorite patients?
So what number was that?
First of all, if they're your favorite patients, you probably remember that already.
So maybe you should challenge him
I'm
on
going
it.
to challenge him. That
Okay,
sounds
so
nice.
but what number
I
was
mean, would
that?
you agree with that?
I agree that it's weird that he has. Yes, I agree that wouldn't make sense.
416.
That's
what
what
we
I
looked
looked up. 416. No, that can't be right. Or
Uh,
maybe it was
416.
416.
Damien Christmas, C, 416, yeah.
Oh yes. Okay. Now, do you want to challenge him? Is that enough information to go on, detective? He says.
Okay.
So I guess no. I think we
I
should
guess that's
challenge him.
no. Okay, so maybe this is a subtle way of...
1:10:35.
Don't challenge him then.
Yeah, you're challenging him, right?
No, I mean, well, is that enough to go on? Well, maybe he's just trying to get us to go and look at this stuff.
I think you
What if he's
should
trying to get us to
challenge
solve
him.
it?
You should challenge him. He's like goading you. He's like, is that enough information for you?
Well, hold on a
Smart
second.
Alec?
He shows up with a piece of paper that has these 3 names on it,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Uh-huh.
like he doesn't say anything about anything. So maybe he wants us to figure out on our own who's the killer.
You know,
So he's now
okay.
given us 3 locations, right?
Yes, he has.
So I don't know. I kind of am feeling like maybe that's what he wants us to know. I mean, this is for coffee only.
It's the
This
whiskey
basic.
you pour in the coffee.
Yeah, that's right.
Right? Uh-huh.
I mean, the only thing is that we've, this is, if we get 3 of these, it's 4 less actions. We have to solve this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So far, it seems very happenstance.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think
That last part when he says, "Is that enough information to go on?" makes me feel like he's goading us to challenge him. This is like what we say about how like we're testing the waters. Like we challenge him once, let's get a feel for whether we should
well,
be
we
challenging
challenged her on something that seemed
Yeah.
more, but that had a the reverse effect was why we did it, was to figure it out. But he's given us quite a lot of
him.
information.
Yes, he has.
I feel like it only makes sense. Like
No,
it's,
but-
it's completely absurd for him to have the piece of paper in his pocket with this.
If you're right that he's like trying to help us solve it, then it makes sense to push him and get him to give us a little more. Like, no, give us a little more.
I want to err on the side of not asking.
Okay, that's fine. We can always
I
go
mean,
back.
it seems absurd. Like,
can
why
always
would
go
he
back.
have this? It makes absolutely no sense.
They suggest that when you question someone about something and you challenge, you make a note so that you know you've seen
Okay.
both things, and
Okay.
so you can't challenge twice.
Okay. So
I'm glad we looked up that rule about when 2 players play. I'm
Yeah, there's a
sorry I got
huge
that one
difference.
wrong. I'll make a little note
Yeah.
about that.
Okay. So can.
So what have you got? You want to ask him about something else?
Well,
Or
I
you
mean,
want to leave here? Look, here's Chinatown. You could go there next time.
yeah. I mean, the thing is, like staying here. If I searched him or asked him another question, if you found some information I wanted to talk to him about, that would be quite useful, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if I move away and have to move back again, that's not so good, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, we know we're going to want to go here, and that would take me, like it would be good to get that information. I think we're going to have to get the most information about all these people, right? So I think
Unless we're going to find one of these people is also dead, or one of these people has left town and can't be found.
I have no idea how much information. So far, it seems everything seems
Uh-huh.
completely
Well,
up
I
in
mean,
the air.
let's trace down our leads. We've got leads.
I'm going to go to Chinatown.
You don't want to search him, and you don't want to ask him about the guy who's dead. I mean, asking him about the guy who's dead seems like a pretty compelling thing.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Okay, yeah, let's ask him. About
Okay, so it's mystery.
I mean, it's
one.
hard to see. At this point, it just seems like everything is just as compelling as everything else. I
Which
don't
is
really
not not an unreasonable thing to expect in a case. Then in the beginning, everything seems compelling until you whittle it down. So we have to put in the work.
30% what?
No, we have to put in the work.
Okay, so
All right, so
I'll
you're gonna
ask
ask
him
him
about.
about mystery 1 215.
Yeah, thank you. I was gonna say the wrong thing, so thank you for remembering that mystery one.
Well, it is weird that it has it put us on A, but we still 215. Oh, it's all coming back. Vicky came to me and said that Lincoln was dead. I went to his house and found his body there. Oh, the horror! I truly don't know who killed him. And then to challenge him, we could turn to a number, but we have no reason. That sounds weird, though. Oh, it's all coming back. Vicky came to. They're all drug users. Is that what it is? Are they a bunch of morphine addicts?
So, is it that he was in shock? He shows up at the police station and he was in shock, right?
Yeah. Why is he?
And he was like, he wasn't, because it says, let's look at this again.
Yeah.
2:30 a.m. The shrink to the stars, that's Damon Christmas, the shrinks to the stars, walks into the Glendale station, his hands and clothes covered in blood, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dripping with the stuff. He said 4 words to the desk horse. There's been a murder. Then he clamped his pristine pearly white shot. Looked like his card bag. So here's the other thing too, like,
Now
the
he's
murder is
talking-
here.
Right.
There's a police station here. There's a police station here. Why does he go to this police station? Does this come into this game, this kind of figuring?
It could. It very well could, for all we know. I don't know.
I mean,
And he's clamped up and shut up, and now, but he's happily talking to us about
what
all
were
this
his
stuff.
3 houses?
There was 1 in 7, 1 in 31, and 1 in 60. 60, 31, and 7, I believe. Or I'm not sure. Yeah, I think 7.
So, okay, so she calls him.
Although I don't remember what 43 was.
She calls him and she trusts him,
Right.
right?
She calls him at this house.
Oh yeah.
She
Which,
calls him at his office, 31.
okay. So she calls him at 31. She says, "There's been a murder," right? Which she could call her psychiatrist. He's a psychiatrist at the Stars, right? But she's dating this other guy who she's getting drugs from, right?
That's the guy. She's not. Is she dating him, or he prescribed drugs to her? We don't know if she's dating him, do we?
She's. I mean, this thing seems to suggest that
Oh yeah, you're
it's
right.
on her arm, right?
Okay.
Okay. So she's dating the victim, right? She goes to his house for, intimate reasons or whatever, and or to get drugs or both, right? Finds him dead, right? Or she killed him, obviously.
She says, right?
Okay. So what do? You call your psychiatrist, which is your psychiatrist of the Stars, right? He's a psychiatrist of the Stars. So she calls him. I don't know what to do. What should I do? Right? He comes in, finds the body. He's in shock. This is like the innocent way of looking at it, right? Like, okay. He goes, it's not unreasonable to see him come. So he comes down from here,
What?
but then he goes all the way back up and goes to this police station.
What? And walks in there with his eye with
In
smug and sits in a thing silent? No, that makes no sense. Like up to the part where she calls him. She's like, "Fix this. I'm helpless."
So we should brace him on this.
You want to ask?
Because it doesn't make any sense for the sequence of events doesn't make any sense. I would kind of wish we had. It was a better way. I should have been writing these down better or something. Because like, it would be nice to know. Like what she said before.
I think we should start writing down like the numbers we look up in order, so that we
So-
could all back up to them.
So essentially, she's basically like, nothing's wrong.
She hasn't told us anything. She hasn't admitted she saw the body. Nothing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's like nothing.
We haven't talked to her about it though. We should also
What
be
do we
keeping
ask her?
track of like who we ask about what.
That's
like
the
when we
distance.
yeah.
Okay, let's try to back up for a
Okay.
second.
Okay.
Let's before we get too much farther. It shouldn't be that hard because we've only talked to 2 people,
Right.
right? Okay.
So we asked
Hold
her.
on, we're on him. So he said that these were his favorite patients. We talked to him about him, which was,
Which was A, I guess, because there's no mystery
M1.
one.
and that he said that it was his, that she called him,
Right.
right?
Mm-hmm.
That he was murdered. Can you read it again?
This one we just looked up. It was 2:15. Oh, it's all coming back. Vicky came to me and said that Lincoln was dead.
Okay,
Vicky
that's a lie
came to
because he
me.
wrote down something on this thing, right?
Vicky came to me and said that Lincoln was dead. I went to his house and found his body there. Oh, the horror. I truly don't know who killed him.
Okay, can you read real fast back? We can relook at stuff, right? Let's go back real
Sure.
fast and look at where we found that in house, 31.
This we found in 31, yeah.
Is this where
His
you were?
office,
Did you leave off
31.
on here? I just not.
Yes, I was right here.
Okay. The office is 31. So can you go back to 1058 again?
I don't know if part of the game is supposed to be we're supposed to remember and take notes, but
1058. Well, we're just getting
you
known.
toss
as a-
Damien's office looking for any shred of evidence that might point you in the right direction. All you come up with is a magazine on his desk with a handwritten note tucked inside. That's how we discovered H.
Okay, so here's something to be noted, by the way.
Everything's
Hold on.
immaculate,
This
too.
is a huge difference.
Okay.
Okay, so if she came to him, right, and said, "Hey, there's been this murder," right, like, hysterical, like I was on drugs, I showed up, there's a dead body, you know, can you do something about it? He comes down here, finds the body, whatever, right? Like, does she go with him? Do they drive together? Where did he leave her? Right? You could imagine a more likely scenario.
Well, why is this note in here? Like,
Right,
if she
that's-
called him,
okay,
he
you're
would
jumping
be
ahead of
taking
me
with
on-
him.
Right. She would have said to him, the more likely scenario is that she would have called him in hysterics, and you would find this note of the address would be next to the phone, or it would
Or
be
on
on his
his person.
right? Okay, so if that's the case, why is this like note tucked in here. You see that this is in with this magazine article. So in other words, he reads the magazine article, right? He's angry.
He's angry at this guy.
Yeah, he writes down his address, tucks it in there.
In fact, like maybe the article mentions this guy's address, and so he copied it down so that he could go track him down or something.
So I think that I think we should brace him on this.
Okay.
Do you think so? I mean, he is lying about the situation. These events do not make sense.
I'm not sure, but it does seem like a reasonable. He's the way he's answering is weird. Oh, the horror! I truly don't know what killed him. All right, so we're gonna brace him. Gonna challenge him. 9:50.
I mean, we know he's lying about these events. That doesn't make any sense. Like,
something
right.
doesn't make sense. Okay, I understand you don't trust me, detective,
Gain of stress.
but I'm telling you the truth. I found Lincoln's body. He shrugs his shoulder nonchalantly, but I have no idea who killed him. Gain of stress. So this guy is sort of telling the truth. It's almost like there's some drug stuff going on. Do you think this is going to be another Chronicles of another detective thing where there's some drug control? All right. Well, there's one big mystery here that it's pointing us right towards.
Wait, so I moved to him. I asked him about M1. I asked him about the favorite patients.
Right.
I asked him about Vicky Crimson, right?
You did?
Yeah, remember he
And he
said
gave
that
us-
she's on drugs. Don't you know that? Remember?
Right.
What is she, L?
She's L. Yep. You moved. You asked him about the list,
Okay, so I'm done.
the guy, and the thing. That's 4. Okay. All right. Well.
Oh, let's just try to back up. When we talked to her, we had this article, this.
We asked her
Yes.
about the list. We asked her about C. We asked Vicky about C.
And she just said,
She
don't know.
said don't know.
Which
And
we
braced. So make a asterisk there, and make an asterisk
yeah.
about that one there.
Thank you.
That because
Good.
we challenged them both
Good point.
incorrectly.
Okay. I mean, his sequence of events it doesn't make any sense.
Well, yeah, the whole thing about him showing up doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Well, let's keep going.
Okay, well, I'm going to travel to Terminal Island for one action.
Why don't you give me your thing and we'll do the same thing because this keeps happening.
What do you mean, give me your...
Give me your cube and I'll give you my cubes when I move around. So because we both keep saying, wait, what did I do?
I see. You're good. I see. Okay, I get it. Okay, and now I'm going to search in Terminal Island Federal Prison,
Okay. So
which
that's
is 88,
okay.
which
so,
is number... You need to look up number...
Oh, we're showing if
920.
we've searched the place.
Correct, which now we have.
Okay, I will do this.
920.
What is it? 928?
920.
920. I love these cubes. God damn. The prison guard lets you into Carter Collins' office. His feet are up on his desk and he's looking at a girly magazine. So what can I do for you, LA's finest, this crisp, sunny day? Look at G and place Collins standee at 88.
Okay, so Collins, who's the third one on the list, who's also a patient, is the prison warden. Nervous and seems to lack confidence, not the demeanor expected of a prison warden. So how did he get the job? Okay, and we need his standee.
You may ask him one free question. He's suspect number 3. Well, it's not looking too good for him since his
No, it's certainly
his
not.
nightstick is at the crime scene.
Certainly not, but boy, that's a little too pat, that a nightstick with the label of the prison. Okay, well, I think the thing
Carter
that there is a
Collins.
natural thing to ask him about. The truncheon,
nightstick.
yeah.
Obviously, but he's gonna.
What
this is the-
suspect number is he? 3?
Yeah. The problem here, though, is that I can tell you who the second suspect is going to be. It's going to be John Maxwell.
Yep.
Okay, so the thing about this situation is it's like you're compelled to ask him about the truncheon, but like at the same time, like, what is he going to say? He's going to say it's stolen or what? I mean,
Well, let's find out. What
I mean,
he
you
says.
have to ask him about it, but it's almost so stupid because like.
Well, okay, so 88, we did that, and now I'm gonna talk. He's suspect 3. Sorry, I know you said that right. Suspect 3. I'm gonna ask him about K, which is 767. And here's another cube of mine. 767.
You moved there. You asked, and you asked him.
I moved, searched, and asked.
Yes, yeah. Of course I know what a truncheon is, you dunce. I run a prison, for crying out loud. So what if it's one of ours? You know how many of those batons we have. I don't keep track of them all. I mean, it's
Well, I think
this
we
is
gotta
this is
challenge
one of
him.
the things that like every single time there's like a pile of reasons where we would ask him. Now, if somebody planted this, why would you leave that as your murder weapon?
It's got to be a plant on
It's
purpose.
got to be a plant. In which case, you wouldn't brace him, right?
But he still could be lying about. Do they really not keep track of him? Maybe they don't.
Okay, so this is every single time we talk to somebody, it seems like it makes sense. Like for him, for Damien Christmas, it made complete sense that like his chain of events really didn't make sense. He was lying about something.
When we found this, was it an obvious plant, or was it?
They just
as
said it
long
was
as we
out of the-
carried. No, it was in the center of the room. It was
Yeah.
like nothing else there. So look, these are like being set up for us. Like this was sitting in the room alone. This is sitting there.
I mean, the thing is this is pretty clearly the murder item if it's covered in blood, right? We did find it at the murder scene, 91, yeah?
Well, you're right. I mean, why
I mean, it's
not?
covered in blood.
Why
It's at the
wouldn't
murder
it be?
scene, and
Why
the
wouldn't
way
it
he died was to be bludgeoned to death, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, but nobody is stupid enough to leave a murder weapon that points straight to them at the crime scene.
Right.
Unless
and why
you're-
is the
unless
warden,
you're on drugs.
And the warden is going to be beating someone to death with a truncheon? No.
He lacks confidence. I mean, it doesn't sound like he's like a hard case, right?
It's almost
he,
as if like someone's trying to ruin the reputation of these three people. Vicky is now information's going to come out that she's a drug addict.
Yes.
This guy's going to come out information that was he involved in this murder. Who and the person we haven't tracked down is John Maxwell. Do we know?
Where is Maxwell?
And what were we told about John Maxwell? We were told something about what he does.
He's at the pub. He's at 43. I mean, we clearly have to talk to him.
He said Chinatown. He's the
No, he's at 43. I just said.
Who likes to go to Chinatown? One of them likes to go to Chinatown.
What number is Chinatown?
52?
Carter.
Oh, this is a different way to get to Carter.
I see. So, that we found out from. We asked, what was his favorite patient list? Was that what it was, or no?
Yeah, that's his favorite patient list right there.
Is that how we figured out where these people were?
Yes, I believe that's right. Yes.
What's the number for that?
If we ask Damien about
C.
C, 416.
So that was. John regularly drinks at McCree's pub. Carter loves the dim sum in Chinatown.
Okay, so just a different way we could get
Okay,
to Carter.
so, it seems so stupid, like, that somebody, either this is the world's dumbest criminal, which would make the case really kind of easy and silly. So it seems like don't brace him on it.
Okay, let's go with this. I like the strategy of not challenging them when we have no reason to challenge them.
But if we have a reason to challenge them, we've asked them questions and they haven't come up with it either. So it seems a little bit.
All right. Well, I've got one more thing left. We could search the suspects for evidence. Search suspect for
I think
evidence.
you should search him.
Search him?
Yeah, why not? I don't know. Like, this is the thing. It's like completely happenstance. If you search him, maybe you'll find some damning piece of evidence. Or if you don't search him, maybe you find nothing. You know what I mean? Like, you have the option to search him. He had his murder weapon clearly comes from him. So, either it's definitely him or somebody's framing him. So, I don't know. Does it make sense to search
What's
your
here?
suspect?
That's where she likes to go.
So that's another place to find her.
I want to find our last suspect.
Our last suspect is 43, right? Which is here, which will take me 1, 2, and then I can do that, right? 1, 2, 3 is to search. I'll get a free question out of that, and then I can ask him one additional question. So you let me do that. Searching him could be completely irrelevant, or it could be completely everything. It seems kind of. I don't know. There's no real compelling reason to do. I mean, traveling around takes so much time. It seems like so. It'd be better just to do whatever you're gonna do. We only really essentially have 2 pieces of information to pick up. Yeah, right.
I think this guy's nothing. This Carter Collins. I just don't think he's involved in this.
Or he left it there to be like, why would I leave a thing there? Right.
He's not. He's like some. He's not a murderer with a weapon like that. Look at him.
he's like Jesse's like, look at this guy. He's like smiling, like smash, 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 smash. He's just completely like, would I do that? You know, like.
I think I should move.
Really?
I'm
You don't want to
tempted
search
to go to the Riviera Club.
What? But that's where she is.
I know. I want to meet up with her again. Ask her some more questions.
About what?
Well, or just her daily life.
Yeah.
Just want to find out how she's
How do you
doing.
have a drink with her?
I just want to find out how she's doing. Make sure she's okay.
I mean, what else can you ask him about? Could you ask him about Damien Christmas? Like, could you ask him about Vicky Crimson? Like,
I mean, have I asked him about the dead guy yet?
No.
What have I asked him
Wait,
about?
did you? What did you?
I did ask him about.
Yeah, that was the question. I didn't write that down. Man, I'm not good at taking notes.
This is hard. I mean, maybe we should have done an easier case till we got our feet, till we got our
Okay,
sea
so
legs.
this is. I'm suspecting that.
No, I asked him about the K.
Yes.
So let me ask him about the murdered guy.
Okay,
Or
hold on.
did you
This is
write-
Carter Collins, right?
Right.
Okay, he
K.
said.
I asked him and didn't challenge him.
Don't.
He said anyone could have one of those. We don't keep
Don't
track of
know.
them. All right. So I am going to ask. I'm not going to challenge him on that, even though it's a free action. That's another reason to do it. Maybe like it is a free action, other than stress.
No,
It doesn't take an action
The stress
cube.
is that we're worried about.
I know. Okay, so I'm going to ask him about the dead guy,
Okay, so
which
M1.
is it's not A. It's
M1.
M1. Yeah. Suspect. What
Mr. One.
suspect is he?
3.
3. So 1103. 1103. We're really not close to understanding the
So
motive
far it seems
or
kinda
the.
like, I don't know. I'm not sure about this. It seems kind of like there is multiple ways to get information, but it also kind of feels like, you know, are you going to challenge him? Sure. Did it work? No. Did it work? Yes. You know, it doesn't really seem necessarily like. It just kind of feels like.
Well, the similarities with L.A. Noire game are substantial. Like you're supposed to tell from their facial expression whether.
Oh, the
lying.
video game Eleanor?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I hate that. Like, what a neat idea for a game, and yet it's like he looks like he's lying. He's not. Okay. Did you ask him about the notebook? Well, that's not related to the car. Yeah, but it just spawns that answer for no real reason. It's really frustrating. There's some good things about that, but okay. When you find the guy who did that, send him my way. I'll give him a good dose of prison justice. I mean, this is so stupid because, like, should we be challenging the guy? Like, his nightstick is at the thing. I don't know how easy this game is to understand what's going on or how transparent it is. Like, is that it? We found his murder weapon and it's definitely this guy? Like, we got to know
I
some
think
more?
we should do this the way we normally play, which is we're still, even though we're 4 days in, we're still gathering our information. We don't know who to challenge and mistrust, so
not
let's
do that,
keep
yeah.
gathering our
Okay,
information.
Okay, which I'm just going to write useless.
Uh-huh.
Because nothing he just said is anything, right? Okay.
Okay, that's 4 actions for me. I'll take my things back next day.
Now it's my
It's your turn.
Okay, so I'm going to go 1. What did I say? It was 45?
43.
43? Is that what I said it was?
Yeah. I'll take 2 of your cubes.
Are you sure?
Yeah, 43 was the pub where he hangs out.
You're sure?
Yeah.
You have the card. That's kind of why I was leaving it in the middle. 95.
Nothing gets by. 95, you say?
95. Well, I'm just 43. John Maxwell pub. Yes.
Never heard of him. The bartender at McCreary's barely even looks at you. You think a priest would come into this joint? What kind of detective are you?
Ah, interesting.
No ability to challenge.
John Maxwell is a priest.
So now we've got someone who we can't locate. That's interesting.
So he's
And
our
we've
last.
got no other clues about his whereabouts.
Really?
because this guy also eats at Chinatown,
Uh-huh.
and she also goes to the Riviera, but we've got nothing more about John Maxwell. That's fishy.
He said that he likes to go down to the pub.
Is there another bar nearby? There's the Stag and... Or do we think this bartender's just lying to us?
There's no way to challenge
You
him.
can't challenge him, though.
He says he's a priest. I mean, can we go and search at like a location that like
Yeah, it does make you think, like, is there a religious... Like, that would be an interesting mechanic.
Hopsy's nightclub, Union Oil Refinery, Point Furman, Alway Harbor? Just see if you can find it. Long Beach City Hall.
Cathedral of St. Vibiana.
Oh. No?
It's in the same region.
Yeah.
I'm
think
really curious to try it. That would be the first time when we would have gone to a place.
McCarthy Memorial Christian.
That's got to be a hospital. No.
Oh, yes. McCarthy Memorial. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's in the same area, so I think that's the place to go. Yeah. You like it?
I do like it just so that we could...
Just for gaming.
Just to see if
All right,
we ever have to
55
find places.
is $7.93. I'm gonna put a this.
Okay, now this is the first truly cool part
I
where
would
we've hit
agree,
in the
yeah.
game,
Okay, so
where
these two
we
are
haven't
in.
been told about a place,
Mm-hmm.
but we found a guy who's like a priest wouldn't be here,
Yeah.
and we looked around and we found a location that the
Yeah.
game did not tell us.
I'm gonna do this like this because
Okay,
well,
it
I'll
says there's nothing here. It's just a thing.
Are you kidding me?
Yes, I'm kidding you.
You really got me there. You guys, you went through that whole song and dance, and I totally hooked, line, and sinker. Okay.
What was the
It's 55.
55?
You just looked 793.
793. Okay. A stern man, entirely made of entirely harsh angles, steps out of the confessional booth.
Hold on 1 second. So, I like that description, by the way. I made it. It's like reminds you like Frankenstein. What's the guy's name? Famous actor.
Boris Karloff.
Thank you, Boris Karloff. He's like his face is carved out of a hatchet. But one thing is now this is kind of interesting. If you're playing a competitive version of this game, you would see somebody go to the cathedral and
That's
you'd be
right.
like, "Why are they at the cathedral?"
That's right.
So
That's right.
the annoying thing is like if you went to here and then went to the cathedral, somebody would be like, "Oh, maybe I just go to the cathedral."
Yes, that's exactly.
So you kind of get penalized for having been the first one to.
A stern man made entirely of harsh angles steps out of the confessional booth. Come to confess your sins, detective? Come to confess your sins, detective. Alright, I messed it up. I'm sure I'm trying to do an Irish.
Yeah.
I was trying to
Oh,
do-
is that what you're trying to do? Okay, well you definitely failed.
I'm sure you have many, many sins to confess. Look at E and place Maxwell's standee at 55.
Okay, by the way, you would have like been like, oh, there's a piece of evidence here. I would hate that. I would be like, I just went through this extra 2 actions to go there and to do this, right? That's 2 things.
But it's a little catch-up mechanic, I guess.
Yeah. All right, so we need Father John Maxwell standee.
Yeah.
Got him? I don't know where you've got the little standees. Rigid and stuffy, yet quite at ease in declaring the black and white will of the Lord to any who will.
Yeah, here's our murderer right here. That's going to be our murderer. Okay, it says, Father John Maxwell is suspect number 2. You may ask him one free question.
Okay, so let's decide.
All right, that's going to be our murderer right there.
Do you remember when we were playing the Chronicles of Crime and you and I made so many jokes? We're like, we're going to go in here and see this woman dead. We're completely assured of that. And then we looked in the window and she's like sitting on her computer. And we're like, she's dead. She's just propped up. And then we go in, she's completely alive. We're completely wrong.
It's true.
So I'm just, that little sting of that
I constantly
is still,
think we got the whole thing wrapped up.
No, your constant thing is, what are we going to do, Jesse?
Get him to confess.
Get him to confess. That's what Jesse
I did that once.
Yeah, once of every 5
I
minutes.
would like
in
to
every game,
make her
probably.
confess, though.
All right, so let's see. We got what do you think we should ask him? So we've got this list. Well, he's a patient of his. We know that, right? That's the connection here. How is he connected to the deceased? We don't actually know.
You said he's a patient of his. Yes, that's right.
She says that she doesn't know the other 2 people, and we braced her on that. We challenged her, and that's how we got one of our stresses.
It's
So she's-
interesting that he's a favorite patient of the psychiatrist. That doesn't seem like what a priest would normally be
So
going
let's
to. A
think of it this way.
psychiatrist to the stars? That's weird.
Yeah, I mean, he could have multiple clients.
I
but-
almost feel like we just both go and meet him and just question about everything because I think he's our most likely.
I'm just trying to get a handle of this, right?
Yeah.
Like this guy is apparently a psychiatrist to the stars, but so far only one of the three are stars. But it does make sense because when we asked her who about these people, she said, "I don't know those other two people.
Right.
Are they
They don't
nobodies?"
know each other.
Okay, so she doesn't know them.
Does
right?
it? We know that she was this guy. We know that she was dating this guy.
Yeah.
What's this guy's relationship
was
to the dead
just
guy?
gonna say
Did
that.
we ask him? We did ask him about
he
it.
did. It was useless. He said, "I don't know who killed him, but if you get him, like if you find him, send him to me or whatever."
Right, but he didn't admit whether he knew him or
He
not.
didn't say any of that.
Okay.
I think it was basically like I don't know who killed him. Like it was completely useless.
Mm-hmm.
So, I see. This is the. So
I think you should ask him about the murder victim and see if he knows him. See if he admits anything about him.
so we haven't asked him anything yet. So you will notice also that like this item
Mm-hmm.
is connected to this guy.
Right.
This item is connected to this guy.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't make. It was found in this guy's house.
Mm-hmm.
Christina the Astonishing.
So
Woman. Yeah, that is.
it is a. So we only have one item left. I can just about
Yeah.
guarantee you that item is going to be the thing that connects her to the crime.
Oh, it would be interesting. Yeah, it makes
Right?
sense. Uh huh. Like if we.
I mean,
search-
that one
we
item is
didn't
bloody,
search her. That's what I gotta go search her.
Okay, so looking at things now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's look at it this way. If the truncheon is the murder weapon, which is covered in blood,
Uh-huh.
seems pretty likely, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would it make sense if he didn't kill
Mm-hmm.
the person, right? She found the body, so we know she was there, whether or not she killed her or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is ostensibly what led him there. If he didn't do it, we already braced him or whatever. That's what got our second stress, right? If she's not the murderer,
Mm-hmm.
if the truncheon is the murder weapon, which is bloody,
Mm-hmm.
then asking him about the truncheon or this guy,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like that had to come from the prison, right?
I mean, here's a theory. Someone went for confessional, left their truncheon in the confessional box.
Mm-hmm.
He picked it up and used it in the murder. That would be a good reason to ask him about it and get him to admit that he
Right.
knows
So
what
what I
that-
was trying to basically establish was like that the way to decide where else this thing came from would be to ask him about either it or Carter. So if
Well,
you ask him about,
I think I want to know his
How he
connection to the
connects it, yeah.
victim.
so what do I use so far?
You used a 1,
To travel
2,
1, 2 to 3.
3, and that was free. So you got one more.
Why do you have all 4 of my cubes then?
I don't know.
No, I must have asked some questions or something.
1, 2, and then there was nothing there. You traveled for 3. Oh, and then you investigated for 4. You searched the place.
That makes sense.
That's 4. Okay.
Okay, so
Move along to the
no,
next.
no,
one.
no, no. We're gonna ask him a question.
You're done.
You get a free question.
Oh yeah.
When you
free
discover
question.
him.
Yes.
So, what I'm trying to say, I mean, I think you and I can agree it's one or the other. It's either Carter Collins or
No, I don't agree.
No,
It's
no, I'm
either
saying-
the
I'm saying-
truncheon or that or
Really?
the victim. The victim is more important.
I'm just saying if he knows. Look, he's got 3 names written on this paper. If they really don't know each other,
I don't think they know each other.
Okay, well that makes sense. I mean, if she doesn't know them, maybe he doesn't know. Okay, then let's ask him about the truncheon.
Okay, there's your free question. Truncheon.
Are we gonna
He's suspect 2, right? You wrote down
38.
his name?
30? We're asking about the truncheon.
38.
Hold on,
Why
hold on.
would I ever need such a weapon? The Lord is my shield and strength. To challenge him, 797. Challenge.
I mean, we have to.
We have to.
Right. Okay. So let's just discuss our thought process here, because it might seem absurd.
Okay.
Okay. This is sort of like a situation of like high risk, high reward, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Because like if one of these three is the murderer. It's the most likely scenario that the blood-covered truncheon is the murder weapon, right? It's this item is gonna. It's either this item or this item, but that item could also be, like
It's
you can
also a weird
clean
thing.
the-
I mean, the truncheon is covered in blood and lying there. If it's not the murder weapon, it might as well have been.
Right,
There's no.
right.
There's
So
nothing
so
lost.
it's one of the three of them, right? So
We don't know that for sure yet. It could be
Well, it's
Damien.
one of the
it
four
could
of them,
be
that's correct.
or someone we haven't discovered yet.
that's correct.
But-
So if it's true, which we know that she doesn't know them, okay. Given that there's a million things, obviously the variables are beyond scope, right? There's too many to really name or to realistically do. So she doesn't know them. We can therefore reasonably expect that they don't know each other.
Okay, yeah. Not for certain, but
Not for certain.
it's a reasonable starting point.
So if they're all his patients, it could be that if they go to his house or his practice, right? They go to a psychiatrist, right? They talk to him for a while, and their session is over. That maybe they leave something there, something behind, right? Which could be where he found that and felt like that'll just pin it on somebody that's a guard at the institute. It's very unlikely that you would beat someone to death with something that had like the name of your job on it and leave it there, right?
Yes, he wouldn't. Yes, that's a good reason why it can't be him. He wouldn't leave his baton there.
Unless, they're all getting drugs from, this doctor or whatever. I mean, he has a motive to smear this doctor too, which is a whole other thing. But what is we don't know the motive here. So if that's the case, we don't have a motive for either of them. She has no motive either because she's getting drugs from him. Why, as you said,
Correct. We have no motive. The only person who's got a motive to kill him is this guy.
Correct. Well, here's another thing though. So he said that the priest likes to hang out at this bar, and drink at this bar, right? And the bartender said, "Oh, he doesn't like to stay here."
He's like, why would a priest be here? The bartender's just covering for him.
So, but what I'm suggesting here is like this pub could be like sort of a hub of maybe some illegal activity.
Yeah, it's not a mob
Hold on,
bar, but
but it isn't. But if this pub is like a hub of illegal activity, like maybe people go to the pub, they get some beer, and maybe they buy some drugs,
yeah, maybe.
right? So if this guy is dealing drugs to people,
Mm-hmm.
right? Maybe he's looked at as a threat, and maybe that's why he's killed.
It's possible. It's possible, but
But I mean, the
One
prison
of
is
these
also a
people-
source of selling drugs. But that would just be within the prison population, wouldn't it?
yeah, I mean, he's not being killed by mafia people. He's being killed by one of these people.
I'm just trying to put in like what could be a possible motive, right? Like the guy's selling drugs, so his competitors would want to kill him.
Yeah, but we
So-
don't have any evidence about any competitors.
to anything yet, have we?
No, you haven't asked your free question.
So I want to ask him about the truncheon, but I feel like he's gonna say no. Like I don't know what it is. And
we
if we
just
say,
did.
are you-
We did ask him about the truncheon, and he did say
No, did we?
Yes, we did.
And what did he say?
He said, "I don't know," and now we have to decide whether we want to challenge him.
Oh yeah.
Suspect 2, right? Wait, what is he? Suspect number?
Suspect 3. No,
Okay.
2. John Maxwell.
About K. 38.
Hold on,
So
hold on.
we did look that up. Yeah.
38. I wrote
Why
it here.
would I ever need such a weapon to challenge? Lord is my shield and
Yeah,
strength.
yeah.
Challenge 797. So we were in the middle of deciding to challenge him, and it seems to me like we need to.
Well, if we are wrong,
Yes, if we're wrong, we lose a day.
okay. If we're correct and he's not lying, if we can accept that as a game mechanic that he's not lying,
Right.
that's worth a number of actions because we know that's. How could that not be the murder weapon, right?
Yeah.
So then we know it would have to be one of these three.
Yeah, it almost makes me think like if he doesn't recognize it, then he probably isn't the murderer.
Although it's weird that they had this extra thing to go find him.
That's
I
from a
think-
gamey
I
perspective
think
makes
it's
me think
worthwhile.
it's him.
It's worthwhile to do it. Let's do it.
Okay, 797 we're challenging. Now this could blow the case wide open.
It's another Jesseism. Get him to confess. And
Maxwell becomes indignant. You dare to question the sovereignty and protection of the Lord over his flock? I know nothing about this stick, so be gone from here. Gain a stress.
Okay, so
He knows nothing about the stick. All right, there goes my theory that someone left the baton in his confessional.
okay, so but we can accept that as truth in the game then.
Yes.
All right, so it's not him.
It's not him with the baton.
That has well, I mean, I'm guessing eye is a third item, right? But a bloody truncheon, like, I mean, it's possible that somebody left this truncheon, but I mean, like, it perfectly matches. If it was the bust in his office, right, or whatever, like he's cleaned it off.
So a common noir trope would be, this girl calls him up. She says it's dead body. He comes. He's like, I have to protect her. She probably killed him. Let me make it look like someone else killed him.
But why would you pick
But-
one of your other favorite people? Why would you have a list of favorite people in your
Well,
pocket?
he said that list. Why he's got a list, I don't know.
It's so silly. These are my,
He could be. No, he's not lying about the list being his favorite patient, so we can
Yeah.
question him on that, right?
yeah.
All right. Well,
What you?
that was the free question.
I mean, we'll probably have to have a discussion about this, but what like you enjoy? I mean, because we both enjoy this genre, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm just wondering if this will be one of our favorites. I just want to consult my list of favorite. Yeah, Chronicles of Crime is on my list of favorite things. Why would anybody carry a list of favorite stuff in my pocket?
Oh, yeah.
Like I love, I love like these are my 3 favorite candies, Jesse. I keep this note in my pocket.
Yeah.
Makes 0 sense. That was a pretty bad joke I made with the.
Yeah, but it
Really?
is very weird. Like what? But he thinks he's telling the truth.
Okay, so we know it's.
I'd like to ask him what his connection is
it's
to
not
the
this guy.
victim.
What is? I also want to point out something. L.A. General's right next to the cathedral,
Yeah,
right? Which is
Yeah.
right where that guy works.
maybe that's how he knows the victim. We need to ask him about that victim.
All right, well, I'm done. So, did you move it down a day? I went first. I'm going on the odd ones. Yes, you moved it down.
Okay.
I mean, I'm going on the even ones. So you're on.
All right, so it's my turn.
Actually, that's a pretty easy way to tell if you're on the right.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Well, I think I gotta go. I'm gonna go see if she's at
Whoa,
the
whoa, whoa.
Riviera Club.
Well, we have 3 outlets.
What do you mean with 3 outlets?
I mean, we have 3. It's not him. If he didn't leave that truncheon there, if we can believe that.
No, we do believe it now. But,
Okay, so-
but we
so-
don't. It's probably not him. It could still be him with a different weapon, though.
I mean,
It'd be nice to know if he's connected to this.
it's.
I want to know what his connection is with the victim.
Okay, my point is that like moving around takes a huge amount of time
Uh-huh.
and resources, right?
Mhm.
So I think we can probably safely assume that that's the murder weapon, unless it's a complete plant.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the case, then what we would like to do is essentially it's like playing poker. Take a drink, like where like you were trying to put somebody on a hand and you're eliminating like the potentials, right?
Yeah.
And so if we have eliminated him as a suspect, what we'd like to do is eliminate him as a suspect. So we should try to do whatever we can to ferret out some more information from him. These are additional places to find these people. So, I mean, what's the point of that?
I don't, because we've never been to a secondary place. But I agree with you. It's probably just gonna be like they're there. But does that mean we'll get to ask them a free question just by moving there?
Well, I was thinking of that. If you went to this spot,
I get a free question. I don't
it's
even have
1,
to go. And then
2 to search,
not to. Oh yeah, to search.
and
yeah.
then you get a free question. But it's still you're using 25% of your turn up. So what I'm saying is like while you're here, it's probably useful to ask some more questions.
Well, have we asked this guy about the victim yet?
Yeah, he's like, bring me like a clue.
Oh yeah, if you find who killed him.
He doesn't know
I'll
about
lock
the
him up.
truncheon. I mean, maybe
So
ask
let's-
him about Damien
Let's
Christmas.
think about something else. We
What?
haven't ever, with any of them, done the search the person.
I think it's worth. Doesn't this sound familiar? I
What?
said you should have searched him last time.
Uh-huh.
Whoa, whoa.
Whoa, he's right.
What was that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just the monitor. Sorry, folks. The monitor, our front monitor, just went out for a second, but it's still recording. It's just the monitor. Don't know why that happened. Okay, I could search him. I'm gonna go search her.
Hold on. I'm not interested in this anymore. I want to solve the mystery of the monitor. Ask this guy about the monitor. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. See, we're here for the monitor. This guy's like, "What's a monitor?" This is 1940.
He's got monitors in his prison.
Oh, that's true. Maybe it's got TV. They probably.
I don't know. The thing is, I just don't. I mean,
Or
I
do
could
you know
ask him
there's
about Damien, but he's just gonna say, he's my doctor. I don't know what to ask him.
I mean, because
I like your idea
search
of
him.
eliminating
Yeah,
people.
let's search him.
Okay, I'm gonna search him, but then I'm gonna go search that woman. Here's your thing. Nothing can stop
Very
me.
naughty.
Nothing's gonna stop me from searching
Nothing's
that
gonna
woman
stop me
before
now.
the end of the game.
Go ahead.
Which person is he?
He is suspect number 3.
Okay, so 633 to search him. I think we have to search Damien.
What do you think this is gonna do? What do you think this
Get
information?
us arrested into jail.
No, it's gonna blow the case wide open. 633. That's what you.
Yep.
When Carter turns out his pockets, a receipt for the racetrack falls on the floor. It's for a $10,000 bet,
Oh.
a losing one.
Wow.
You hand it back to Carter, who looks ashamed. Look at I. That's wonderful.
Wow. Carter Collins is in serious debt. So we've got some incriminating information on them.
So let's just, I mean, like in a weird sort of like gamey logic puzzle way, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have motives for 3 people.
Sort of.
We've got Vicky Crimson as a drug addict, right?
Right.
She's getting drugs from the dead person. Maybe he cut her off. I don't know, right? He took his job, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, here's the weird thing, right? None of these people have been connected to the deceased so far, other than Damien Christmas and Vicky Crimson.
That's right. We don't know the connection between these two.
So he has a motive. He
has a motive because this guy took the job he wanted. Okay.
I mean,
it's
essentially,
weird to kill him after he got the job, but okay,
Okay,
yeah.
here's another thing
If
to
he kills
consider.
him, maybe he gets the job.
Damien Christmas is like, he's like minted, as they say in across the pond, right? He's absolutely minted, right?
You mean he's rich?
Yeah.
Okay.
This guy's got a gambling debt. What if Damien Christmas sent, what, I mean, you could get into the realm of like he's hypnotized him or something like that, he's a psychiatrist. But like, you have a situation where this guy has a pretty substantial debt owed, right? So you could say, hey, I'll pay off your 10,000 gambling debt if you go kill this person.
If you go kill this person.
Which
yeah.
is the only reason why it would really make sense for him to go and do that, right?
He could even hire someone from the prison to go kill him. But that would be a person
could be
not
the
on our
middleman.
board. But that person isn't on our board.
Yeah,
which
there's
is,
4 suspects. But yes, you could see where he could say, I'm going to give you $10,000 to cover your bet, and I'm going to give $5,000 to the person that like kills him, right? But what is he going to do? Spring somebody from jail and go kill him? That doesn't make any sense. So she's a drug addict, but she's a star.
That was why you took my action.
I did. I took it.
So
I mean,
why
at
does
this
this
point,
guy?
we could just
This
make
guy
it-
wants him killed just because of he got the job.
It doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense.
It doesn't make that, especially if he's already rich. It's not like this job's gonna take over his life.
I mean, he could have said, okay, well, I'll give you some money and you give me like a way to incriminate somebody, right? But that kind of is a bit odd, right? I mean, somebody had to do the killing, right? I mean, if Damien has essentially sent us on a wild goose chase with this odd piece of paper in his pocket.
That's the other huge confusion here. Like, why is he coming into jail with? Why does he have blood on his hands if he didn't? Oh, because he was holding the body.
He told us he found the body, right?
Right. And he's just sitting in the jail cell waiting for.
It did take us extra to find the priest, and it doesn't make sense that he would be going to the pub. But we know he didn't. He's not. We can X him off of knowing about the truncheon.
Correct.
So, I mean, and look, there's only 2 possible murder weapons right now. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Just in terms of game mechanics,
Mm-hmm.
am I correct to assume that like it has to be one of these that we
Yes,
put.
we
a
can't.
letter.
We're not even allowed to question something about something that's not a letter. So it
So if
has
that's
to.
the case, we have two possible murder weapons.
Yes.
One is covered in blood, and the other is not. Right?
Correct.
Oh, also, pass me that, please.
Yeah, but what if?
What if that shattered? Wouldn't it shatter?
No, but what if this guy kills with this? This is all bloody. Our guy finds the body, finds this, knows it's the priest, so cleans it up and takes it home.
And what covers
And
the other
puts
truncheon
this-
in blood?
Yeah, but then the thing is, this why is this sitting in the room
Can I
alone?
see if
There's
it-
something about this guy, like it is like he's setting this up. He's setting up pieces for us to
Can you
find.
pass me that, please?
Why is he trying to help us solve this?
A bust of a praying woman, heavy, yet small enough to be carried. An inscription is carved into the base, Saint Christina the Astonishing. Okay. This is Cathedral of Saint Vibiana, found at Damien Christmas's Santa Monica residence.
And it's like sitting in the middle of the room. It's like he's setting up this thing for us to discover.
It's in the Shining Hotel.
And it's in the Shining Hotel. I wish we had asked this guy back. Oh, we still can.
I still can. Well, we do have more time. So we do have more time.
And
Okay.
we've searched him. You should search this guy. It's time for me to go make that
Well,
woman
hold
and
on,
search
hold
him.
on, hold
Search
on.
her.
I want to make sure we have very few actions. If this is to believed, you have 1, 2. You only have 8, 9. You have 11 more actions. That's it, right? So let's just go through this real fast. If you're going to ask him anything, you've already searched
It's not
him.
quite true, right? We get 3 more days
But
and
we
3 more
want
days.
to try to do it when we get to it.
Well, we'll take our.
Well,
we'll
that's our
leave it.
goal.
Yeah, okay.
Because we could just read forever and
I know, but-
solve the thing.
But-
Okay, so I think we go along with the tack that they don't know each other. If we ask him about Vicky Crimson, she's going to say, "Yeah, I've seen her in the pictures." Right?
Right. I
Okay,
agree.
whatever. He's going
I
to make
agree.
some lewd comment like you've been insinuating the entire time. Okay, so asking her is pretty useless. like it's taking all of my power to keep you from just going and asking Vicky like maybe I'll ask her about the truncheon again. Jesse, you've asked her 6 actions. You've asked her about the truncheon. Okay, so asking him about Vicky Crimson is not going to help us. I don't
Agreed.
think. Okay, so
Agreed.
can we just do this? Okay,
Okay.
we've already asked him about the truncheon.
Wouldn't it? How about we just move it a little bit? So
Sure,
it's a
sure,
little
sure.
easier.
Okay.
So yeah, asking him about this is definitely.
What we could ask him about his serious debt, actually,
Oh, I could ask him about his
and
debt.
he could say, "Yeah, I place bets at
I think that's
this pub or whatever."
very smart. It didn't even occur to me that now that we've revealed this, we can start asking about it.
Okay,
Yes.
but the only is that going to be useful if it has some connection to one of these other people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise,
But we could find out who he owed money to. It could be this guy, and this guy's really a
That's-
loan shark, or our guy who's dead.
all we're doing is it could be just I lost it at the track. I mean,
But
it could
this
be
is like
completely-
searching the criminal's lair. We've got this receipt that shows he's in debt. Let's ask him
If it's
about
him.
it.
Okay, but let's just go through the rest of this. Okay. I mean, is he really going to know about that? That's a complete crapshoot. Why would he know that?
No.
I do like the idea of looking at some of these proximities, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it actually, the fact that this guy is right next door to LA
Yeah,
General
yeah.
is a really big deal, right? To me, right?
Yeah,
Because
I agree.
it's very likely he could have interacted with him.
Yes, I agree.
Because especially since if we saw this was right next to this thing right in the beginning, we would have made all sorts of assumptions, right?
yeah, for all
but-
we know, this guy, our murder victim, came in here and confessed to raping people, and then, so this guy killed him to get.
Yeah, I mean, he seems like, whether or not it's true, he's acting as if he's quite pious, right?
Yes.
So that's a very compelling. But all 3 of them are well, he's essentially making confessions to Damien Christmas, right?
Well, that's right, which is weird in and of itself. All right, but let's not try to
Okay,
solve the
well,
whole case.
No.
right now.
But asking about him, I mean, there is sort of this interesting thing, where he's nervous and seems to lack confidence, not the demeanor, etc. So I wonder, how did he get the job? That's why I wondered, if pressing him. Pull these down for a second.
Mm-hmm.
I think pressing him might be worthwhile. You're in a big hurry to leave here, but I'm just.
Well, no, I now do want to ask him about this
Hold
for
on,
sure.
but I think like pressing him a little
About
bit.
himself.
Why did he get his job? Oh, I got my like. It's a possible. It's on this card. It could be completely irrelevant, but it could be something.
Yeah.
Again, Vicky Crimson's a drug addict. He probably just knows there's a star. Like, again, I don't believe that they know each other. This father, we can nix him if we believe that they don't know each other. Do we ask him about how he knows Damien Christmas? You know, this is the other thing. Like, how is he? This guy's wealthy beyond anything. He's a.
We know how he knows him. He's his patient.
I know, but what I'm saying is that he's the psychiatrist to the stars. This is just some nobody prison warden, right? Why?
Yeah, it is.
He's got a pretty big gambling problem.
Well, maybe this guy is not just.
We asked about this already. So those are the three compelling things for this guy. You do have three questions left. I'm not saying you should use them all here.
Well, here's my thinking thematically in terms of the game. Tons of corruption. Yes, he got his job some way, but
Sure.
it's the chance that it's related to our case, given that our people are not involved in government are small. But I think this is the thread we start pulling.
Okay.
So I'd like to ask him, Carter, who is suspect. I wish there was a better way to keep track of which suspect was which. So which suspect is he?
Carter is suspect 3.
Can we put can we put like a 3 above him and a 1 above him?
Oh yes,
you
let
know,
me
like
get one
a
out of my
piece of
pocket.
paper.
It's right next to my list of my favorite.
There's a thing
numbers.
called a pen. You can
No,
write
no,
symbols. I just take a little piece of paper and put a number 3 up there.
Oh, give me some paper then. This is your house.
Oh gosh.
I do have a piece of paper.
I thought you were going to be like, that is a great idea, Jesse. That's a brilliant
I just don't
idea.
like to take paper out of the pad in my pocket that contains lists of my favorite things, which is actually kind of ironic because I do really love. What am I doing this? I'm looking this information up. I'm keeping track of this.
All right. What the suspect is he?
He's suspect 3. Can you tell me the number that is associated with the
Yes.
I,
So
3I?
suspect 3
I.
I is 1079.
Taking another cue from me. Yeah, there is a little bit of fiddliness to that. I mean, I'm not sure how else would you use it. We got really spoiled with Chrono the Crime. Like, boop.
Who's suspect 1, suspect 2, and suspect 4? I don't know why we didn't do this before.
Is this actually?
Jesse, that's a brilliant idea.
Jesse, it's a great idea. We're so proud
I
of you.
wish in the future what I'm going to do is for these. This
I
is
know.
actually a useful thing to have in general, to have like numbered little.
Yeah, to go with our cubes. Well, I do think there's a variety of things that can be helpful in many games. Can you put this over there since you can?
Who is for?
Vicky.
Oh, Vicky, my favorite.
1079. I'm gonna like switch these. I'm gonna like switch this Stan Z to like or draw some long hair on him and 1079. Let's get real. Doesn't everyone have money problems? I mean, that's completely useless. Like,
Yeah, no point in challenging him on that. I mean, we could challenge him. The most he's going to say is, "You're right. It's ruining my life." I
okay,
was
first of
desperate."
all, I hate to keep bracing people and getting nowhere.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, if there is a connection between the money that's owed and any of these other people, then that's a pretty huge thing.
Well, it's true.
If you were going to story this thing
But
out,
the
which
thing is, the idea that our victim is going to be loaning money out just seems so far fetched. Like it's not going to be him, right?
but it's not that. I'm saying like I think like somebody could have paid him to do the killing.
Well, yes, that's true.
I mean, we don't have a motive for him. In fact, we can almost X him out just because there's no motive for him.
Well, the motive isn't on the board. The motive can be anything that is in the list.
I thought I just asked you if these all had to be letters.
No, the suspects. You're saying suspects. You just said motive. Suspects. Yes, suspects have to be.
No, I
letters.
really thought.
Oh no, motive is from the list on the back of the book. It could be
You
almost
did
anything.
say that earlier. Okay. Okay. So.
Motive doesn't have to, but the weapon has to be on the board, and the suspect has to be on the
Okay.
board.
Well, that did help us before because it's one of those two items, right? Mm-hmm. The motive,
All
unless he like.
Well,
beat
he
him.
says he's so.
Okay, hold-
Are you? You think we should brace him on that? We can brace him on his debt.
If bracing him on this is the part of the game that like
Mm-hmm.
seems completely happenstance to me. Is that like if we brace him on the debt and he tells us yes,
Mm-hmm.
like, or he tells us some piece of information that connects the debt with somebody else on the board,
Yeah.
then it's huge, right? But if there's nothing there, then it's a complete waste of time to have done it.
Yes, okay, but let's follow your thinking before. Like, is it going to be the case that they all are going to have some motive for wanting him dead? Like, he's going to owe money.
Then it's gonna be a crapshoot of
So
whether.
so it doesn't help us to find out what that motive was.
What do you mean? We have to tie.
What I'm saying is, oh yeah, we do. Yeah,
You're gonna have to tie some.
but
motive.
if they all have a motive, we still have to figure out who did it. I'm just
Yeah,
feeling
but I'm
like
saying that
maybe
if
we
there's a
find
way the money is connected to somebody, that's a big deal.
I mean, yes, obviously you're right. If we could connect them, but then do we? Okay. Yeah.
I mean, so far bracing people is completely like we've.
I mean, maybe you have a point. Maybe we should chase that. If there's a thread that could tie them, we have to chase it down to the dead ends.
Well, I'll tell you another.
We did search him. We found the receipt. This is like digging down.
Deductive reasoning and What is the other one?
Deduction and induction.
Induction. Yeah.
One is going from examples.
So
to the
it's
answer.
sort of in that same vein where it's like, look, if the money is not connected to anything, then we basically can take him out of the equation, wouldn't we? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like if his motive would be that he's in serious debt, right? Why else would he kill the guy? He's getting.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at it the other way. I'm looking at it like, assume we do get him to admit that he owed money to the guy who's dead, then yes, we do have a motive for him, but we still don't have anything telling us that he did it.
Well, I mean, right now he has no connection to this guy.
You're right.
Right? Like we
And he wouldn't admit any reason. He was just. I mean, I'm already convinced that we should pull this thread all the way. So we should challenge him on
and I
the
also want to
money.
mention that so far, these are and I think I said this before, they're the only two that have any connection to the murder victim.
Mm-hmm.
So if we can show that he's not connected to the murder victim, then that's something.
But we can't show that negative. But we might be able to show that he is, with this question.
Yes, but if we do show that like he got if we can figure out that he paid off his debts or he paid off his debts or something like that, and there's some other connection there, then that makes.
Yes, no, I agree.
Again,
that's,
not having
that's
played
why
this before, I don't know how much.
I'm agreed with you that like we pull this
I
thread.
mean, this is so far we've not done any good at bracing anybody. It's
That's right.
completely irrelevant. Although it has given us information. For her to have given us that information was actually pretty big that they don't know each other.
Yes.
Because now we don't have to ask the other people about it.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so what was the number there?
So we asked 3 about I, which was number 1079, and then
And then we're
We're
gonna
gonna
pull
challenge
after,
him.
which I'm gonna guess it's gonna lead to stress.
I'm gonna guess it's not gonna lead to stress.
We'll see. I think it's obviously I was the one pushing to ask it. 42. There's more to the story than that. So you apply all the pressure you can muster to Collins, and he folds.
We should have had that clue that he was non-confident that we were going to be able to.
Oh, that's true. Okay, we gain a leverage. I'm gonna tell you that's.
That's very useful to us, possibly.
Well, let's put it down here so we can see it easier in a designated spot for him. We got a hat on him. I made some stupid real estate deals and I needed money. Dr. Christmas told me that this Caravaggio fellow was flush. They had a safe at his house.
Shit.
And he figured he wouldn't miss some of it, you know? Okay, so now that's pretty compelling.
That's very.
We have a motive. We know that he knows the victim
Right.
with a motive, and his
So
truncheon is there.
our doctor told him that this guy has a safe you could break into. That would be. You want to write down? First of all, make a note that we challenged.
Yeah.
Okay, well that was a pretty.
Well, he said that he was flush. He's rich. He's got a safe at his house. I mean, that's a way to like. Well, by the way,
Yes, I know what you're gonna say.
yeah, it's gonna be
Real
that.
estate. It's real estate, and this guy's our real estate guy. So I think he may have owed
owns a lot of
him.
houses.
Yeah. So I wonder if this guy didn't owe him money, and so this guy told him, "I know you owe me money, and I'm and."
No, that's
I'm
not what I
gonna-
was gonna say.
Oh, okay. What were you gonna say?
I was
think
gonna
he
say.
saying
I was
you
gonna
owe
say
me
that like he knows that this guy's desperate for money. He doesn't like Caravaggio, and so he tells him, "Well, you know, there's money in the safe there."
Yeah. Yeah.
But he's not guilty in terms of like he's not the killer. This guy's the killer. It's just that he happened to, you know.
That's
it's sort of like I don't like that guy, so maybe I'll tell, you know.
Okay.
So that's pretty interesting. Well, that's solving the case. Okay, so I mean, so far, he has the motive and the murder weapon. I mean, it seems like very.
Well, now this makes a case for bracing him about the truncheon.
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that.
So why don't we use this up?
What?
Well, so here let me remind you of the game mechanics because this is an interesting point. So I can now re-ask him about the truncheon. We know that he's going to deny any knowledge of it. So we have a choice. If we were convinced that when we braced him on it, he was going to cough up something, then we wouldn't want to use this because we'd want to get the benefit for catching him in a lie. But if we don't want to risk getting a stress and we're not sure what he's going to say, we would use this now.
Okay, so essentially we spend it now.
Right.
If we spend it now,
Right.
we read the second one. If we're right, we get that back.
Nope, we don't get anything.
It
We
would-
don't get the
You
benefit
only get the
or
reward
the,
if
or the
you-
punishment. If you use that, you don't get the benefit or the punishment.
So let me put it to you this way: if he's the killer, and we've braced him on that, then it's likely he'll probably lie about other things. And so should spend it now. If it's not connected to that or whatever, then we will have lost nothing because it might not be him, right? Does that make sense? I mean, kind of.
I think rather than hold on to it for the end of the
Let's
game
go.
and end up not using it, so we're going to use it. I'm going to spend another action, which you've already taken away.
And that's
We're asking him about K,
and this is a re-ask about K.
right? 367, but we are spending our thing, which means we just go straight to the.
I do want to point out one more thing.
Yeah.
Like, we're finding out about all this useful, juicy information, and he's looking pretty good as a suspect, right? So, just remember this next time you want to go talk to the pretty lady,
Oh, I'm still
and I'm
talking
like,
to
and
her.
I'm like
I'm
holding
still
you
gonna
back
go
to
talk
like,
to her. But before we do this, let's think about this for a second. If what he's saying is true, which we know it is true, he is admitting this guy told him to go here. There is a safe.
no, he didn't tell him to go there. He just happened
Right.
to
He
mention
said
it.
there happened to.
Whether it could be conversationally or
Okay.
conversationally.
So
the
there's
reason.
two ways this could go, as I see it. Either they're all going to have a reason why they might have killed him,
Yes.
but they're going to deny having killed
But he
him.
doesn't. Oh yes.
Or he really did go and kill him. Now, if he really did go and kill him, he might have to cough up that he knows something about this. But this guy's denying that he went there and killed him, right? Or we've asked him about
What
it.
does this hand symbol mean? Oh, that means you take it.
Yes, you're right. So in the competitive game, each of these things would go into the person who discovered its hand, and then there's a mechanic for other players to bribe you to get
to
a
look
look
at
at
your- okay.
your card,
Fair.
or after a certain delay,
Okay.
it pops up as general knowledge. So I mean, we're definitely going to ask about this, but I'm just trying to think, how could we haven't asked him about Damien
What was
Christmas
number
yet.
42? Yeah, let's just get this out of the way first,
Okay,
right?
that's,
Don't you
that's
think?
normally what I say.
We're no, but because we know we want to ask him about this
Yeah,
now. It's too compelling.
767.
767.
Yep.
I mean, it's too compelling. So whether or not we ask him, this can help us to decide whether we talk to him about the other guy, right? So at this point, this is absolutely worthwhile. To challenge, go to 127.
So he says it could be anyone's. Why we don't keep track of them? And there we've challenged.
Okay, so 127. What was the other one? 127. That just seems too convenient of an answer, and you challenge Collins on it. He quickly changes his tune. I didn't think anyone was home. I was trying to crack his safe, and Caravaggio surprised me. I hit him with that and ran. He was alive when I left. I swear it. Gain a leverage. Okay,
Which we don't get.
which we don't. Yes, right. Yeah.
Okay, well that is we've had a major breakthrough now. So we know he hit him with the. Oh, we don't know that killed him.
He said I swear he was alive when I.
Right. Now he's been lying about everything.
So now we can actually make a timeline. Okay, we can make a couple of guesses. He goes to the house.
Right.
He surprises Caravaggio.
Right.
Hits him with the head with a truncheon.
Right.
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 He
Panics
Goes, he goes there to rob.
to
him.
rob.
Hits him over the head. Leaves. Right.
Right.
Okay. He says, "I swear he was alive when I left." Right.
Right.
So then she shows up. Right. And she says, "Hey, he's all bloody, right? He's either dead or she finishes him off, or she just calls him." Which he said, his story was that she called him and said,
She doesn't say call. She says she came to me.
"Oh yeah, is that what it was? Yeah."
Yeah.
Okay, and then he goes and maybe finishes the guy off because he doesn't like that he took his position.
So we know she's been where the body is. We don't know if he actually makes it there, do we?
He's covered.
Oh,
in
he's
blood.
covered in blood, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing that's a hard yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And we have no idea why this
Okay.
guy's involved.
So
in anything.
what I want to say now is either this guy is the killer, obviously, or he really was alive when he ran away, right?
Correct.
And then Vicky Crimson shows
I mean,
up.
either we've solved it now, and he's the thing with he killed him with the truncheon for robbery,
Correct.
or the story's a little deeper, which I'm more inclined to believe. But how would you ever solve that?
Well, that's my next question.
We
So
could get
there's
her
no
to
reason.
confess.
There's no if we know his sequence of events now.
Yes,
So I think we eliminate. We don't need to ask him anything else.
he's done.
He's completely done, right?
He's done.
Okay. So now the compelling thing is, right?
There isn't that much blood on this. Look, just like a little drop. There's not that much blood on this. Let's read what it says. The kind of weapon an officer or guard would carry. The end is coated in dried blood. The words Terminal Island. Okay. I mean,
Okay. So what I think now, he's coming.
his face is all smashed up
Yeah.
beyond
Beyond
recognition.
recognition.
Okay, that is not this guy.
No.
And this guy's not a killer. He's not a confident guy. And he wasn't a premeditated thing. He got so panicked he dropped it. So here is not our killer.
I would agree.
Someone
So he
with some
calls
personal
Vicky-
animus
So he
towards this
calls
guy.
Vicky Crimson. Means Vicky. So either we have.
He didn't call Vicky. She just wandered
She just
into
wanders.
the
Sorry,
bar.
I'm sorry. She wanders in. She goes to Damien Christmas. Okay.
Right.
In one version of the story, she shows up and she sees that that Caravaggio is there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and he's dead.
Right.
Okay. Then she runs to him, but we know that's not true.
Mm-hmm.
So
We don't know that it's not true.
Well, no, we just agreed that he didn't kill him.
Yeah, but she can stumble across the body, and she may not even know that he's dead or not. She either finds him when he's really murdered or before he's really murdered.
Right. That's my point. My point is that, like, if she shows up and Caravaggio's been beaten to death,
Okay, right.
it has to be her.
No.
No, I'm just saying. So she shows up. Caravaggio is hit over the head, and what? She just goes crying to Daniel Christmas and says he was hit. No, she would have said he's been killed.
Well, we don't know that she didn't say he was killed, do we? What did he actually
Okay,
say?
my point is,
Okay.
if in one sequence of events, he's either way. If the sequence of events is that she goes and then she goes to him, right?
Right.
If she goes, then he's still alive, is what we're agreeing. He's alive when she gets there.
No, not necessarily.
Well,
Do
then,
your timeline. This guy does it first. He gets in the robs him, hits him. Now, she
this
shows up
blimp?
at some
Why are you
point.
pointing at the blimp?
Sorry, I'm just making a timeline like this.
Okay, but it has not,
This
he's
guy
not-
goes
let's
to
put him on the
rob.
blimp.
Okay, he goes to rob. He hits him on the head, knocks him unconscious. Now, this woman is going to show up at some point,
I'm
but we
just-
don't know if she shows up after the real murderer comes and smashes his face in, or before.
I'm just going to show you something. She sees the body
Right.
and then goes to him and says he's dead.
Right.
Okay, if she didn't do it,
Right.
okay, that means that he went and did it and came back home.
No, this guy could have done it and sees the body lying there and smashes his
But
face
we know
in.
he's never seen this truncheon.
That's because he didn't use the truncheon to kill him.
He used the
He used something else.
what he shows. He like brings this. He comes by with this statue and then he hits him over the head with the statue.
Or this guy does. My only point is that she could come between. But this guy goes, hits him, then someone else comes and kills
It's a
him.
weird sequence of
Or
events.
she goes, she sees him knocked out, isn't sure if he's dead, calls this guy. This guy realizes now's my opportunity to kill him, and kills
Well,
him.
that's true. Actually, that's the most compelling thing to say. I think we can leave this guy out of it, to be honest
I
with
am
you.
not ready to leave him out,
I mean-
especially since this is tied to him, and we haven't. You're going to ask him about that in a second.
No, that's the murder weapon for sure. The truncheon.
This? Nope. I disagree. I think his face was bashed in with a heavy object. That this was used to hit him. You know, when they build those truncheons, they make them. They don't want them to really kill people. They're not made to be easy to hurt someone too badly.
Well,
Although they used
this
to fill them
mug
with
isn't
lead.
made to kill somebody, but I could
I know.
probably
I'm just
murder
saying,
you.
like that's a better item for
Can you turn the
smashing
camera up for a
someone's
second?
face.
Okay, so I'm just trying to use this logic to say, like if she goes there,
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm just trying to figure. I guess what I'm trying to see is can she be ruled out?
I think just as a general thing, we've got a blunt force murder of someone's face. It's very unlikely to be her. She's not the kind that would do that. But it does make sense to me that she might hold some information. If she's come up between, if a real murderer is coming,
We want to know when she arrived.
That's
Was he
right.
dead? Correct.
Or was his face smashed in or not? Like that would tell us whether she got there after this
so
guy or
far,
not.
we've asked her about C, which is the list. I don't think we've really asked her about anything else. That was one of the first things we did,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So since we know that the truncheon was there, is it worth it?
Yeah.
I mean, how is the best way to figure out? Like,
Well, okay, so here are the things I can see. Like asking this guy about this. Like, where did it come from? Did it come from your thing? And then, did we ask her about the dead body? Like, did we ask her about the victim? I'm trying to remember.
so I guess I'm with him right now. Let's
Right.
just before we use your last action.
Uh-huh.
If I'm with him right now, like, there's nothing I can ask him about right now that's gonna be able to understand whether he was at that location, right? I mean, I didn't ask him about this, right?
You didn't ask him about the victim.
Sarah's taking a bath.
Asking about the victim would be good. It would be nice to know if he's got some connection. I mean, he does work right by this. I have a feeling he's going to say that guy confessed to me.
Right, but what I'm trying to ascertain is like I'm only gonna have 1, 2. We don't get this turn, or we do.
No, as soon as it walks here, we got to guess.
So
But then we get 3 more days.
But what I'm thinking is like, should the approach be I should go up here and brace him or talk to him, and you should leave and go here so you can talk to her on your last turn.
Well, I do think I should talk to her, but I think you got to talk to this guy about this bust and see if he admits his bust. And talking to him about whether he knows the victim, like, it would be a nice connection. But I think, here's what we've got. This is how I think the murder went down, although there's a big part missing. This guy goes to rob him. He walks in, he hits him on the head, knocks him unconscious, drops, panics, leaves. The real murderer comes and kills him. She stumbles on the body
And then goes to him.
and then goes to him.
Come on, that's pretty absurd. I think that's too convenient.
Okay,
She
all right.
shows
She
up.
shows up, and he's unconscious, not dead. She calls
Yes.
this guy. This guy arranges, tricks the real killer to come kill.
No, not he just does it.
Do you think he does it?
Yeah.
Why does he
I
show up in
think-
jail and be like, "Hey, I'm bloody.
Okay.
Come get me"?
What we do know, because I think he thinks that he's a cold switch to be the killer. He's got a gambling debt. He has the thing in his pocket. It's him. If
Why
she
wouldn't
shows
he come
up,
in and say it? Like, that's the other big mystery. Even after we figure out who did it, I don't understand why our guy is sitting in jail, like, not knowing.
like, why would he
it
just?
mu-
Because if you talk to her, like, because eventually, she's probably gonna break down and say something happened. If it's believable, look, if you're a cop and somebody says, "Look, I showed up. There was a dead body, and there's a murder weapon," and you did a little due diligence and you found out that this guy was there. He's a psychiatrist. He knows that this guy is nervous and weak and got his job under dubious circumstances. He knows he's corrupt. He knows he's not going to be able to fight against this, right? He's the perfect patsy.
Then why doesn't he come in and say, "Here's the guy. He
You
owed him
can't
money"?
just go in and say that. You would have
There
to.
were some weird answers from him too. He's like, "Oh, it's coming back to me now. This happened." Like, was
Okay.
he on drugs?
So what I'm
Are they
saying is
all on
that
drugs?
it seems to make sense. If she went back and told him, it makes sense that she would go here because she went for some drugs or she went to pick him up for dinner or whatever, right? They're dating. It makes perfect sense for her to go there. She doesn't really have a motive. If her motive is that she's a drug
I
addict,
agree. She doesn't have.
she
her own
why?
motive.
I mean, right? There's no reason, right? Okay, so if that's the case, it makes complete sense that she would go there, freak out, call her psychiatrist, especially if she's like on drugs at the time.
Right.
You don't call the cops if you're on drugs, right? You're not like, "Oh, yes, officer, I happen to be on
I
drugs."
agree.
Right, okay. So she calls him. He says, "I'll come and take care of it."
Okay.
He comes down, sees the guy's unconscious. He hates him. He murders him. And then he knows that he's going to get pinned on this guy. That is the deal. So then you have to be able to tell the cops that you were there, or that you know that this guy's going to be an easy pushover. He's a psychiatrist, for God's sake. He knows it like it.
Well, I mean, that last part doesn't, like, okay, let's say he comes there, he takes the opportunity to
here,
kill
takes
him,
the
then
opportunity
he
to kill
comes
him.
back, and then he goes into jail. Instead of saying, hey, this is what happened, I got there, he was dead, he walks in there, his hands are bloody, he's like, I'm not going to say
I don't
anything.
know.
That part doesn't make sense to me.
It's very strange.
Um,
But he does have this weird list.
But we've got some theories, we've got some possibilities. Now let's try to figure out how we would narrow some of those down and rule some out.
Okay.
So
So
I'm here. I've got one more action. I want to.
you have to go to a location.
Well, I could ask him something, but I do want to. I think we're done with him for now. I think he's told us everything he knows. So I would
Again,
like to
I
move
think that
over.
that priest
to
is
here.
dead, done deal. For what purpose?
I want to talk to her. I want to see if she.
We know
says-
she's here.
Well, she's also going to be here.
I don't. Is that
I
a?
think so. I want to see, like in this game, when we have multiple places.
Look at this. We went here and we had to go here. He was not at both places.
Well, that's true.
If you go there and she's not there,
Then we'll find some interesting stuff of hers.
will we? But we'll also
gonna
waste some
search.
of our precious time we have
I
left.
gotta do it. I gotta see what's there.
All right, what's the number? I disagree.
I just moved. I don't get to do anything.
Oh. Here's your things back. Move the day down, please.
Who's two? That must be our father.
If your deductive powers are not working with that, then we're done.
I just
Um,
move the day down.
To
6.
six, yeah.
Okay, it's your day.
good thing we have this pile of like. I want to get leverage
Yeah,
over
I
that
know.
truncheon.
All right, what are you gonna do?
I think that this guy's done. It's
I
not him.
can't believe you're not gonna ask him about the bust. That's just insane to me. You're right there
It would
talking
be
to him. You're
insane
right
if
talking to him.
all four of these people show up.
Can I just point out this is the thing that would bash someone's face in?
The
Even if
truncheon-
you're right that this guy did it, then he might have used this. Why he's leaving it in the middle of his room as a clue? He wants to get caught. Is that it? Does he want to get caught? I mean, that would
Okay,
make a
give me
little more
J-
sense.
J,
I've convinced you to look at it.
J. Suspect 2.
Suspect 2J is 83. I'll look it up for you. But like, maybe we should be thinking about that. Maybe he wants to get caught.
I don't know. Let's see it. I don't think John Maxwell is. I think that we can.
J83. I mean, think about it. Even if he didn't do it, he may say, "Oh yeah, that's the bust I gave
Yeah,
to
let's see.
Damien."
Yeah, doesn't matter. I mean, yeah,
Doesn't matter.
it doesn't- I
You
mean,
mean,
like,
good point,
I mean,
Jesse?
like, just get to the reading.
What are you doing with that? It was a gift to Dr. Christmas. That's just what I said.
Sure. And what? That's it.
No, but I'm not done yet. What do you mean? You're. So Christiana the Astonishing is the patron saint. Christina the Astonishing is the patron saint of psychologists and watches over good men like him. To challenge, turn to 662. All right, so you want to write that? You wrote down 83? Yeah. Okay, so this is huge. Well, it's not
It's
huge.
not huge.
It's not
It
huge.
makes sense. He gave it to him.
But now maybe.
No, I mean it was like. So you think he brought? Actually, you're okay. You're right. He could have brought it down there. He could have carried it.
It's a
When-
patron saint. He carries carries it with him at all times.
He-
Fits in his pocket.
He goes to Caravaggio's, beats him to death with that, comes home, cleans it up, right? Because he's the actual murderer. He leaves that because it has blood on it, and he doesn't want to touch it and get fingerprints on it. The problem there is that it's equally likely, because I'm telling you right now, he's the murderer. I mean, it seems insanely likely, right? But how do we know exactly which item that was used to do the murder? It makes just as much sense that he just picked that murder up and hit him with it.
Okay, well, let me. I'll point out a couple of things. He could be lying about it belonging to this guy. We could brace him and find out, and it turns out he's lying. But if he's telling the truth, and then we can't brace this guy. So I was going to say
No, we can. We
just don't get it.
get,
So if you're
leverage.
right that he did kill him with this, we can ask him about it, and he'll have to tell us.
Wait, I'm sorry. What do you
Like, we could ask this guy, if our theory is he killed him with this
Yeah,
and
we
cleaned
ask-
it
we
up,
ask him.
let's ask him about it and
Okay,
then
so it
brace
doesn't
him.
make any sense to brace him about this.
Unless we think he's lying.
I
but
just
it-
want to
that's-
run. I want to run a few numbers by you. Bracing. It doesn't hurt us. I mean,
the
maybe
first two,
okay, right? But this is where we're gonna have the most points of like because the odds-on favorite now is him.
I would agree with that.
And so if that's the case, we're going to be more tempted to brace him, which means I don't want to like use up our ability to fail, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
It's almost looking like, is this Damien Christmas guy like thinks he's better than everyone, thinks he's clever. He's written these 3 names to get us tracing these 3 leads, and he knows he's the murderer, and he's planted stuff around.
well, okay. First of all, if you're gonna, I mean, this guy who is like born to be the patsy of this situation, right? He's a psychiatrist. He knows he's nervous. He knows he's dirty. He knows he basically made it so this guy would go there and murder him for the money, right? He's talking, Doc, I don't know what to do. I'm like, I have all this debt or whatever. And then he just casually happens to mention at some other time that this guy's loaded, who he hates, thinking he's going to go there and kill him, trying to murder or trying to rob him, right? Then he finds out, she comes over, says, oh no, he's bloody or whatever. I think he might still be alive, but she's on drugs. And later on, you might be able to prove that, like, well, she's on drugs. She didn't know that he was still alive, right? So you can't just write the name of this guy on a piece of paper and tuck it in your pocket, right? Because, like, you know, that's a little too on the nose. So instead you write down a few names, you go there, you say nothing in this weird little gimmick, the game that you're playing, right? We find him, we say, oh, of course it's him, right? It makes complete sense. It fits the entire sequence of events, right? Which means he is not involved in it. Otherwise, what you're saying is he goes, beats him in the head, leaves. This guy shows up, sees he's half dead, kills him, leaves. She shows up, sees who it is, leaves. I mean, it's just, it can't. That's too insane.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a stretch.
Okay.
It's
So
just,
I think-
it's still weird how if this guy is the killer, why is he set up like this is the only thing sitting in the room by itself? It's like he's sort of daring us to catch him.
Yeah, I think
But maybe that's it.
I'll go.
Maybe he
I'll
is daring us.
I'll go and talk
Yeah,
to
you know, I
Vicky.
knew you were gonna. I was just waiting for that joke to come out. I was waiting for
Joke
that.
landing in 5. I mean, I'm obviously going to go up and talk to him since I'm like, otherwise I'll be here and you'll be standing there right with me for some reason.
Locking the door, trying to keep it from opening.
Like, hey Sarge, should we take a look at the guy that's like walking around with the bloody axe? No. I got to ask this lady a few more questions. All right, so I'm going to go. I mean, I'm going to spend
You're not bracing him about the statue because we believe him.
1, 2 to get back.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and now I'm going to ask him what? I'm going to ask him something.
Ask him about the bust.
Is this some kind of bust? Yes, that's very impressive, but we have to ask you questions. Is that right? I'm going to ask him about the
I
bust?
think so.
Okay. And I'm going to brace him.
Yeah,
It's worth...
Yeah, but you don't have to decide that now because you can't
But
spend
it's-
stuff ahead of
I know,
time.
I'm
But
not,
yeah.
he's not going to tell us anything. He's going to be like, yeah, that
So
was
1J
1J
is 11.
is 11.
Number 11.
Well, aren't you supposed to read it?
Oh, yeah. And I've got it right in front of me. Are you taking things from my home now, Detective? Yes, I have a fondness for statutory. Please be gentle with it. To challenge, go to $8.99. So you're challenging?
Please be gentle with it. Is
Yeah.
it breakable?
I don't know.
Yeah, we're challenging him, right? I mean, this is
$8.99.
like, we got to figure out this is the... I don't know why I turned that over. I know it's going to be nothing, but
Okay, here we go.
maybe not.
You know there's more to the statue. Christmas reluctantly tells you more when you question him further. That's a statue of Saint Christina the Astonishing, the patron saint of psychologists. It was a thoughtful gift
Hold on. I know. I just want to be smart for the guy.
It was a thoughtful gift from one of my patients, Father John, the priest at St. Vibiana's Cathedral.
Sure, I think
You
so.
correctly challenged Christmas, but you do not gain leverage over him. Okay? So we know it's his. That's all we know. He
So-
hasn't told us if he's used it in the crime, but
At present, okay,
you finished all your 4. Is that why you've taken it away?
yes.
1,
At
2, 3. You only used 3, I thought.
I asked him a question about
You
the
did.
statue.
Did you?
I asked him about the statue. That's how we knew it was. That's why I said I know where it's from.
Oh, okay.
And then it takes 2 to
Oh,
get
yeah,
to him, and
that's
then 1.
right. Uh-huh.
Okay, so at the moment, there's no reason to suspect that he was killed with that statue. You could make a plausible
Well-
argument for either one.
Yeah, I guess so.
Why not just pick up the item that's there in the home and do that?
Uh,
Although, I mean, they did point out that everything was very neat, and that was out of place. Okay, so
Searching him is another action that could be done. All right, so we're moving ahead to the next day.
yeah, I can't do it now. So okay, so let's take a moment. No. Okay. And now we're going to enter the new phase. Can I see the instruction booklet?
What? Huh?
Oh, I have it here.
No, the instruction booklet is here.
When you reach round 5, Jesse will get to do what he's been waiting to do for the last 7 rounds. He gets to go talk to the pretty lady.
Now let's think what we want to talk about. Well, here's what we'd like to know. We'd like to know whether his head was smashed in before she called him or not.
Okay, he's
How would we
obvious.
ask her about
Okay.
that?
So we're going to ask about the bloody truncheon. That seems to be the best. Well, let's go through it all. This is a compelling.
She can be searched.
That's very convenient, Jesse.
I'm just saying what could be done.
Well, I don't think she's gonna. I mean, in all seriousness, playing the game, like, what is she gonna have on her?
Yeah.
I
We
mean-
already know she's a drug addict. She's probably just going to have needles and stuff on her.
Well,
She
I think
could
it
have
was-
some
I thought it was
negatives.
pot for some
but,
reason.
No, I
the-
think
the
in the
negatives.
40s it's morphine.
Well, but I'm saying I'm not saying I'm assuming it's pot. I'm saying that like I thought I read
Oh,
that she was a
one
pothead.
person was stoned.
Stoned. That's what it was. Okay, yeah, I knew there was a reason. Which I'm just remember. Did he say anything? Now, in light of what we know now, did he say anything strange or no? Was that it? Was there anything like useful in there?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. We know. I mean, I don't even know why we're having this discussion. I mean, like he mentioned to him about the money and stuff, right? So he clearly wanted him to die. She has no motive.
Correct.
Okay, but so all we're looking is to validate.
Well, it's no. I don't think she's not likely to be the person who committed the crime. Although maybe she was desperate for her drugs, and
All right.
so it's always possible. But I'm trying to think. Like, right. So I'm going to talk to her now. But I'm trying to think. Like, what could I ask her about that would help us?
the biggest point of contention that you and I have right now is
The murder
the
weapon.
murder weapon. So if that's the case, you could see why asking about those 2 items would be useful. If
What
she
I
said-
really want to ask her, but I don't know a game way to do it, is was the face bashed in when you saw the body?
What I'm saying is like, right now, I feel like we know the chain of events.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I feel pretty confident about that.
Okay.
I mean, like, if the question is of those 2 items, there is a way, if we ask her about that statue, she could tell us, oh, yeah, he put that in his pocket, or I noticed that, like, he was messing
Well,
around.
this is a great point, because if we could find a way to clarify that this was the murder weapon, then we know it's him.
Can we push
So
that
if we
other
know-
one, both of them up? Those are the
If
2
we
things
know
that-
it's this, if we could find it's this, then we have our murderer.
Yeah, we have it either way, but... anyway.
But we're not sure now who did it. But you might think it's him. It's a good case for him. But if it's this, then it has to be him,
Okay.
right?
Okay, let's just go through.
So is there a way
this.
we could
We
find
don't need
out?
to ask her about this.
Right.
We don't need to ask her about him.
Right.
We don't need to ask about this.
Mm-mm-mm.
The drug addict thing.
That's still in the running for her giving us more information when we if we confront her with that. I'm just saying she
No,
might
I'm
cough
just
up some
laughing.
information.
I'm laughing because, like,
What?
I know, just for like the lulls, you want to just search her. Just-
If
just
it
for
has
the
to be
lulz.
done, I will do it.
You are a female officer.
That's true.
This is so
We could ask her about the victim, and see if maybe she says something like how the state of the body.
well. That's it. No, she. So now I'm wondering, did we?
I don't think we asked her about the body.
We braced her about whatever it was.
We just braced her about the names.
No, this is that's suspect number 1.
About Damien Carter.
Yeah, so when we talked to him, that was before we had the actual.
This guy
Wasn't
the
it?
mystery
No.
one. Yeah, we didn't have mystery one when we talked to her. We didn't have the dead body when we talked to her.
But can we look that up real fast?
Sure. What do you want to look up?
Can you pass me that thing, please? The card, which for some reason you keep hogging. You're really possessive of this thing.
Where do you want me to put it?
Like in between us. Where I said that
Okay,
before,
all
you
right,
made
leave it
fun of
there.
me.
Okay.
You got made fun of
I
me, and
gotta
you still
pick
didn't.
up.
You still didn't keep
I wasn't
retaining
making.
information.
I don't know what I was making fun
Okay, let's look at 233 because I think That's
233 is when we ask him.
that's what I'm
About
trying
A.
to discern.
Oh, you want to find it? But what was A?
Stop. When we asked him, it's not over there. I think. Or
It is. It's right here. That was A.
When I initially asked him, right? Did we have this as the murder victim?
Oh, maybe we did.
I'm trying to remember what number we had since now I know always.
Well,
towards the
okay,
number.
let's 233A would
Hold
be
on,
if
hold
we
on.
asked about this.
So did I ask him about the?
You were the only person who's ever talked to him.
That's true. Okay, if that's the case, I went. The first thing I did was go check this location, and then I came down here and checked this location.
Okay.
Right, these locations. The first thing you did was go down here, and then you went down here, right? So you only asked this. This didn't exist at the time, did it? Or no, it did. You did these two.
That's right.
So you started here.
E-
So you got 1, 2, 3, 4. I went 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I went down here. And you went to the murder scene. Okay, which means that by the time I talked to him, I did know the murder thing. So let's look up to whatever.
Don't
M1.
forget, he's
215.
not A. He's M1. You want me to look up 215, which we think we already did. We're just confirming ourselves.
Yes, that's. I was just trying to do that to
okay.
to not cheat or whatever. Now in the
215
future, we
is-
will always.
Oh,
work
it's
for the murder.
all coming back.
Yes. Okay. That is
Vicki
definitely.
came
what we're
to
doing.
me and said that Lincoln was dead. I went to his
Hold
house
on.
and found his body there. Oh, the horror. I truly don't know who killed him. I truly don't know who killed him. And then we could brace him on that, but we decided not to, I guess.
Okay. On the one hand, right?
You could ask him that again.
No, embrace him on it.
Yeah, he might just give us up a fake
No,
name.
we
though.
already braced him. I put an asterisk there.
We did, so then we're not allowed to look at it.
Okay. So what I want to say. now-
958. Hold on, let's just see what he said when we braced him. I understand you don't trust me, but I'm telling the truth. I found his body. Here he shrugs his shoulder nonchalantly, but I have no idea who killed him. Is that supposed to be the truth? Gain 1 stress, so he was telling the truth. He doesn't know who killed him.
So I mean, was it that guy?
No, I don't buy it.
Okay. It's either it's one of these three people. So this guy says, well, we know his character flaws. He says, "I promise you, he was still alive."
He's still
when I
alive.
left," Right. So if he's telling the truth,
There's no way he bashed his face in. There would be no point to that. He wasn't high on drugs. He just needed money. He did not smash his face in.
so
Can I make a point?
let's hear it.
This guy gives him this bust. He knows this guy's walking around in possession with this heavy bust that could kill someone. So he kills him. I'm just saying, it's convenient that he's like, oh, the bust, that guy's got one. Like if he uses his own,
Okay.
if he uses
I'm
a
gonna-
copy
I'm
of the
gonna-
bust
I'm gonna
to
disprove
smash his
this right
face,
now.
okay.
Like he gives him this present of a bust, and then goes to this guy's house and hits him, who's already been struck on the head, and hits him with like this bust, a duplicate copy.
Yeah.
Okay, that doesn't make any
It's
sense.
a bit of a stretch.
Okay, if he used the same bust, that bust, which we would be saying is a murder weapon, he would have to go here, strike the guy with it, give it to it, wash it off, give it to him as a present, and then a few minutes later she
No,
goes to the house.
I think he's given it to him weeks before.
But
And
then,
he
then
just
it's not,
knows.
then it's not the murder weapon.
Yeah, it's not the murder weapon.
Right.
Oh, you're right. Well, then the murder weapon's
The
up.
murder
on the board.
weapon is definitely
Okay, all right,
I mean, he's not involved at all. Okay. He's the guy with the motive and the opportunity to do it. She has no motive, which is why he would do it. She's a drug
That's
addict.
a pretty thin motive.
But how
This guy got a job that
how
he
else
wanted.
would what?
This guy? The only motive he has to kill this guy is this guy got a job that he
But
wanted.
the thing is that he mentioned it to him, hoping that he would do something.
Yeah, but it may be because this guy owed him the money. So he's like, you better get that money. Here's a place you could get it.
Okay, where are we at right now?
It's my turn. I'm already at the Riviera, my last turn. Now I'm going to I agree. Let's do a little more investigating. We've
my point
done
is,
a lot
like,
of talking.
My point is, yeah, okay, yeah.
I mean, let's dig a little deeper.
I'm just trying to tell you, like, if you're not going to talk to her, which I don't think she's going to be here, if the mechanics have been, if they'll be consistent. If that's the case, we started this whole thing because I was trying to say what is it that we would ask about.
Let me see if she's there first, since I'm there, and then we'll see. So I'm searching 76, the Riviera Club. So we look up this, yes. 76 is 841, number 841. 841? What am I supposed to do? Put this back?
841. I'm gonna start hanging on to like all the.
Put it on a spring.
One of us likes to hog the instruction book.
Well, we
gets
know.
very nervous
Once
when
I
it's not
take
next
things,
to him.
I like to put them to my right.
Yeah, you do like,
That's what
you
happens.
like
I put them to my right.
Your old pal D is less than happy to see you walking up to the club. Damn you pigs to hell. What is it this time? When he hears you're looking for Vicky, he's actually lit. Nah, she ain't here. But isn't she in all of them Fox Studios pictures? Seems like you should have listened to your partner, Greg, and found out that she wouldn't have been in this location at all. Oh, yeah, so she's at 11, which we
Okay, all right. So that was a totally wasted.
wasted time. Who knew?
Yeah, well, that's good that we know the mechanic now.
Okay. So that's one.
Yeah, that's.
Oh no, it's one. Oh no, you started
I
there.
started there. Yeah,
Okay.
that's one.
So now you're gonna have to take 1, 2 to go to her, right?
Yeah.
And you got one thing left.
Yeah. All right. So what am I going to ask her about? That's the question. I think I could search her, or I could ask her about something.
Just for the lulz. Okay. So
Not for
to
the
me,
walls.
the most
like
compelling.
searching each person, searching them might be.
I'm willing. I'm willing to. Unless there's some massive side tangent that we just don't know about, and again, not knowing this game, only playing this for the first time. Like, I mean, it seems like
I think we got it locked down.
I think we. Have
this is the part of the playthrough
Yeah.
where I remind Greg about what.
about the first time we ever played.
That's right.
But we were missing like a huge.
It's
There was.
so funny that you know exactly what
I
I'm
know
talking
because
about.
you bring it up all the time. Hey, do you remember that thing I bring up every 10 minutes with you? Oh, yes,
I know,
yes,
but
yes.
that's great that happened because
Oh my god. Okay,
now
so-
we know.
But now that like it's like that's like Jesse's way of like elongating every playthrough about 2 hours longer than it needed to go.
It's true. It's like a little
Remember
key
that
in the
time-
lock. It's the key that opens all the locks.
It's
But
like
to
we
remind
watched that
people-
movie
wait,
last.
let's
no,
remind
we watched,
people.
We watched that movie Lost in America, which is one of Jesse's favorite movies,
Yeah, it
and he
is.
recommended
Albert
so,
Brooks.
So for my birthday, I watched like 7 movies in a row, and that was one of them. And you know, this she plays Elaine, and Julie Haggerty plays Elaine in Airplane. I love her, and she's like, oh well, you're so responsible, and he's like, what does that mean? Like, and he takes it.
He says, "Don't call me bad words," and she's like, "What bad word?"
Yeah. And then it becomes this huge thing, and like he gets in this big argument. And he's like, "I'm gonna go sleep in the garage." Is that not responsible? And it's like you can imagine that she's thinking to herself, "Dear God, why did I ever say that? I wish I could just take back having said responsible." And that's like the thing is like Jesse is hanging on to this moment of like
I mean, let's
there was no way.
just recap to people who,
Yes, please
who
do.
could not be there at that time when we played this because it wasn't on camera. We played Chronicles of the Crime. It was like our first real
Chronicles
case.
of the Crime.
Chronicles of
I didn't know that
Crime.
game.
And we play it, and we're like, it didn't seem like we had it all solved, but Greg was convinced we know how to solve it.
that is not
We've
correct.
we've got all the pieces. It's time to click solve. We know enough to solve it.
Okay, so here's the reality of the situation.
And we clicked it, and the very first
I'm gonna-
question,
here's-
we were like, "What the hell is it talking
Okay,
about?"
this
We had
is-
no idea
this
any
is-
of the questions.
This is now I'm like bracing you, and now I'm seeing the real answer, which is that we had failed in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, we got stuck.
To it was so stupid. We didn't. There was like a phone there, and we didn't look at the phone, which led to a huge tangent of like a whole sidebar that unlocked a whole extra stuff. And so what I had said at the time was that we don't have enough information to finish this. Okay, what I said was like, with the information that we have, this is the. What I said was that it seemed like there was a lot of holes in the story, but with the information that we had, this is the only decision we can make, and that we were just running in circles for an hour,
That
and
part
that
I
either we
agree.
had missed
We were running
something.
in circles. We were running in circles. But
There was a
as
huge
I
part of the
remember
game
it,
that was unavailable anymore, and so I said like there's nothing we can do now. Either we're going to solve it, or there's nothing we can. And
I remember it a little differently. I remember it more like,
Incorrectly.
yes, we run in circles. I don't know what else to do. And I'm pretty sure we got it. Like, we understand it. That's how I remember, like, those words. We understand the case. We understand the
from
answers.
the information that we had, it was the best conclusion that we could have come to.
I just remember it a little more confidently
ask
that
you
we.
this. Let me-
I felt
okay, okay.
like we don't
One
like.
more-
There's something
one
we're
more
missing.
question.
I had a
Indulge me
little
here. One
more.
question.
Uh-huh.
Do you remember it clearer than you remember painting the Seventh Continent figures and how that experience went for you?
It's like point counterpoint.
Is it a clear? Like, for those of you who don't know,
I do remember it
Jesse's
more
now
clearly.
somewhat infamously. He said he's holding
I
the
love how
Seventh
you
Continent
took us
figures.
off this
Oh, yeah.
discussion.
He's holding the Seventh Continent figure and he says, "Oh yeah, like I remember painting these. It was very difficult." He didn't paint them. I painted them. So Jesse's, Your Honor,
This
this
is how
this is
relationships
irrelevant.
work. Everyone builds up their own little pieces of memory to use
Yeah.
to make their. Yeah. Okay. But
Okay.
anyway, the
I don't know
point
how
is,
we
you
got- how we
think
got to
you
this
think
point.
we've got it all wrapped up.
No, I
and
don't
I'm not
think we-
ready to concede
I'm not.
that.
Look, we still have.
Yeah, we still got some
We
time.
still have. It's my turn, right?
No, it's my turn. I still got one action left.
Okay. So you have 2 turns and I have 1 turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what I'm saying is I feel that there is a good chance we know the events. Okay. For some unknown piece of information to come in and completely invalidate it is not as likely to me. So at this point, I feel like we should be asking questions that can help us to clarify the picture.
Well, I mean, I
It's
agree
sort of
with
like
that.
we're at the doctor's office and he's like, number 1, number 2, number 1. You're like, number 1. And then he goes to the next one. And you're just like, we're focusing it in. And that's
Well,
what I'm thinking.
I'm not opposed to
we're
that.
not, I don't think like this priest, I don't think he's involved.
Mm-hmm.
It's highly unlikely that all 3 of these people were at the murdered person's location at the same night.
Mm-hmm.
It's absurd, right? So to me, like, we,
Let
with
me,
our limited
I
time
hear you,
left,
but let me point something out. We
hope so, I'm
braced
standing
him about the murder, and he's like, I don't know who did it. Now, that makes me think there's something we're missing. Like, either he doesn't remember that he did it for some reason that we don't get, like he was on drugs, or we're not understanding the mechanic of the game, because if we're to believe the mechanic of the game, he really doesn't know who did it. And we don't understand why he walked into this jail with this thing. It makes me think...
well, we have a working theory.
It does make me think that maybe he did do it, but doesn't understand that he did
I mean,
it.
like, that's...
Is it this guy
What I-
hypnotized him?
Can I see the instruction booklet? If I promise, I'll give it back within 10
Sure.
seconds.
Uh,
What I'm wondering is if, like, when you question them,
well, I can tell you how the game describes it, because this is very useful. It tells us that when you challenge, you get the challenged answer, you get the most useful answer.
that's what it says.
Yes. The
So-
most useful...
It isn't necessarily...
it's not... I don't know if you can take it as the truth, but you get their most useful answer. So it makes me think that it's them telling the truth to the best of their knowledge.
So, like questioning subjects, you will never have the option to challenge a paragraph you've read after taking a search action. These paragraphs are always truthful.
Yeah.
So that does kind of lead you to believe...
That he's telling the truth to the best of his knowledge.
I mean...
That means
if that's
he
the
doesn't
case,
know who killed it.
If that is the game mechanic, which this is the fuzziness, right? If that's the game mechanic, then that means that she would have to be the killer, that she killed him. He shows up and he says, well, I don't know. It could have been her. It could have been him, right? He knows he told him about this guy, and he knows who he is because of the truncheon, probably, right?
It's so... The other thing is, though, think about someone bashed his face in. Like, that sounds like the crime of anger and, like...
Well, a woman can't bash somebody's face in?
But why?
What do you mean, why?
What's her motive?
Well,
for
that's what I said.
bashing
Well,
this guy's face in?
Now you're arguing my side of it, is that she has no motive. She was with him. He was her drug dealer. She shows up kind of stoned or whatever. She finds... Look, if she showed up...
She's a
and
drug addict. She's desperate for drugs.
If she shows up and she sees that he's injured, right? It's not like if she's dating him, which seems like it's the thing, right? I mean, I don't think a Hollywood actress at this time is going to show up on the arm of some guy and not understand that that's going to have social ramifications. This is a time period I feel like that is much more you know, like people are much more ravenous for those, like, you know, news headlines and like, oh, so and so was on the red carpet with so and so. So it's not like she's going to show up and he's going to be with some other woman, or he's going to be like, I want to break up with you. I mean, the guy's like sustained an injury. I mean, the other thing is, like, by the way, that honestly is that he told him that because he wanted him to kill him, and he did. I mean, we're assuming that he didn't kill him, which I am inclined to believe.
He went
But
there to
he
rob
said-
him.
he
He's
said-
not going to bash someone's face in. He went there to rob
Well,
him.
I mean, he could have hit him, right?
Yeah, he hit him.
Okay. And then he could have freaked out and hit him a bunch more, and it killed
Bashed
him.
in his face. Bashed in his face,
So,
unrecognizable.
I'm just telling you that it is. I don't believe that it's the case. Okay, but like, what are the questions that we can ask her?
That's, I think.
Okay,
that's
which is
good.
what we
Let's
came down
focus
to.
in on her.
Which, you know, these two I said were useful. I mean, she does know both him. The one
knows.
reason to ask about this. So
We
if-
could ask about
could
the
ask
article that she's dating him.
that's irrelevant, I think.
I mean, I agree.
I mean,
don't
I would
know.
ask about this to see, like, oh yeah, like I would ask about this article talking about Caravaggio getting the position over Christmas. She could mention, like, oh yeah, like, you know, Caravaggio has mentioned that, like, he's very angry about that or something.
Well,
I'm just saying, like, that
yeah.
can help to. I mean, these I don't think we already asked about that anyway. We have asked her about.
We haven't asked about the victim, I don't believe.
We have not. So that actually is probably the best thing to ask with the
There-
last question.
if I have to guess best things, it would be to
Crime
ask
scene.
about the victim
Like, I showed up
and
and
the
he
crime
was bloody and I
scene,
didn't see
right?
it. Yeah, you like it?
and or searching her to see if she's
That's
got
the most
any
compelling.
information. But I agree. If I've got one action,
I
I
know
want to
why
see.
you wanna search.
I want to see if she says the face was all smashed up.
Okay.
So
last
it's L.
one. L.
Not L. Sorry, it's I. It's mystery 1. So she's suspect 4. About mystery 1 is 361.
Okay. I was high. I was so high. I was so high. When I woke up, he was dead. I went to Damien. I didn't know what to do. Look
When
at
I
F.
woke up, he was dead.
Where's F? Which one is it?
F is she's a drug
drug
addict.
To challenge turn to 52. Okay, this is an instance where we really have to know what happened. This is essential, right? If she says he was like bloody, then we know it's him. If he was not dead, we know it's him. Or if she gives us a little bit more, she's telling us she was really, really high when I woke up, he was dead.
I
So,
woke up, he was dead.
whoa, what if she was there? What if when he showed up, he hit him over the head, and she was at the location. She wakes up, he's injured, she runs away. Or she says, I woke up because she hit him in a blind rage or something, which I really doubt. So definitely, I mean, I would argue 100% to brace. This is a point
I
where
mean,
we
I
really-
don't think she's lying, but
But we
we
need-
need
need
a
the-
piece of information.
Yeah.
And if she was there and can remember something, okay.
You like it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible it's nothing, but this is the point at which everything hinges on, right? Whether he was dead
mean-
or not when
Yes, good point.
Okay. Crimson sobs. Her words turn angry when you challenge her. I told you it was out of it, high as a kite floating in the Chinese stream. Whatever you want to call it. I went
Heroin.
straight to Damien when I found Lincoln. I might be an
Okay.
addict, but I'm not a liar. Okay.
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 She
So
hasn't lied to us yet.
no, but that's okay. I mean, like, if that clarified things a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like injury or whatever. So I'm gonna reread it how he was found again with her. 361. That was I, right? No.
Mystery 1, which we don't have a spot for, but it told us to put it in A. So we're basically
Can you
putting in A.
Like, apparently 361.
4, it's 361. That's right.
Oh,
361.
I think I put it under. I just wrote it under the wrong thing.
Sorry, yeah, it should be under A just
And
because it
brace.
had us put it there. Yeah. And we
Okay.
got a stress from that. So she was there when he was murdered.
It sounds like that. I
And
was
telling
high,
the
so when I
truth. Well,
woke
it's
up, he
not
was
her
dead.
now. It's not
Okay,
her.
but hold on. She said when she woke up, he was dead.
Right.
So this is an important distinction,
Okay.
right? So
She's claiming he was dead. Okay.
okay, so if she woke up and he was dead, then it's Carter.
Not necessarily.
Well, I mean,
But you mean it's not him, if she's telling the truth.
he shows up, he hits him over the head, and he says, when I left, he was alive. She wakes up, the guy's dead. Right? So, I mean, it's not like Damien Christmas shows up, murders the guy, goes back, she goes to him, says, oh, he's dead, and then he goes down there. It's an absurd scenario.
So let me propose something, not as a solution, but is it possible he comes here, she calls him, he comes here, he sees he's dead, and he's like, gets out his anger, his jealousy by smashing his face, even though that doesn't kill him because he's already dead.
Can I mention something else here?
Yeah.
In terms of game mechanics, he's saying when he left he was alive. She's saying that he was dead, and he's saying,
I don't know who killed him. He
I
was
don't know
dead
who
when I
killed him.
got there.
Which means one of these three people is actually lying, which means you cannot depend upon that. Right? If she's telling the truth and he's dead, he killed him. If he's telling the truth, he doesn't know who killed him. Well, that makes sense. That means he kills him, but he's lying. If he did it, then he's lying. If she did it, then she's lying. So one of the people
Well,
is
not
lying.
necessarily. This guy could leave
And think he
as
was alive.
Or he was alive when he left, but then he died of his injuries. And then he died from the hit on the head, but this guy bashed his face in just out of anger.
I
but
mean, the thing
wasn't
is, it says
responsible for his death.
It was beaten unrecognizable. He's saying he hit him, but I mean, one of these people is lying.
Well, I was giving you the scenario where he wasn't. This guy hits him.
Gotcha. He's dead, and then
He's
right.
dead. This guy goes. He sees that he's dead, and he's just like, "Fuck you," hitting him in the face. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay, what do you think?
Well, I think this is when we do this. This is when we ask, how could we cement?
Well, you're done, by the way. We're
Yes,
on
I'm
4
done.
now. Okay, so now I'm here with him, and I only have stuff that I can ask about. I can. So, I've already asked about I didn't ask him about himself.
You didn't search him.
Let's search him.
Let's search him. I think we should be searching people because we got one piece of good evidence.
Okay.
Okay, so
I should have taken this one.
I'll take that book. We've been playing for 3 hours and 26 minutes. We should take a break soon.
So this is C. What am I looking at?
You're searching him.
Oh,
so
searching him.
It's
So it's
there.
Damien Christmas. Okay, so it's 1027. $10.27.
1027. Feel free to search me again, detective, but I've already given you everything I had on me. He's clean, and the smug expression on his face is infuriating.
Yeah, because he knows he's going to get away with it. Or he knows that he put this guy up to it and he's not going to get caught.
Maybe it's that he knows he bashed this guy's face in, and he's happy because he got to do it without actually being the murderer.
So here's what's crazy is that she wakes up, she goes to him and says he's down there and he's like dead. So, I mean, do you think he would have risked coming down here and looking in on and making sure he was dead? It doesn't really make any sense. Like, I think he figured out a way to get this guy to go and kill him. And he's excited about that.
He didn't figure out a way to get him killed. He figured out a way he told him he could rob his safe.
But he was setting up a situation where violence could occur.
Really? Wouldn't it be more likely that this guy would get caught or...
All right, let's think of
Not
what
a
else
death.
we can do. So we've asked him about, what was that one? That was searching him. We searched him.
Right.
Okay. Now, we did this. B, we didn't ask him about himself, right? We...
Didn't ask him about the
This.
brace.
Well, did we ask him about this article? H? I mean, we could
That's
ask
not a
him.
bad idea. See if he was jealous.
All right, push all the things closer to us again. Let's go through it. All right, Vicky,
We asked about this.
she's on drugs. We already know that. K, we didn't ask about the truncheon. J, we asked. Serious debt, we didn't ask about. But I don't think it's useful.
No, I don't think
We
it
already
was.
know he talked about him, so anything else is...
Yeah.
Okay, this article could show some of his motive.
Yeah.
We could ask him about Carter Collins.
What's he going to say? I mean,
Nothing.
Nothing
It's
useful
pointless.
to us.
Right, we already understand.
I think asking him about the job is not a bad idea, but okay, let's say he admits he was jealous. That gives us
He
a
admits he was
motive.
jealous.
That gives us a little bit of a motive. We could ask about this guy.
It's useless. I know
It's not useless.
He's not
He might
involved.
tell us this guy's a violent. I'm his doctor. He's a violent psychopath.
All three of these people were in that house that day. This guy just happens to show up and hit a man that's already been hit on the head, and then he comes over.
It's a stretch.
At some point, you have to be able to eliminate some of the things.
I agree. It's a stretch. Is it possible though that this guy like pitted them all against him? Like they're like this. He tells this guy.
What, he had revenge against every single one of these
Like
people?
no revenge against this guy, so he sets them all up to get to do something to him.
If that's the case, we already know a bunch about her. Like, what has he told her about this?
Yeah, that's a good point. We haven't heard anything about that.
That was what we got from bracing him. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But we have braced her.
We've tried to brace her on a bunch of things,
And it's just she doesn't
she's
know.
always
I think she's just an actress who's
she's a
drugged out of her
addict,
mind and she doesn't know, right?
Yeah.
The fact that she was asleep, passed out, it sounds like, and she said dragon, like chasing the dragon. So it sounds like, right, like morphine, right? That's what they used for
Heroin,
morphine.
opium.
Yeah, opium, good, thank you. So she's not, that's not a violent drug. So she didn't do it. When she woke up, he was dead, which says that he did it. He's smug because he knows he's not going to get pinned for it. He's going to get pinned for it, and yet he got his enemy, his rival, killed. So that's the best sequence of events that I can come up with. I think this will help us to show just how much he hates that guy.
Well, okay, so
I don't.
I
At this
do
point,
think that's a reasonable thing to ask him about.
you want that confession, and we're not getting it.
I just don't know what else to ask him about. Okay, what number? It's
What is it,
asking
I?
Damien
H?
about H.
109.
LA General is fortunate to have Dr. Caravaggio. It would be such a shame if anything happened to him. To challenge turned to 878. So it's challenged. He's not so happy this guy gets it. This is bullshit.
Okay, so I'm inclined to say okay because we've only got one left. But if you go in your last turn, like I don't want you to
I hear you.
spend that last.
But this is going to be a bullshit lie.
Okay.
878, you're
This
going to
is
challenge him?
It's
It's got to be a lie, otherwise we're in
Yeah, but
huge trouble.
This
If-
is
if it's worth it-
You put us into like your vocabulary is
Oh,
putting us
sorry.
into a what do you call that?
We'll get a strike.
Explicit.
We'll get a
Explicit.
strike.
Explicit.
Okay, but it's got to. If this is a great one to look up, because if we're wrong, then he likes this guy, which we know is not going to be. So it was 878. You push him, and Christmas's face suddenly becomes a mask of rage. Lincoln never deserved that position. I'm the one it should have gone to. Me. He quickly regains his composure. I apologize, detective. What an unseemly outburst.
Okay. The fact that the guy's face is unrecognizable does lend it to be that like what do they say when you get lots of stab so he hates the guy, he hit him over and over again.
Yeah.
Okay, so when she woke up, she thought he was dead. He wasn't dead. She goes to him, tells him, he shows up
Gets out his anger and rage at this guy
and kills him.
and beats him with this.
No.
Yes.
With the truncheon. That's the murder weapon.
How could we tell the difference? So
Have we asked him about the truncheon?
No, I don't think we have. We just asked him about this. But let's if we both think that now it's most likely that this guy beat the victim's face in a rage. What we don't know is, was he really dead before he beat his face in or not?
Well, this girl was like insanely high.
It does make sense that this guy walks into this jail. He's so happy he got to beat this guy's face in, knowing
Yeah.
that he can't
Yeah.
be convicted for the murder because he didn't murder him. He's not the
So
murderer.
you're saying that my theory that's my theory.
Yeah,
But the fact that this guy's head is pulp.
I think this guy pulverized his face, but it's so
But
smug
what-
because he.
But what you're saying, so I do see that like the rage element of him pulverizing the face is there. So it's definitely him that hit him. But we know that he struck him.
That's right.
The part that gets fuzzy is that she says he was dead then. So did he hit him? Did he hit his dead body?
That's the question.
That's the big question.
And what did he use to hit the dead body? Right. No, or just did he hit the dead body? So was
No, I think
he
he
really
did-
dead?
he
He
did
did
hit-
hit
he
it,
did hit
but
it.
we don't know if he was dead already.
Which is what she says, which would make him the murderer. But he's so happy but his hands are covered in blood.
Yeah, because he smashed his face up.
But he knows that so
But he's convinced that he didn't kill him.
okay, here's another thing. I got another thing for you, and this is like simple deduction.
Mm-hmm.
He's covered in blood. That thing's not covered in blood.
I agree. It just has dry blood on it.
No, this is not covered
It's
in blood.
true, but he had time to come home and clean it.
But then his hands wouldn't have blood on them. That's what I'm saying about a simple deduction.
Oh, that's interesting. That's a very good point. That's a very good point. Like if he cleaned that, he would have cleaned his hands. That's a very good point.
Ah, look at this.
What?
Acts as if everyone around him is simply a pawn in his own private game. Well, there's your pawn. He got him to do the killing. Let me just look at this. His hands and clothes are covered in blood.
That's a very smart
The
observation.
guy was just dripping with
Greg.
the stuff.
That's a very smart observation that if he washed the statue, his hands would be clean.
I mean, it's and the statue was at his house, so it's
Well,
not
he
like
could have gone home to his house.
no. I'm saying if he'd gone to his house, I'm saying if he could have cleaned that at the scene and then he could have punched the guy, or he could have hit him with the truncheon as well.
Right, but no, I mean,
No,
I think your observation is very good. If he used this to kill him, which would make sense to me, that he's carries this around with him and it was very personal and he used it. But if he did that and he
But if she
washed
shows
it clean,
if she shows up to him and says he's dead, he goes down there to make sure that he's dead. He's not going to bring something to club him with if she
well,
says
it doesn't. It's irrelevant because, as you point out,
okay.
it couldn't be clean and his hands be dirty. It doesn't make sense. So that would mean he got there and he smashed his face with that.
Yeah, like but that makes him the murderer. He's just
Well, if we don't know, he smashed the dead body or he smashed the body.
it's hard to say.
So how would we
How would we
find
find out?
out?
All right, so we asked about this. About 2 questions left.
And he admitted he was.
We
full
searched
of
him.
Jealousy.
We searched those places. What was this?
That was the alternate place we could find this guy. He likes to eat in Chinatown. So this guy had 2 places to find him. This guy had 2 places. She had 2 places.
I mean, I can ask him about.
We
being-
haven't asked him about Carter, but the most he's going to say is he could reveal that he set this guy up for this thing. Yeah, how would we? He does admit the. Did we ask him about the trudging? Because that would be the thing
That's
to ask
Jay.
him about.
Yeah, that was 11.
Okay, did we brace him on it?
No, why did we?
Because if we think that
Did we ask him? Go look at 11.
because that would make sense that would be the thing for us to brace him
Okay,
on.
I'm gonna put this here 11.
Okay, so it's J.
No, K.
Who has?
Oh, we didn't ask him about the Trojan.
You know what would be great if that thing was here. Then we
Yeah,
could
you know
both
what? Actually,
refer to it.
I actually pointed at the camera because I set this over here, just so now you know that maybe
I
you
know
might
what
want
it's
to
like.
use this thing. It's,
Okay, so if we have, so we're gonna look this up, and if we haven't asked him,
we haven't asked him because I realized.
well, now that we think
K 653.
653. That's it.
Yeah.
Here he goes. Going to confess. Christmas laughs in your face. Are you threatening me with that, detective? Do you really think threats will work on me? To challenge, turn to 1041.
Challenge.
Is this your last action, or you got one more?
I got one more, but I don't need
All right,
it.
1041. I mean, we know he's seen this, so he's got to be bullshitting us. Sorry. Christmas doesn't fool you, although he also doesn't appear intimidated in the slightest. As you wish, detective. I'll look closer. Ah, Terminal Island 88. The prison warden there happens to be a patient of mine. Small world, isn't it? You correctly challenged him, but you don't gain leverage. So that's the most useful answer. Okay, good. That reminds me now about the most useful. It doesn't necessarily mean they're telling the truth. It just means that's the best you could get out of them.
So let me put this to you, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you have essentially now,
I'm going to disagree with you about this, but you go ahead.
you know what I'm going to say.
Yeah, I know. Go ahead. I mean, I think I know.
Okay. All right. I think this is the murder weapon, Jesse. Boom.
Go ahead. Make your point. Make your point. Oh, I disagree with you. That was easy.
But that's the thing you were telling me. I was just trying to think like
No, you. I think you had a brilliant observation
Yeah,
about
yeah.
the hands on that.
So this is this guy. She tells him, right, that he's dead, right? he knows that he has somebody that witnessed that he's dead, and he has somebody that he knows is going to be easily.
Yes,
Okay.
I think that's exactly right. Yes.
So he knows that he's dead. So then he's fine going over there and smashing a dead man's face, being cocky.
That's the only part. Like, I think you said it. You said it well. He knows when he gets a call from her. He knows he's gonna. This
in the
guy's
clear.
gonna be
He's in the
dead.
clear.
I'm gonna be in the clear. But
Go
what's
down
not
there
clear,
and gloat.
go down there and gloat,
Which
or
is
get
what he's
out
doing
his
right
rage.
now.
But right, which is what he's doing right now, and he doesn't care who did it. He's okay. The only thing that I wish we could not lock down a little bit more is there still feels to me like the possibility that he wasn't actually dead when he smashed his face in. But I'm
Wait, did
not,
we get a stress or did it just miss it?
no stress. We challenged him correctly. So the only thing I wish we could nail down was if he really was dead or not.
Yeah.
I can see both possibilities seem possible. He was knocked out and unconscious, and he took the opportunity to kill him, knowing that this guy was going to get the blame for it.
Yeah, again, I agree with you. I just don't know how to ask that. I just know that she saw that he was dead. Although it could be that
She
she
just
was
thought
just
he was
completely
dead.
drugged out of her mind and
Yeah.
she doesn't really know. And he went down there and found that he was alive and finished him off.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's any way we can assert in that.
Well, it's a great question.
He is covered in blood. The story checks out. Why show if he did? Yeah, I mean it's. I could see either way to do it. I mean, did we ask Vicky about the truncheon? So I'm just gonna end my turn. I'm not gonna use my last cube because
Well,
there's no reason to.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine moving on, but you might as well ask him about something.
No, I'm done.
Really?
I want to.
You don't even want to ask about Carter Collins?
Did we ask?
Or ask him about his debt. See if he owns the debt. I don't know.
All right, we'll look up high real fast.
Or ask about the priest.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to open up a whole other thing.
That's the one thing I would ask about.
I know. That's why I wasn't asking.
If you got nothing to do, I'd ask about-
Because this is looking in. This is Seventh Continent.
This is looking
looking
in the
in
cave.
the cave, and then it's like, okay, Jesse, we can just look in the cave, but we have to go over here to do this other thing. And you're like, and then you're like, okay, I agree with that. And then we look in the cave, and you're like, but you're not gonna like go down the stairwell. Like there's something shiny down the stairwell, and then it's like, okay, but that's it. And then we go down the
What
stairwell.
a way to
this is a
live.
rabbit
You're
hole.
like, oh, here's this golden box. No, don't look in it because then you might get
That's
distracted.
why I'm not asking about John.
All right.
Father
Yeah,
John.
well, you can do what you want.
All right, let's go to your turn.
You're just skipping your action.
Skipping it.
You're not really.
Hang on to this.
Really. What kind of game decision is
This
that?
is
that you're not
like
even
this
gonna
is
look
like
at?
anti me. This is the anti like efficiency.
Yeah. What happened to action efficiency? That's craziness.
Yeah.
You want to think it
This
over?
is.
You wanna think it over?
No, this is I know you,
Uh-huh.
and I
What
know.
are you afraid we're gonna get when
With
you
John
when you ask
Maxwell, it doesn't
about?
matter. It's just all it's going to do is open up a new pathway for you to like continue. Like
I think it's crazy that you're gonna throw away an action. Really?
I'm hanging on to it.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to search her to see if she's got something
Whatever you
from
have
the
to say.
from the crime
yeah,
scene.
Yeah, from the crime scene. Sure. Okay, I'm supposed to read that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. For the crime scene.
Uh-huh.
Sure. For the
Suspects for 593.
493.
593.
593.
Whatever it is, I challenge it. No, to see what it says. 593.
Why am I having? I'm apparently unable to do this.
593 comes before 600.
That's why I put the 693. Okay. I was gonna make a joke, but this is pretty good. Get your hands off me, you pig!
Oh shit.
Vicky screams as you frisk her. There's a joint in her pocket, which she snatches back from me. You gonna haul me in for a little Mary Jane? You're not. You have bigger fish to fry. Look at F.
Just more information that she's a
Yeah,
drunk.
we already know that. So, I mean, that was obviously like your little perversion.
Another way to get.
Yeah.
I was searching for evidence. Right?
You were.
I was doing my job.
You were doing-
I was doing my job. All right, so I'm going to ask her about the truncheon now. It's our best lead.
I agree. Okay.
So K. So suspect for about K is 1107. 1107.
1107. 1107. Hopefully I find this better than I did the last time. Absolutely disgusting. Why are you showing me this? The challenge turned to 310. Look, it's the only we could.
Everything we've asked her about.
It's
she's
that's
been telling the truth.
You're 100% correct. Yes, but on the other hand, we're kind of done with this case. So I mean, risking one more of these is probably not that bad.
And
Right.
she should have seen it. Oh, but you know what would be very useful? If
What?
she says, okay, I admit it, and it didn't have blood on it.
I'm just saying, whatever. I think ask about it. And I think the last question you should ask.
Challenge
about
her. Challenge
See what I'm saying? The last question ask about him. You
It's
agree?
not a bad idea.
I mean, this is absolutely going to be a waste of time, but I think has the biggest risk reward for us right now. Just because you're an officer of the law doesn't give you the right to threaten me like this. I told you I've never seen this before, so get out of my face. Okay, that was very predictable.
Everything she tells us is
For
true.
our, wait, you asked her about, you frisked her, you asked her about Kay. Okay, so do you want to ask her about Damien Christmas? She might give up a little something else, but I don't think we're never bracing her. Anyone else with her? What do you think? B? Look where this thing is.
Yeah, I guess it's possible that she'll tell us he
Something.
came over. She'll tell us more about how she told him. And okay, so B.
596. I know that because I grabbed that piece of paper away from you. Whenever I need anything, he was always there for me. Challenge to 172.
No, not challenging. She always tells the truth.
Okay. By the way, this is where we are.
Yeah.
So, last action.
Last turn is yours.
No. This is your... We didn't move this down.
Oh, I see.
Your odds.
Wow,
So this is the
last
last
action,
action.
really.
And then we're done. Jesse, this is kind of a nice thing in terms of versus Chronicles of Crime, because you can't
Well,
leave this
if
on
we get
for
it
another-
wrong, we get 3 more days. So we're gonna get a shot to answer it, and then if we're wrong, we get to try to
Oh, boy.
revive our
So you-
revise.
This is usually when I'm done with Chronicles of Crime, and then there's 2 more hours of asking the same
This is
question.
ideal because now we get this. This is like peeking at card 33 if we're want a
so,
shortcut.
yeah.
So this is good. Okay, so last chance to ask.
You should leave your one action too. We both left one action off.
I'm not. That's insanity. I'm not giving. I'm not joining in this insanity.
I knew you were gonna do that.
But now we've asked her about the victim, right?
What?
We did ask her about that guy, right?
We've
Surely
asked her
we did.
about A, B, and C. I forgot we just did that one. We asked about the truncheon. I think we've not asked her about D, E, F, G, H, I, and J.
Okay, so I think the thing to ask her about is this guy in case she
She's not
has.
gonna. She
Well,
doesn't. She already
if
said
we
she doesn't
think
know.
he's might be the murderer,
Yeah, but
then,
she was asleep and she doesn't know any of those people. I should just let you do this, so we'll be done.
oh, she doesn't know any of those people. That's a good point.
I mean, what would make more sense is ask her about the statue, since that was your whole. But I think
You've
I've
convinced me
you.
that that's.
Yeah, let's ask her about Carter Collins.
She says she doesn't know him. Huh?
I wish I didn't say that now.
We've asked her about Damien. Have we asked her about
We
Damien?
just did. We literally, that was the last action you did. Remember, she said he's always been nice to me.
That's right. He always. Can we? We can only ask about places. You know, we could have searched any of these places.
Yes, I guess we forgot.
Let's search her house then. I'm at that location. Let's search her Fox Studios 11.
Did we search here? I mean, that would be insane if we did. I hope so.
I do not. Yeah, that's probably how we got the body.
11.
Yeah, it is 100. But we maybe we should have searched. Okay,
Oh,
but
so
I'm going to
what
search
are we doing?
11. We're searching 11.
997.
Yeah.
No, that we already did that. That's how we found her.
Oh,
Oh, I should.
that's unfortunate.
Yeah. All right, just let's go. End with an action. Come on, let's bring it home, Jesse.
Okay, I'm going to ask her about the priest.
She doesn't know him, but that's okay. E 369.
No, wait. Ask about
already
H.
looked.
Ask about H.
H
Ask her about the job. Maybe she'd tell us some information.
180.
Because she already said she doesn't know those people.
How respectful for me to be dating LA General's chief psychologist. Crimson is clearly thrilled by the press. Okay. Well, she didn't do it.
Okay.
Okay. Well, actually, that would have been helpful earlier. Okay. So solving the case.
This is that is the sweet book. Okay, so let me tell you how we have to solve it.
Bloody Christmas.
We have to pick Bloody Christmas. So we add up. We've put in there who we think the suspect is, who we think we think the weapon is, and which of these motive we think it is, and then we add those numbers together and look that number up.
Okay. So the suspect card in name. What? So that's B. That's not a number.
That's why this is here telling us that Damien is number 74.
Sorry, it's not Damien. The murderer is Carter
Okay.
Collins.
Well, yes. Okay. Well, first of all, we're not. We think it's either him or him, right? It could be him, but our best guess, we think this guy killed him and didn't mean to kill him.
So, because he's been smashed in the face a bunch, right? Then we think it's him.
Right.
But because she says that the person was dead, we think it's him.
And she's always been telling the truth.
But
she was high as a
very
kite.
high. So actually, I think it was him. But wouldn't that be what you would pick?
The reason you might not think it's him is that he's so smug and he knows he can't be. He either knows he's gotten away with murder.
We do know he struck the body a number
We
of times.
believe he was the one to strike
because
the body.
he hates him. He's in a rage.
Right.
Right?
It's either him or him, and this guy seems to think that he wasn't the murderer. He's like,
But he knows
know.
he's going to take the fall for it because
That's
he
right.
hit him.
Either
so
way,
I think
he
he
knows
did
he's
kill
gonna
him
take
because I'm reversing my previous decision.
Now you think
because
it is him?
either it's one of two things: he hit the dead body,
Correct.
or
He killed him.
he killed him.
Correct.
And it seems a little bit crazy to just throw away the information that he's beaten repeatedly.
What was the 2 a.m. part? When were we told 2 a.m.?
What?
Was that some part of our story tells us that
Yeah, this one.
2 a.m. Okay.
2:30 a.m. The one and only Damien Christmas, better known as the String to the Stars, walked into the Glendale station.
So, do you find that strange that she wakes up? What time did she wake up and find the dead body and call him? Was that like at midnight?
I don't know. We don't have time.
I'm just saying, like 2:30 a.m. he walks in.
2:30. It's gonna suck if it gets the wrong thing because then you're gonna make us play this for another hour.
Well, I think we know it's either him or him. All right, so you're changing your mind to thinking he killed it?
Well, I'm gonna leave it to you because I could see both. Either he struck the dead body knowing it was dead and it was a rage, right? Or he really did kill him, right? So it all hinged upon whether this intoxicated person, right, like knew whether the body was actually dead or not.
Well, I think, like, thematically, if I want to play it out, I like the idea that she always tells the truth. So this guy did knock him out, think he was alive when he left, which he was, but then he died. This guy comes, sees the dead body, takes his opportunity to bash his face in, knowing that he's not legally he didn't kill him, and no one's ever going to pin it on him because he didn't actually kill him.
He does also say, "I don't know who killed him,"
He
which
doesn't care.
technically he doesn't know.
And doesn't care.
But he might have told him this. He said that to a bunch of people, like like he happens to tell him that. So he's technically telling the truth because he doesn't know who actually killed him. So then it would be the
Even though we don't, we do accept now that might not always be the truth.
correct.
So it could be a lie, but I do like that. Like, part of why he's so smug is because
He knows
he didn't kill him. He knows he didn't kill him, but he still got his revenge somehow.
Okay, so I like that.
Okay, so he's the murderer.
Again, I could see it being it's just a fine line.
I do like it better though. So he's the murderer, number 3, which is in 394. So write down 394.
Suspect Carter name 394.
Right.
Carter. Yeah.
And also, if that's true, it makes it even clearer that this is the murder
scene
weapon.
There's this scene in Family Guy where Peter's doing a choose your own adventure, and he's like, all right. He's like, go down in the cave or go back to the way you came. Well, that's a no-brainer. We're going down the cave. And he's like, you died? I kept my finger on the page. Lois, you saw it, right? You saw it. I've had my finger on the page. And that's kind of how I feel right now. We're like, well, because it really is, like, there really is no way to know what that is, right? There's no way for us. We've already gone over this.
It's weird that there wasn't a... But let's play this out. It's hard to...
So Carter, I'm just saying, like, it's a fine line. right? We know the sequence of events. We just don't know.
Right, and we don't see a way we would nail that
Correct.
down
Okay, so
further.
weapon card is the truncheon,
Right.
which is K.
K.
How do we figure that out?
How do we give a number to K? Oh, here it is. Here, K as the weapon is
I see.
210.
I see.
And now motive, we look at this list. Now, because we
This is-
believe it was
It was
robbery or self-defense is what. By the way, it says that multiple of these could give us the same answer.
okay.
So it wasn't really accident. It wasn't anger, rage, if we believe it's the warden.
money, greed.
Money, greed,
150.
150, or self-defense, 300.
Nah, it's money.
Okay. Well, it says like if both of these could be ways to look at it, they
Okay.
should both. All right. So you got those three things
So
out.
that's 360.
Don't get this part wrong.
Sorry, 360, 354, 754,
Give me the numbers. I'll double check.
4, 10, 15, 1, 6, 659,
Okay. Give me the numbers. I'll double check.
394,
394,
210,
210,
and 150.
150. So
Oh
4,
no, it's 759.
5,
It was
1,
right the
5,
first time.
6, 754.
754. Wow, I was way off. Apparently, I don't know how to add it.
754. 4, 10, 5, 5, 6, 7, 754. You agree? 754?
Yeah, my math teacher.
Would you like
figured
to
it.
look it up?
Sure.
So I better look it up because what it
Ready,
says
ready,
is you
go.
look at 754 and if it says the captain calls into your office, then you know you got it right. If it says something else, then you're looking at the
All right,
wrong
you're
thing.
good at doing the captain. Play.
754. Telford. Nope. Nope.
Okay, so can we? Do you want to go around asking more questions? Or can we just?
Okay,
choose?
so let's read what we're supposed to do. Where's the rule book? It says what if we're wrong. What we do if we're wrong.
Wait. You're sure that like it isn't giving us the answer?
Yeah.
You don't want to read it?
I'll tell you. I'll read what it says to do when you make your final guess. Okay. Make your guess. Write it down. Okay. Next, take your three numbers, add them together. The sum is the paragraph number you should now turn to. If the paragraph begins with the captain calls you into his office to congratulate you and references the name of the case, you have successfully solved the case. And if the paragraph does not begin with this, then your guess was incorrect.
Okay. So
Let's make sure we added the right. Let's make sure we did the adding right. So,
All right. So we have the suspect card in name, which is
and
Carter.
he was definitely number 3, 394. Okay.
Yeah. And then we've got the truncheon, which is 210.
The truncheon, which is K, which is 210. Yeah.
And then 150 is Robert.
150 money greed. Okay. Is it possible that we should be looking up to keep a
No.
surge to protect?
So let me see this. So the other one is. So the other thing to look up is anger or rage. He's mad at him. 50.
Well,
Plus-
that wouldn't be this guy.
No,
as
I'm
the
looking.
murderer.
I'm looking this other. I'm already on this next thing. It's 260 plus Damien. What's Damien?
Damien is number suspect 1, which would be 74. Number 74.
Okay, so that's 334.
Fascinating that we got that wrong. I really thought we were going to be right with that.
I,
Okay, hold
again,
on. Let's
it's
read
just
the rules about what we're supposed to do.
Okay.
So this moved here that when we made our final guess. Okay, if your guess was incorrect, you still have another shot. Place the day marker on day 3. Return the final guess to here. And don't reset your stress.
Okay. Look up 334, please.
Hold on.
Oh,
this
this
is
is the
where
pro-
we
this
do
is-
our thing.
Yeah, but I mean that's the thing. We've come down to the fact that we have two things. That's the other guess we're gonna make.
I mean,
because
I agree with
there's
you.
no that we went into this knowing that it was one of two scenarios, and there's just no way to prove.
Well, we went into it thinking that we have our 2 high likelihood scenarios. I was really happy with the one, that we came up with. But now this is the point where I make us at least think about So there's two possibilities. Either
We were
I mean,
sold
there's a
on
couple-
those two possibilities.
yes, it's true.
I mean, that's the way it is. And it's just, we said it's one of these two. We just don't know how to say whether it's the guy was dead, whether she was incorrect, that he was dead, or whether that he just pounded his face in when he was dead, and that's why he's cocky. Either way, completely plausible, by the way.
It is plausible, but it's possible that he came bashed his head in thinking he was dead, but he really wasn't dead. So that still makes him the murderer.
We already checked Carter. Now we should check him.
Okay, so one possibility though is that we misguessed
we had
his
two-
motive. I'm just saying, like,
Oh.
he says he walked in there, the guy surprised him.
Yeah, but
he
he
hit
was
him on the
trying
head
to
and
rob
run.
him.
It's true, but was the motive for killing this guy?
Money greed. He
Money
went there to rob.
greed?
He went there to rob him.
I mean, I get it. I get it that that's the most likely one, but it's possible. Is it possible that the game was thinking, like, that's not why he killed him? He didn't kill him to rob him. He killed him
Well, that's
because
why he
he
was
was
there.
scared.
If you killed somebody, if you shot a guard that while you were robbing a bank, the motive would be robbery. It wouldn't be
Yeah.
like surprise. So I'm just saying, since we had both things were severely likely, we just didn't know that like little difference of like which one of these people was lying, because we braced them all, right? Whether he was lying that he wasn't dead, whether she was lying that he was dead, or whether he's lying because like we know he struck him a bunch. So let's look up 334, please.
You want me to double check the number?
334.
You don't want me to double check your math?
334.
Okay, I'm gonna look up 334. Here's the agreement. We're gonna look up 334. We're gonna not take our 3 days worth of
334.
stuff. We're gonna look it up. But if it's not 334, you're gonna agree to take a breath and figure out how we make our last ditch chance at
I'm
solving the
going to,
mystery.
like,
Do you agree with that?
Throw myself.
But after that,
into
you're gonna
the
slow down.
jaws
So
of the
334. 334.
Please say it.
Here we go.
Otherwise, Jesse will. It'll be. I'm never gonna live this down, and it's gonna be another 6 hours of playing
Nope.
this game. Are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. It's not 334.
Oh my god.
Let's take a little break. A little bathroom break. Maybe get some fresh air, have our normal talk. Normally we take a break during these games, have a little walk and talk about what we know. Normally we're at 4 hours in. Greg hits the wall at 4 hours without.
Well, it's just when no. This is my thing, and I do go on tilt like towards the end of a game that I'm like made to play another 2 hours that like I don't want to or whatever. Like, and you know, obviously game length is a substantial thing, but we're not getting any new information. We have a very plausible working theory, right? Like it makes complete sense. And I don't like it in games when we get to this point where it's like, which person are you not going to believe? Because each of them produces a different story.
Well, this is the part where we sort of disagree. Like everything up to that final statement you make, I always agree with. Like we're stuck. We've run out of information. We've got some plausible theories. The part where we always come to loggerheads about where I'm like, I'm just pushing that like we rack our brains, maybe have a coffee like as detectives and think, what is the missing piece that we could go look at that might help tell us which of these two possibilities it is or which of the thing. Now, how did you come up with that number?
You said 210 was a truncheon.
210 is the truncheon K, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
Let's make sure that is K. Okay. What else? Damien, who is 74.
yeah, that's 284.
Okay, and what did you use for motive?
50.
Anger,
Anger, rage.
rage, but also
Sex,
jealousy.
jealousy. I mean, that could be it, I guess.
But anger, rage, I agree. That should
That-
have
I
been
mean,
up there too.
he's
That's
mad at him, so it
yeah, I
should have
mean
been-
they should. When it says often that there are multiple motives could be the correct answer. All right, but let's take a little break. Let's stretch, get some air in here. We're back. We took a short walk around the block to complain and bemoan our situation here.
Okay, so we've kind of covered. We really felt confidently.
Yeah, I felt pretty good. Maybe that we might have gotten a detail wrong, but basically with the
Yeah, like an unsolvable detail, right? We don't know whether
Right.
the guy was dead and he just pounded on
Right,
him for
right.
fun, or whether he had actually killed
Right.
somebody in this chain of
And I
events.
still think it's likely we've got the end story with him right. That he somehow orchestrated the killing of this guy and then got his revenge, got to bash his head in knowing that he is not going to be ultimately found responsible.
Off camera, we just checked to make sure, like, because we used anger for him.
Yeah, we
just
checked
checked jealousy
double-checked
real
the
fast just
motives.
to double check the.
So there is one person that we barely scraped on, which is the father. So I mean, I think that's our best bet that it's something more. But now, if that was true, what could we grilled him on this.
Well, yeah. Hold on. Let me look at what we asked the father. John Maxwell. We really only asked him about Jane.
And we asked him about this,
Yeah.
and he said I gave it to him, which we believe. But I did bring up the possibility that like he knows he has it, so maybe he would think he could get
So-
away with using.
I don't remember how we left this a few minutes ago before we took a walk around the block to like clear our heads for a minute. It is funny how at the end of these games it starts to become like a little.
Well, after 4 hours,
Okay, so
Greg has his own internal clock
I really do. I really do.
on these games.
So
Did we quiz the father about the guy who died?
I think we have a sequence of events. Okay. The only thing that we didn't know, which ironically we had this whole conversation about, like, now the reason I discounted him, okay, is that I was trying to solve the crime in the time allotted, right? And the fact is that like, you know, we finished the case basically. I did waste one action, and Jesse kind of like asked a question that was meaningless, which was essentially the same thing as me wasting my action, right? Okay.
Oh, I see.
Well,
you just want to. Okay, but yeah, okay. go
I mean,
ahead.
essentially, that's what you did, right? Like, you didn't need that information. We just asked it because you had it actually. Okay. So essentially, it was useless.
Yes, it was.
So we both, that's two actions. So we didn't exactly have a boatload of time left over, right? And so, like, you know, if we were to solve it in a length of time that we had, like, did we really have that much information to brace the father about it? I mean, once we knew that he did strike the victim and that she, you know, that we could find that chain there, it seems absurd to think that, like, every single one of these people was in the house. But the only person that we haven't really gotten a ton of information out of was the father. Of course, it could just be her. She woke up and killed him or killed the victim for no real reason. But
Yeah, doesn't make
mean-
sense. But it's not doesn't have what we were discussing when we took our walk. That we were saying like, what insane coincidence that this guy would walk in on the body being passed out. But it doesn't have to be a coincidence. If this guy is the puppet master bringing these all people together to get his revenge, it wouldn't be crazy that he, in some way, got one of his other patients to be angry at this guy.
so, like, they both picked the same night to go try to kill him.
Well, it doesn't have to be coincidence. He could have called him and said something.
Oh, you go over and murder him?
Something.
I don't know. In any case, at this moment, like, right,
We
if we're
still
starting
have
in
more
with 3
time,
days,
which is
then
still part of the game.
this
We're
is
not-
clearly the way to go, right?
So let's go to him.
Now,
Now-
you ended last, but we have 3 turns left, so technically I'm odds and you're evens now.
Except that this could push us up.
Oh, yeah.
We threw away 3 whole days. If we want to play
I guess that
officially.
we're going to, yeah. What do you mean?
I mean, we basically said let's just make another guess.
We did, yeah, because it seemed like that fine detail there is where where you know, that's the thing that's kind of annoying is like not having like a final set of questions, but just saying like it's either this or in the unlikely, you know, it's either one of these two, and there's just no way to figure out what that one detail.
It's interesting in the competitive version when a player makes a guess, the chisel player tells them how many of the 3 they've gotten right.
Oh, so that's
Doesn't tell them which ones, but how many.
That's interesting.
So, but for us, we get no clue.
Okay, so I'm gonna spend
So we're gonna go talk to this guy.
2. I mean, that's the only thing to do.
Have we searched him yet? Let's search him.
1, 2. Okay. I'll search him.
Okay.
So
So if you search suspect 2, 956. Put this over here before I get yelled at. 956. The priest endures your search with a kind of morbid fascination. You turn up nothing. The Lord will judge you, detective. Repent now or face his wrath.
I mean, that's the other thing about this guy is everything that we've sort of like discovered. I mean, he's either we've braced him a couple times and he's been honest
Yes,
about
but
it.
he's been like filled with righteous fury.
Oh, like this guy's a known like drug dealer. Well, he is the most compelling
They're
part
right
is his
next door,
proximity.
and this guy could be filling his head with stuff, and he's seeing a shrink, so maybe he's like a little psychopathic. Now the question is, what would we
Well, we would
push
ask
him on.
We would ask
Ask
him about this.
Yes, for sure.
Okay, so give me M1, please.
M1. You mean if he
Yeah,
If
we're
we
asking
ask
him. He's
suspect
suspect 2
to
about M1, which is
you mean
678.
mystery one? Yeah, M1.
M1.
Yes, you're right. 678. Okay, this is gonna be.
Sorry, this is gonna bust the place wide open. I
This
said
is
it
gonna
before you
bust
said
it.
it. Where's what was it that we just asked? We searched him. Okay, so
Poor man. May the Lord have mercy on his soul. To challenge him, turn to 201. We're gonna have to challenge.
are we? We're gonna lose our 3
We're
days.
gonna have to challenge. There has to.
201. Go ahead.
Yeah, he can't think this guy. This is gonna. Okay,
Don't say
201. We're either gonna get leverage on him, or
If we don't, then this thing
then
goes up
we're-
to what?
Then we're
Number one?
lost. You know the priest is hiding something, and you needle him for more information. I tried to convince Caravaggio to repent of his blasphemous ways, but he wouldn't listen to me. God is pleased that his filth no longer stains the earth. Gain a leverage over him. Okay, so he's blasphemy.
This leverage doesn't seem to actually come into play that much in this
Well,
case.
now we're going to be able to do it safely when we ask him our next question. But what do we ask him about?
All right, so we did that was M1, which is this right here, right?
Mm-hmm. And you made a note that
No.
we looked
Maybe I don't think so.
blasphemy. Blasphemy is when you tell lies, right?
We could ask him this. We asked him about the truncheon and the thing. We asked him about both of those. We already have.
We didn't challenge him on this.
So you
He
think
said
cleaned it and brought
he
it
said I gave it to this guy.
as a gift. We did brace him about it.
But we didn't brace him about it. He just volunteered that information. Like, is there more information he has about that?
I really feel like we braced it.
What about Yeah,
Okay,
like-
first of all, he gave it to him as a gift. So
Right.
you're saying he went to the house. I mean, this is ludicrous. He goes to the house,
Mm-hmm.
hits the guy over the head in a failed robbery, leaves.
Right,
She wakes up, sees that he's dead
right.
because he came over and killed him on the same night. It's
Right.
absurd.
Well,
to
let me
even-
just give you a story. I know it's crazy.
Then he puts the statue back in
No,
his house.
okay, so he goes, he hits him on the head, wakes up, she calls, she says, I think he's dead, or maybe he's not. This
No,
guy,
she says he's dead.
well, yeah, okay, but this guy calls this guy up and says, this guy just tried to rape a woman, he's evil, you should go over there and make sure he's dead.
Well, that's interesting.
Like, he orchestrates
But I
this
think
guy
he
to come
still
do
did
the
use
final
that
thing.
truncheon. Otherwise, he goes to his house, cleans it, and brings it to his house. It's absurd.
Well, yeah, no, I don't think he does use this. And I would think he used his own, but it has to be on here. Oh, wait, hold on. It's interesting that this guy's
no, I got
house
it,
is
I got
all
it, I got
clean,
it.
so maybe he does clean that. Like, this guy goes
but-
to his house.
But he brings it to his house? That's absurd. He would have to go to his house and get it, bring it here, beat him to death, come back,
Yeah,
clean it up.
that's weird.
I actually think it's been right in front of our house for this whole
Okay.
time. He grabs Vicky Crimson by the legs and uses her to bludgeon the guy.
I thought you were really going to have something. If it was this guy, then perhaps this is the guy we got to ask him about, and he's going to say, this guy
Yeah,
told
that's
me some information.
Wait, what have you done so far? That's me? Am I out of actions?
That was you. I guess you are out of
I
actions.
went 1, 2, right,
Mm-hmm.
to get over there, and I searched him
And
And
you
I- and
asked
asked
him
him
about
about the murder victim.
the murder victim. Okay, so you're done.
Yep. So now we go to 2. Your turn.
Yes.
So why don't you come over to me, because there's no reason to be where you are.
Yeah, I mean, even if I asked her about this priest, what is she going to say? I mean, wait, before I leave, should I ask her
Look at
about
me
the
being all
priest?
pushy.
Should I ask her
No,
about
she doesn't
the
know them.
priest?
She already told you she doesn't know them.
Correct. Okay, so 1, 2.
This is like a Freudian slip.
What?
You moved, Vicky.
Freudian.
This is...
Okay, there's my 2 actions. Now, have we searched his place?
That's how he pops out.
Yes. I guess it is.
Well, we did know that he was like a little, he was in the pub or whatever.
But we did have to search his place to come up with that. And we searched him, and he's like, yeah, who cares? Okay, we haven't challenged him about the bust. I think that's the thing I challenge him on.
Really?
You know.
Well,
And
we do
this
have
guy.
leverage
I've
on
got
him.
2 actions. So
It's not going to matter.
which one do we use leverage on?
I-
Which one is he most likely to lie? Most likely not to lie about? The bust, maybe.
I don't know. That doesn't matter.
Okay, I'm gonna use we're gonna use our leverage against. It's your leverage, so I don't know if technically I can use your leverage.
Yeah, that makes sense actually. Huh.
All right, so I want to ask him about the bust. I think that's the most likely if he did use the bust and somehow clean it up.
83.
It's
Yeah,
two
we asked him
about
before about
83.
it,
Yeah, yeah. We asked him about it. He said he
Challenge
gave.
662.
Yep, and this could push our day up. In fact, this could be the end of the game for us.
I kind of hope it is. Yeah, Maxwell's hiding something, you can tell. You make a snide comment about St. Christina and he snaps, righteous fire filling his eyes. Caravaggio refused to repent and St. Christina found him unworthy. After that outburst, he refuses to say anything. Wow, gave him 1 leverage. So, put 1 of your leverage over him.
Saint Christina found him unworthy. Well, there you go. There you go. All right, so now
And now you got your last action.
1 action left. Yeah.
You want to ask about Damien?
Yeah. I want to use leverage and ask about Damien.
Okay, so
I'm assuming we already asked about the victim, right? We did fully ask about the victim and leverage on him, right?
yeah, I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
I believe so, but All right, what's suspect 2? Number 5. Wow, that's long. Dr. Christmas shows me that I wasn't crazy, that the voices I hear really are from God. He's a righteous man doing the Lord's work. To challenge, turn to 821. Oh, that's what you said you were going to
Yeah, I was going to use it. Okay, so the doctor is puppeting this psychopathic priest.
Maxwell becomes enraged when you challenge him. How dare you question me in the voice of the Lord? I did not speak to you untruthfully. You disgust me, detective. So that was you spending that.
And
No.
would we have lost?
Yes.
Lost the stress
Gained the stress.
if we hadn't used it? Okay, well we're done. We moved out, but now we move to here.
Yeah, I did
So
that.
we actually have a full day left. As long as it's the moment we hit the stress, we have to make our final guess. All right, so now we know though. We know this is the psychopath, and this guy
he did kill her.
orchestrated.
But what's absurd is that if that's the answer, I'm not going to be happy with that. He cleaned it off and brought it to like Christmas's house.
Well, let's think for a second now. There are certain things we haven't done. We haven't done very much of searching locations. Is there any place we could search? Like, where was the priest? We could have searched the bar.
No, that's how we got the information from the bar.
That's not how we.
That's
Oh yeah,
how we-
yeah. Okay, so but let's just think.
Anywhere there's not a person, we searched, right? The only place we haven't gone is here, and that's because that's his place to go. We went here for you, and it was pointless. Riviera.
And 31 is this house. That's where we found
Yeah.
the thing. So we did that. If we believe now that he is the killer, which I think we do,
Yeah. So
and we believe that he probably used this, then he cleaned it and put it back. Have we asked him about
we're not going to ask him about Vicky. We've asked him.
Carter Collins, possibly?
look. We haven't. We asked him about these two. We're not going to ask about her. We didn't ask about this. I'm just going to make it easy for you. I believe you did ask about that, right? The doctor. Is that right? H. No, we didn't.
I mean,
So-
we know he thinks he's full of blasphemy
This
and
isn't-
terrible.
Oh, we could ask about himself.
Yeah, it's not a terrible thing to do.
We didn't ask about this. This is pointless, I think. We asked about Damien. We asked about that. So really, there's such a few amount of things that we could ask.
What would be his motive? It's like
Anger.
it would be the
righteous anger.
righteous anger.
How he would
Uh-huh.
describe it as righteous.
And we think he.
Well,
Yeah, but I mean, we've got just 4 actions left. Can we think of anything that might help us resolve? We know what the motive is.
mm-hmm.
we're pretty sure this is the weapon. We
Yeah, I mean,
don't
there's no
quite
reason
know,
to do this.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be...
I
what is
wish
it?
it's weird that
This
we.
J is... It's 190. And then suspect 2 is 284.
Suspect 2 is 263. It looks like. Oh, sorry, I was reading the wrong one. 284. You're right. You're right.
190. 284.
And what's the motive?
Is
Anger,
religious.
rage, or religious? 250.
I think rage sounds good.
I like religious.
Okay, that's fine.
250. I mean, it would be multiple things. Okay. But since we have 4 actions left, let's ask him about himself. I think the best one to ask about is himself.
Okay. Go ahead.
We've never asked anyone about themselves. I'm sort of curious what it will say. So suspect 2 about E would be 206. This is like asking the hacker in Chronicles of Crime. This might open up everything. Like if you ask them about themselves, they tell you this whole
I
experience.
try to act humbly in the sight of the Lord and lead my parishioners just a little bit closer to Him each day. To challenge, turn to 1005.
No, I think there's no point in chat. So that's one action. It's yours. Well, you got anything else?
I want to look at the answer.
Why don't you ask him about Carter Collins just for fun? See if he knows. It
Just
would
for
be
fun,
suspect 2 asking about G, which would be 475. I'm kind of curious what he's going to say about the woman, to be honest.
I don't think he's going to know, though. Why are you asking me about prison wardens, detective? Are you implying that I've done something sinful?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, you want it now, Vicky? L. If we ask about L, it's 915.
Let's do it. Man who loves wisdom makes his father glad, but he who keeps company with harlots wastes his wealth. That is all I have to say about that whore, Vicky Crimson.
I knew he wasn't going to like her.
Well, she's a movie star there.
Yeah. All right, well, is that it? You ready to look up our answer?
920. Wait, was it 724?
Hold on, let me double check. Just because
Yes.
that's the right answer.
Successfully.
Okay, okay, go ahead and read it.
The captain invites you into his office. Congratulations, detective. You've done it. You've solved the case and brought Lincoln Caravaggio's killer to justice. Turn to page 17 in the Chisel casebook to read the output.
Okay. So now we get to read in the Chisel the actual story of the case.
Probably should have that on ready to go.
Where is the Chisel book?
I don't know. You
This
probably.
does not make for good filming.
No, I just said that. It's right here.
Okay.
It's in the mountain of books that you always have at your side, Jesse.
All right, what
They're like a
page?
dragon sitting
Well,
on like
yeah,
a
I
big
guess
pile
we-
of gold.
I guess
I just told you what it was, but now
I know you did, but
724. Now it doesn't make good.
Bloody Christmas. Here we go.
You got it?
17.
17.
Okay. So there's the epilogue.
Am I reading this?
Yep. I know it's a lot to read. Are you burned out?
No, it's
You
fine.
don't want to read it? Okay.
Damien Christmas was the shrink to the stars. The talk of the town and the caliber of his clientele was on the rise. The only feather left to place in his cap was the highly esteemed position of chief psychologist at LA General. That seems very dubious to me. When Lincoln Caravaggio was awarded this position instead, Damien was blindsided. Caravaggio would have been to be dealt with, but Damien wasn't interested in getting his hands dirty. He had a promising career after all, and besides, where would be the fun in just killing someone? No, Damien was far more clever than that. Perhaps he could drive one of his mentally unstable patients over the edge, getting to do the deed for him. What a pleasurable little game that would be. First was Vicky Crimson, one of his highest profile clients and a raging drug addict. Damien had been happily feeding her habit, but decided to stop writing her prescriptions. When she became desperate, he casually suggested that Dr. Lincoln Caravaggio, the new chief psychologist at LA General, had access to much stronger drugs, and would she like a referral? Lincoln was dashing in his own way, and when you mix sex and drugs together, there's no telling what will happen. Carter Collins was deep in debt after some poor real estate deals, and he needed money fast. During one of their sessions, Damien casually mentioned that Dr. Caravaggio was independently wealthy. Once when I was at his home, I thought a glimpse of a personal safe in his office. You wouldn't believe the size of it. Carter's eyes lit up, and Damien knew that the seed had been planted. Lastly was Father John Maxwell, a highly functioning paranoid schizophrenic. He had delusions that God was speaking to him and telling him to kill the blasphemers. Damien could casually mention how Dr. Caravaggio demeaned the name of God and how eager he was to bring his atheism to the hospital system in his new role as chief psychologist. They tended to enrage Father John. Here, why don't you read the rest of it?
Okay.
Right here.
It was surprisingly simple to set all four of them on a collision course. I hear that you and Lincoln are officially a couple now, Vicky. Oh, you're spending all weekend with him? How fabulous. Carter, I must reschedule our session as I will be attending a conference with Dr. Caravaggio. Yes, that's correct, the one with the safe. We'll both be out of town this weekend. Father John, I was speaking with my friend Lincoln, and while he said the most awful things about God, he indicated he'd like to speak with a priest personally. Yes, I'm sure you can find his address in the phone book easily. The night that Lincoln Caravaggio was murdered, Vicky Crimson was at his home in the bedroom, high out of her mind from the cocaine. Lincoln was with her, getting ready to shoot up, when he heard a crash in his study. He ran there to find Carter Collins attempting to break into his safe. Carter, surprised at being discovered, lashed out at him with his truncheon, striking Lincoln in the head and drawing blood. Horrified at what he'd done, Carter fled the house, leaving the truncheon behind. He ran headfirst into Father John Maxwell, carrying a marble bust of the patron saint of psychologists, Saint Christina the Astonishing. The two stared at one another for a moment before Carter pushed past Father John and ran into the night. So it sounds like we might have been able to find out that they saw each other. Okay, Lincoln was not far behind, half naked and holding his bleeding head in his hands. Running into Father John, he shouted, "Did you see the man who ran by you? Goddamn thief!" Father John had only intended to reason with Lincoln, to convince him of his blasphemous ways, but when he heard the epithet, he snapped. "Death to those who dishonor the Lord," he shouted as he brought the bust of St. Christina down on top of Lincoln's head. His skull crumbled and he stumbled back through the open door, collapsing in the foyer, a stone-cold corpse when he hit the ground. Father John, filled with righteous fervor, wiped the statue down and immediately went to Damien's house. "Dr. Christmas, St. Christina is watching over you," the feverish priest said when Damien answered the door. "You have nothing to fear now. She is looking out for you as I am." Damien thanked him, marveling again at how truly insane the priest was, and set the statue on his kitchen table. The next morning, coming out of her stupor, Vicky discovered Lincoln's body and panicked. Rather than go to the police, she went to Damien, who calmed her down and told her not to worry. "I'll take care of everything, Vicky." Then he went to Lincoln's house to see proof of his dead rival, getting Lincoln's blood all over him in the process. Who had killed him? Was it Carter during a robbery gone bad? Did Vicky kill him in a coked-out haze? Or did Father John finally listen to what God was telling him to do? Damien honestly didn't know. He turned himself in at the police station almost on a whim. What would be more fun than showing up covered in blood and still manage to get away with it? Besides, it would be entertaining to see if the detectives could actually solve the case. Postscript. Damien Christmas strode out of the station's front door, his clothes still covered in blood, but his freedom assured. As hard as you tried, you couldn't pin the crime to him, although you know he was ultimately responsible. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, he turned around and gave you that oh-so-smug grin of his. "Better luck next time, detective. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of each other." And then he walked down the street whistling.
Okay, so
So either of religious
Yeah, I
anger,
see.
rage, or mental instability could have been the crime.
so I'm just gonna put this to you. Like, it's interesting. Like when you learn, like okay, so if we had asked those questions to the priest before we read that, and before we went to solve the crime or whatever, right? If we had taken the extra days that we ostensibly did not have, right? In the time frame the game allows, then I mean, it's a little weird because like you really need all the information, right? Like you couldn't have just not asked people certain things, right? Like you could say, well, you wasted time asking about this, but you didn't know it was a waste of time at the time, right? So essentially, you had to find out all the information in order to like decide whether or not what happened.
Yeah.
Which is kind of
Well,
one of my complaints on those kind of.
I hear you. Okay.
games,
well,
right?
I mean, I don't know how much we want to discuss in the review
but I
and
do
how
wanna-
much
I
here,
wanna-
but
I wanna
I do want to say, I do want to remind you of something. We finished and won the game in the regular rules. We had to take our third day to do it, but that's what the rules say. You have 3 days.
So I want to point something out. Sure. Okay.
So there's nothing wrong with, like, I hear what you're saying about not having enough time, but it seems reasonable to me
No,
that the
but I
game
wanted
is
to bring
like,
up
if you
another
can solve
point.
it within 12
Sure.
days, that's wonderful. If it takes you the extra days, you
So-
still got enough time to solve it. We just barely solved
if
it.
we had, before we did the first initial thing, if we had those extra couple of actions to question the father, right?
Or if we had asked him instead of asking someone else.
Okay. But we had gotten that extra information, right? I don't know as we would have guessed any differently. The priest
If
obviously.
we had gotten him admitting he was a psychopath, I think he would have been
Well,
very high up on
I'm
our
going to tell you
list.
right now, like you are really convinced by the fact that that thing was cleaned off.
That bust through us. That's the part about this game that kind of threw us. Like,
So this.
it
so
seemed
so
like
if,
he had this before, but it turns out that he gave it to him
if
after the fact.
Okay, if I had said to you, right, if we were like, okay, what do you think happened, right, and we were ready to go solve it, I would say, look, this is what I think happened. I think that this guy showed up, hit him over the head, got scared, left, right. Then he showed up afterwards, like, which seems insane. That everybody's just coming in out of here like
But
it's a
it's
hotel.
not a coincidence, the
Okay.
story told us. But yeah.
He shows up the same weekend, the same night, the same within minutes of this guy showing up, which is absurd.
But it was
Hold-
orchestrated. It wasn't random.
Yeah, he said they're going to be away on a certain day. These guys
He
show up.
brought them all on that. He tells him on this day, this guy wants to see you. And he tells this guy on this day, we're out of town.
And they just happen to show up at the same in the same time when she's passed out in the house. It just seems like an absurd. Like it's not like they could have showed up at the same time. They show up at like 10 minutes difference. That's a little crazy. Okay, so he shows up, hits him on the head. Is like he runs away. This guy shows up, passes him by, goes into the house, gets mad at the guy, bludgeons him with this thing. Okay, goes to his house, cleans the thing off, gives it to him, and comes back home. And then she wakes up, goes over to him and says, I think he's dead. And then he comes over and checks it out. I don't think you would have believed that.
Well, I agree. I mean,
There's
it's not-
sometimes when we've done these things when I'm like, if I pitched that, the very solution, I said, this is the events that happened. I remember we were playing another game that I'm not all that fond of, a detective game. It's sitting over there on the shelf. behind me.
Detective, it's called.
I just wanted to make it as completely. So it's like I remember we finished one of the cases, and I said, "Look, Jesse, if I said this is what happened, I think this is my theory of what happened," and I just went through the exact thing that the case, the result we got, just because like you would never have said, "Yes, I believe that's the case," because it's absurd, and it was like I do remember the case. It was that one where the guy hits there's like a, it's the one of the ones from the LA Crimes. It was just like this case was completely absurd. The solution it was completely absurd.
Yeah.
And it was so unbelievable. And this feels like I think what would have gotten me was like this guy. I would have said no. It would not have. It makes sense that the guy would have been angry and hit him a bunch. But like it would be completely absurd for him to show up, bludgeon him, and then like bring the thing to him and give it to him. That's absurd because we knew that this was an item that belonged to him. If that was it's just absurd that after he killed him, he washes it off, brings it to his house.
Yeah, I mean, that was the part, like, we kind of got that this guy was orchestrating this guy getting killed.
No, we definitely got that.
But, if we had asked this guy more questions, we might have made the bigger picture, like, oh, he's running all his patients against him at the same time. But I agree, the part that I don't like is this weirdness with the bust, how he gives it to him then. But we did get, it's one of these things where you do get caught up when you make assumptions. And
That's
part
true.
of the assumption we made was like, he's like, this guy gave me this bust. We were thinking, at least I was thinking, okay, so like weeks ago, years ago, he gives him this bust. And so it didn't make sense for this guy to have it and use it to kill him.
I want to make.
So
another
it was
point,
weird
by
that he's basically gives it to him on that night. And there was no way for us to find that out.
So this is the other thing is that he shows up at 2:30 in the morning to the police station, right? I mean, like this guy was killed. I mean, I mean, the day before, are we led to believe that this very evening, this guy shows up, murders somebody, and then shows up to his house and like, here, I washed this off and I'm handing you this present. And then he's like, oh, I'll go down here. And this girl wakes up and comes up here like how long is this body laying there? It seems absurd.
I mean, it could have all happened that night, right? He gets killed that night.
But that
she wakes
I would
up.
have that sequence of events is absolutely it's absurd to me.
It is a bit absurd, but don't forget he is a psychopath. I mean, I wouldn't say this is a very satisfying case. I agree with you. I agree with you.
Obviously, that's the
It's
case I'm
flawed.
making.
And
It is funny when you get the answer,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like, I mean, like, and I could see, like, I guess you're like, well, you have to suspend your disbelief about this particular case,
Mm-hmm.
about the fact that there's so many coincidences, because sometimes life is stranger
Mm-hmm.
than fiction. But in this case, this guy showing up, like, within seconds of this guy showing up, and, like, all these murderers descending upon this house.
yeah, I mean, I do
It's
think
absurd. Like,
I think it does. I do want to keep reminding us that we solved it within the time. So in that sense, like
yeah,
you
we
could
got a worse score or whatever.
right, but you could argue that like we did use we had just enough actions to backtrack and fix our mistake and say, well, who could it have been if it wasn't that?
Okay, but
so
I'm
in
gonna
that
I'm gonna
sense,
give
the
you- so
pieces were laid out for us. It's just, and we did get it right,
Yeah.
but it just wasn't
There's
that
four-
satisfying.
There's 4 suspects, and we said, was it him? No. Was it him? No. Was it him? Yes. Okay, good. We won. Like, it's-
No, we figured out that it was probably the bust and not the thing, and we tracked down-
We entered in like
we did a little
we-
brute forcing, but on the other hand, we knew it was probably him, this psychopath that seemed weird and rage filled from the beginning. We probably should have tracked down that lead a little bit more on him.
yeah. I mean, I
And
just
this is the part that we sort of if we overlooked anything, it was focusing like we were suspicious about this, and we kind of thought it might be this, but we got thrown off by who owned it
we knew
and
that
our theories
yeah.
about that, and we were thinking it was always in his guy's possession, in Damien's possession. So that didn't make us when we asked the priest about it, he's like, I gave it to him. We thought, oh, that's that.
I mean, you could argue that like it was that they mentioned that it was like very clean and neat there, and that was an out of place item.
it was
as
out
if
of
he had
place. So
just-
it was just sitting there.
Right.
Yeah.
But I do think like it's absurd. It's an absurd string of events. This guy shows up, like,
It
oh,
was
you're
absurd.
here. Like he could
It
have seen
wasn't
the guy
absurd,
walking around.
but I mean, I agree that sort of the details of how explained are not that satisfying. But it wasn't a fully coincidence. He arranged these people.
yeah, and they all
to
show
be
up at
there.
the same time. To
I would
murder
have
this
liked
guy,
a
like-
better story. I do agree that like it's a little that the story's
and
unbelievable.
not only that, suspend all that, but then afterwards, this guy happens to travel to his house and give him the murder weapon as a present.
was weird.
Like this was the part of like the big bottleneck, right? And I agree. We really felt like we had it. We knew what happened. It was just that like
Well, here's another thing I will say. I mean, maybe some of this is for review, but sometimes, like in the Sherlock Holmes game and this, one of the odd feelings is when you feel like your solution was better story.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I like the idea that, like, he walked over there, the guy was dead, and then he smashed his face in and got his revenge. I almost like that story better
Part of the
than
skill of these games is that you're supposed to like to do certain things. You have a certain set amount of time, right? And we asked him several questions. We braced him about a couple, right? Or we asked him like 2 questions. We braced him about one of them or something.
We didn't spend that much time
We
with him.
didn't, but it's
And
like
he was
when
suspicious.
you have to learn to cut out certain things.
Yeah.
But here's another absurd thing. Why did he say that the priest was going to the bar, and then they said, oh, the guy wouldn't be at this bar?
Well, actually, that was one of the coolest moments when
we
the
found him,
only evidence we had was at the bar, and then
But
we
if this
figured
guy's
out.
so super pious, then why would he have told us that he could be
I
at the
don't
bar?
know. Well, he's a schizophrenic, so he's
maybe
not
he
all that
isn't.
stable. But I do think this. I will say this. If I were to pinpoint our one mistake, our one
Mm-hmm.
key mistake, it was this. We kind of figured out this idea that this wasn't the murder weapon, and that smashed his face. This was the only thing out there that it could have been. And maybe we should have stopped and said, we have to focus in on this bust and like reconsider
We asked a
our
bunch of
assumptions. I know, but like when we asked him about the bust and he said I gave it to
we
him,
braced
and
him,
we
yeah.
didn't brace him.
No, we did.
No. We only braced him after we lost our guess. The first time we asked him about it, we didn't brace him. And maybe when that was such a key piece of evidence, we should have realized that we have to brace him about it. Because if he had admitted that, that's when he admitted he's crazy. And if we had gotten that early when we were first talking to him,
But then I would have it would have been like that's the bus that was his house. I never would have believed that it would have he would have brought it to Damien Christensen's house. That's absurd.
well, it was.
Well, so when you deal with these things, when you know the solution, you're like, well, the solution makes sense. You're like, well, he could have brought it to him. But when you're like on the other end of it, and you're like, there are 500 things that could have happened. You're gonna eliminate the ones that are crazy, that are possible, but they're like that don't fit. You're gonna say, what are the out of these 500? Because I mean, you could extrapolate this data out to be like hundreds of possibilities, right? Like in terms of like the story or whatever, right? Or why people did certain things. And you're not gonna say, well, I know this one's completely unlikely that they could be. No, you're gonna say that one's much more unlikely. We're gonna go with the thing that has the most evidence to support it.
Yeah, I mean, and your point about how, like, it's not such a coincidence that they were there together. I mean, it's a coincidence, but he orchestrated.
coincidence.
But then the fact that this priest goes back to his house between the time before she calls him.
Yeah, and this girl wakes up and goes up there and says, hey, come on down. There's like a dead body there. And like the guy's like, oh, yeah. I mean, but luckily she didn't pass the priest coming out of his house that was like, like covered in blood apparently, but nobody seemed to notice.
Well, now that was interesting how it said that these two passed each other, because it feels like probably we could have gotten that out of them if we had asked them about each other.
Well,
maybe they
this
would
is the
have.
thing about a deductive game. This is what kind of bugs me about consulting detective, is that like you have to make a certain number of deductions because you can't ask every question possible, right? So instead, what you do is you say, look,
They don't know each other.
she said they don't know each
Yeah, I
other.
mean, I agree.
And then
I-
we asked somebody else, and they didn't know, or whether she's a star, and she said, well, they're nobodies. Like, she doesn't know them. So it's not likely, like, they would know her, but the fact that they know each other, is that really worth
No,
burning
I
through a bunch
agree.
of
With you.
questions?
I don't think that would be something we'd ask about. Like I said, I think
So I'm
the
just
only
saying
place
you would
I would
be-
fall. I agree. This would not be something we would ask
Right, it's
about. It
something
would be
that
a
you would
waste of
know-
time. It would be
correct.
low on our priority. I do think that this would be the only place I would identify as us.
But it's, I would have argued while playing, I would have said, it's absurd. He like washed the thing off and brought it to Damien Christmas's house. It's absurd. Now, the fact that it sounded in the description, and this is maybe part of the thing where like this is an error of mine, where like I invented this in my head, but I thought in the description that they said something like she said it's a copy. He said it's a copy of the Christina the Astonishing or whatever.
I don't remember anything about copy. It's just the statue representing her.
I thought he said like it was like a copy. In my head, I guess I invented that I thought it was like a version, like on one of these things. Like there's a bunch of them, and I thought it was saying in the end description that he killed her with one of those. So I mean that seems kind of. But I guess you're gonna want to discuss this in a review.
Yeah, I guess we should stop here and then we'll discuss
Well-
our more general feelings, or maybe if we want to play a different
Yeah, I've learned.
thing before
I
we-
do want to say this because it's about this case or whatever, but I've learned like. When I love this style of game, I love it, and oftentimes, this is a really hard sell for me. These kind of games,
Yeah.
because like I felt like Detective had so much going for it, but really like some of the cases, essentially,
you're in review. You're in review.
yeah, I'm in, but I'm
territory.
just saying in general, like, and we plus played another Chronicles of Crime. The fan
This is a
made
great
scenarios.
review material.
Okay, I'm just saying in general, like these, well, whatever.
Yeah.
Fine. Okay.
Okay,
Well, thanks for.
Thanks for sticking with this. This is almost 5 hours that you've been sitting and watching this thing, and
No one's watching it.
probably no one's watching. But if you are watching, will you please consider supporting us on Patreon so that we can make more videos more frequently, and you can help decide what games we play next. And stay tuned and watch our review of Detective and maybe a bit broader view of different
City of Angels,
Detective
which is,
games. Yeah.
Yeah.
Detective City of
Thank you
Angels.
for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
It's always nice.
And we'll see you guys
Even
next
though I
time.
get grumpy, I get the 5 hours in grumpiness.
It's understandable. All right, guys. See you next time.